Chapter 1108. Sometimes, demons were better than humans. Where's your master? Where is he? You entered Spirit Beast Mountain. According to the rules, you're a spirit beast that can be ridden for the rest of your life. Anyone who wants to ride you can do so. Your master didn't dare to offend other powerful people and could only sacrifice you. But you still have dreams, thinking that your master will come to pick you up. You're dreaming. If your master wasn't afraid of everyone, he would have already come to pick you up. Why would he let you be killed by everyone? Wenli felt the respectful gazes around him. He felt that he was incomparably powerful and roared. At this moment, the little red-haired monkey was extremely weak. Its red hair was scattered all over the ground. In fact, it could have resisted before and didn't have to end up like this. However, because of Wenli's words, it was afraid of implicating its master, so it would rather be captured and killed. Because it knew that there were many people stronger than its master in the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so it couldn't bring trouble to its master. Woo-woo! The little red-haired monkey's eyes were moist. It remembered that in the ancient tomb, it was its master who brought it out. Its mother entrusted it to its master, and its master helped bury its mother. From that moment on, it treated its master as its only family in this life. You're really a stupid beast. You don't know that your master has already hidden and abandoned you. Wenli sneered. He took a step forward and kicked the little monkey, but it didn't resist at all. Woo-woo! The little monkey whimpered again. In its mind, there was only the scene of them fighting side by side. One man, one sword, one monkey, and one wine, conquering the world. However, all of that was about to be blown away by the wind. It was like the strongest king of this world. No matter how strong they were in the past, when they finally fell, no matter how glorious they were in the past, when they came to a new world, their glory would become dusty history. This was a world where the strong were respected. No matter how strong its master was, when faced with an even stronger opponent, it could only endure humiliation. Did its master abandon it for its own safety? And this kind of thing seemed to have happened before. It was its mother. In the past, its mother's master abandoned it and locked its mother in the ancient tomb for thousands of years. In the end, she was trapped alive. Big brother Lin Ling. This tragic scene caused a voice to rise up in the little monkey's mind. More tears appeared in its eyes. However, at this moment, it suddenly saw a familiar black-robed figure in the distant sky. This figure was like the son of the devil realm. This figure carried with it a surging killing intent as it shot through the clouds. That figure was too familiar. Its baleful aura overflowed into the heavens, as if it wanted to cut down everything under the heavens. It was as if no matter how powerful the enemy was, it would not abandon it. Silly monkey, you're actually crying. The surroundings were completely silent. Wenli was still enjoying the feeling of awe, and his right leg kicked out again. However, at this moment, a sword came from the horizon. Wherever the sword passed, the leg would be severed and blood would gush out. Wenli maintained his kicking posture. In the next moment, an indescribable pain spread through his body, causing him to stagger backwards. He fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Who is it? The crowd was surprised as well. They looked up at the sky and saw a figure shooting over like a shooting star. That person did not leave through the main door. Instead, he flew over domineeringly from the sky, completely violating the rules of Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Most importantly, everyone saw that the man was wearing a long black robe and was not wearing any armor. Can't hold it in anymore? In the distance, Cold Words and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they laughed. They thought that the man would keep hiding, but they did not expect him to appear in the end. As expected, people will do irrational things in anger. Lord Cold, he has already upheld several rules. You can easily kill him now. Wu Ping sneered. They wanted to kill Little Flame in a grandiose manner. First, they wanted to vent their anger. Second, they wanted the newcomer to violate the rules so that the vigilante squad could take action against him. Bang! Under countless gazes, the black-robed youth landed on the ground. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. Although he was only wearing a long robe and was not wearing any armor, his gaze made everyone's heart tremble violently. Little flame. A deep voice came from the black-robed youth. Clearly, he did not know what had happened while he was away. Then, he took a big step forward and arrived in front of Little Monkey. When he saw Little Monkey covered in blood, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. In the past, in the sacred land of the rainforest, he was arrogant. One man, one sword, one wine, one monkey, and the world was his to roam. However, after coming here, there were too many strong people. Therefore, he endured and cultivated. He did not expect that his brother would suffer. Ooh! Little Flame let out a whimper. Its turbid eyes were even more moist. It was touched. It did not want to implicate its master, so it obediently allowed itself to be captured. However, it did not expect that its master would dare to touch the MT Spirit Beast Deacon for it. "I am sorry to have let you suffer," Lin Ling said softly. He did not know what happened and did not want to know. He only knew that no one could touch Little Flame. Ooh! Little Flame rested its injured head on Lin Ling's shoulder. At the same time, it explained what happened, causing Lin Ling's murderous aura to surge out. "You dare to touch me?" At the same time, a cold voice echoed. It was Dian Wenli. He was the managing deacon of MT Spirit Beast Deacon. As long as it was related to spirit beasts, he would have great authority. However, the other party actually chopped off his leg. Ugly person. Little Flame might be mischievous, but it would not bully others. Furthermore, it is pure and very trusting. But you used its innocence to deceive it. Lin Ling looked at him with cold eyes. This person was very ugly. That is just a beast. You actually dared to touch me for a beast. Dian Wenli roared. He was still arrogantly bullying the little monkey, but now his leg was chopped off. Beast? Lin Ling laughed, but it was an extremely cold smile. He slashed with the sword in his hand. With a clang, the chain in Dian Wenli's hand was severed. Even his hand was severed. Demonic beasts are sometimes better than humans. Taking a step forward, Lin Ling looked down at Dian Wenli, who was lying on the ground. His cold eyes finally caused Dian Wenli to feel fear. Previously, the captain of the vigilance team, Cold Words, asked him to make a move on a little monkey. Since the other party's status was not low, Dian Wenli would naturally do him a favor. Most importantly, the owner of the little monkey did not have any armor. Hence, Dian Wenli was not afraid. Instead, he was happy to receive a favor from Cold Words. When he was torturing the little monkey, he even enjoyed the reverence from the surrounding people. But now, he suddenly regretted it. That newcomer did not have any armor, but he seemed to be even more arrogant than expected. "I am just following the rules of MT Spirit Beast College," Dian Wenli whispered. He did not dare to look at Lin Ling. He no longer had the arrogance from before, which made many people laugh mockingly. Previously, Dian Wenli was so arrogant that he was torturing the little monkey. Now, when the owner of the little monkey came, he was speaking in such a humble manner. He was just like a fence-sitter. However, Lin Ling remained silent. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. "If you have any grudges, you can talk about it later. I am the deacon of MT Spirit Beast College." Dian Wenli's eyes congealed. He emphasized his last sentence. What he meant was that he was entrusted by someone, and his status was not low. Chapter 1109. Add another crime to the list. Kill you. You really dare to kill me? Dian Wenli's face turned pale. The Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture is a military prefecture. The military rules are the strictest here. If you dare to kill me, you'll be breaking the rules. Even the supremacy won't save you. The rules of the military prefecture were stricter than those of the sections. Here, no matter who you were, you had to follow the military rules. Otherwise, you would become everyone's enemy. This is a heartless world. That's why I don't know the rules. But if you touch my family, I will kill you all. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth to speak, and the sword in his hand slashed down, splitting Dian Wenli into two. The head that was chopped in half fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, he never thought that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. He's not wearing any armor. He's only wearing a long robe. This means that he doesn't have any military merits. He really dared to kill him. Everyone's heart trembled violently. This newcomer was a madman. He killed a deacon for a beast. Was he trying to go against the entire world? This was the first time such a thing had happened in the sea-calming heavenly prefecture. No one would use a mount to kill someone. Afterward, many people looked at the dead Dian Wenli and felt that it was ironic. Earlier, Dian Wenli was trying to prove his authority. However, this authority didn't last long. He was killed in the next moment. It's not a beast. It's definitely not a mount. The killing intent in his eyes was still intense. Lin Ling looked forward. He knew that there was a conspiracy behind this. Someone wanted to force him to break the rules and use this opportunity to kill him. But knowing was one thing. How could he tolerate it? At worst, he would fight the entire world. You broke the rules. First, you brought out your own mount without the permission of MT Spirit Beast. Second, you killed Deacon Dian Wenli in front of everyone. Third, you didn't come in through the main entrance. Instead, you came in through the sky. You were disrespectful to the sea-calming supremacy. Fourth, you played to the gallery and affected everyone's cultivation. Any one of these crimes is punishable by death. As the captain of the vigilance team, I can't tolerate the existence of people who break the rules of the heavenly prefecture. So, for the sake of the heavenly prefecture's justice, I have to step out. At this moment, a large number of people slowly walked over. They were all wearing blue armor and had a high status. They were the Cold Words' vigilance team. I've finally been tricked. Many people secretly frowned. They also knew that this was a trap to force the newcomer to break the rules. Then Cold Words could openly kill the newcomer. It had to be said that Cold Words was very sinister. Of course, Heaven's Sanctum is a military, and there are exceptions. So, I'll ask you some questions, and you just have to answer them. First, you can use your military contributions. Second, you can use the Orange General's armor. If you can be absolved of your crimes, but your general's armor will be downgraded. Cold Words shouted sternly. In fact, his words were just for show, because everyone knew that the young man was a newbie. He did not even have a white armor, let alone a rainbow general. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see how Lin Ling would answer. Would he try his best to get away with it? Or kneel down and beg for mercy? Or they could use their backing. Are there any other crimes? However, Lin Ling said coldly. What other crimes were there? The crowd's eyes narrowed. Did the newcomer not think that he had broken enough crimes? Yes, you did not have armor, but you attacked someone who did. You did not know how to respect your seniors. That is the first crime. Second, you killed Brother Black Lightning in the floating skyfish. That is the second crime. At this time, a young man said coldly. It was Wu Ping. In the past, when Lin Ling first came to Dinghai Heaven's Sanctum, he lost to Lin Ling and had always been brooding. Today, he could finally watch Lin Ling die. There are so many crimes, but they are all the same. That newcomer is so stupid. He shouldn't have asked that question at this time, or it will lead to more crimes. Many people shook their heads. Did the newcomer not know his situation? Is that all? Lin Ling nodded and raised the sword in his hand. His cold eyes looked at Wu Ping, making Wu Ping's heart tremble violently. In the past, when he was defeated by Lin Ling, there was only resentment. However, today, when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, there was only respect in his heart. One look was enough to make him afraid. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to want to kill him. Crazy. How dare he kill him in front of the vigilante? This was definitely crazy, and the newcomer definitely did not dare to do it. He was just deliberately mystifying things. I'll add another crime. Kill you. However, was this deliberately mystifying things? Lin Ling did not listen to the vigilante's words before. Even if he did, he would not care. The so-called rules were the sword. The sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness. It seemed to carry Little Flame's anger as it slashed fiercely at Wu Ping. The crowd gasped. That guy made his move again. Wu Ping's eyes widened. What crime did the newcomer commit? But the newcomer made a move to kill him. Block it? Wu Ping roared in his heart, but how could he block it? Wherever the sword light passed, The profound meaning of life and death separated life and death. Bang! A head fell to the ground and rolled on the ground. Wu Ping was still standing on the ground, but his head had disappeared. Another crime. Moreover, I killed him in front of the vigilante, which was equivalent to slapping everyone in the vigilante. If it's my crime, then I might as well add another crime. The crowd was stunned. That guy was domineering and frivolous. Now there's another crime. What's the result for me? Silence. In the silence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. It made the vigilantes' faces turn ugly, especially cold words. His eyes were cold. You're already innocent. You can escape, but your crime is punishable by death. Next, don't blame the vigilante. Good. You're finished with your crimes. But you've forgotten that I don't seem to have counted your crimes. I'll say it now. You touched my brother Little Flame. For this crime, even the heavens can't save you. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Then what do you want? Ha! Cold words couldn't help but laugh. Many people behind him laughed. That newcomer dared to count their crimes? I've said it before, but you seem to have forgotten. Then I'll say it again. Lin Ling slowly put Little Flame into the green ring. His eyes finally looked at the crowd, but at this moment, they were incomparably cold. All of you die. Die. Boom. An extremely terrifying murderous aura erupted. Lin Ling turned into a death god and shot forward. But the terrifying thing was that his body was protected by a golden light, giving off an extremely sacred feeling. Shio. The sword came out and heads fell. Blood splattered on the ground. It was a shocking sight. The crowd in the distance gasped. They didn't expect that the newcomer would attack and kill the vigilante at that. Arrogant. Ha! The eyes of the 7-colored armored generals also narrowed. Then, someone said in shock, First layer transcendent realm, he doesn't have any armor. Ha! Obviously, Lin Ling's strength instantly let them know that this newcomer wasn't weak. He wasn't a newcomer at all. Sky-severing sword. Ha! Chapter 1110. Total annihilation, what a sharp sword. Wow! Many people were inexplicably excited. A single person had challenged the entire squad, yet it was as easy as chopping vegetables. This reminded them of a poem, 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. This was the free and easy nature of sword cultivators. Right and wrong were clear at a glance. Why should they be bound by rules? Bastard. Shit. Cold words also didn't expect that Lin Ling alone would be able to deal such a heavy blow to his squad. This was simply impossible for him. Among the first realm transcendents of the sea-calming heavenly palace, only a few had such strength, and he was one of them. Heaven-ripping cloud-parting spear, die. A crystal spear appeared in his hand, causing frost to pour out from the sky and earth. With a thrust of the spear, he unleashed a total of 6 layers of profound intent. Once I've judged them guilty, it's your turn. However, among the crowd, Lin Ling's giant sword was majestic. The black and white blade was unforgettable. It stood in front of him and blocked the spear. Then, his body disappeared and slaughtered the people of the alert team once again. As the squad leader, Cold Words' failure was a huge humiliation to him. Could he just watch as his squad was slaughtered? What a powerful comprehension of martial arts. It's as if he knows when his opponent will make a move. Often, before his opponent can make a move, he will kill them. When others attack him, he can easily avoid them. It feels as if everything is under his control. The 7-colored generals were shocked. How could they know that Lin Ling's soul force had increased so much that when he visualized the 9 heavenly fish diagrams, he could even control the trajectories of ordinary first realm transcendence? Lin Ling's defense was also terrifying. His physique was strong, and his body was protected by righteous energy. Naturally, he could wander among the transcendents and kill them. Since we can't escape death, we must kill him before we die. In just a few breaths, a large number of the squad members had died. The remaining people roared and released their spiritual yuan, destroying their own cultivations. Long. With more than a dozen people erupting with their spiritual qi, even Cold Words would have to avoid this attack. The eruption of spiritual qi was equivalent to the strongest attack the transcendent realm cultivator had ever made in his life. A huge shockwave appeared, causing countless people to fall back. It was as if the entire plaza had been destroyed. A moment later, the crowd lifted their gazes and saw that there were only 5 people left in the plaza. One of them was Cold Words, while the other 4 were members of the vigilance team. These fellows are crazy. They almost killed me. Luckily, I have the 6th level of profound meaning, iceberg protection. Cold Words' expression was extremely ugly. His entire team had died, and only then did he manage to kill that newbie? The faces of the other 4 were also pale. How terrifying! They had been law enforcers for many years, and this was the first time they had encountered such a terrifying opponent. 5 more. However, at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded, accompanied by the sound of footsteps that shook everyone's hearts. In the distance, Lin Ling held a giant sword in his hand and slowly walked over. His body was covered in a golden light, as if he was an immovable mountain. The 6th level of profound meaning of morality. At this moment, the 7-colored armored generals finally saw how powerful Lin Ling was. He actually had the 6th level of profound meaning, which was the same level as Cold Words. This meant that Lin Ling was also at the peak of the first stage of Transcendent Realm. No wonder he was able to block the Vigilance team's self-destruction. Those people were pitiful, they had died in vain. As for Cold Words and the other 4, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Was this really a newbie? The Vigilance team is law enforcers, representing the supreme military law. However, they were all wiped out. How ironic. Are your armors for show? Lin Ling continued to walk forward slowly. The black and white swords were a shocking sight. I don't want to be a member of the Vigilance team anymore. One of the 4 said nervously. This young man wasn't an ordinary first-stage transcendent. His profound meaning of martial was too terrifying. I don't want to be a member either. The others shouted. Cold Words roared angrily, "You dare!" He was a squad leader, but he didn't have any subordinates. What right did he have to call himself a squad leader? However, it was too late to think of not doing it now. In your next life, see clearly what's right and wrong before you become a member of the Vigilance team. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out from his mouth. The giant sword in his hand glowed even brighter as it ruthlessly slashed out. Fast, incomparably fast, as if it was the most powerful sword in the world. Bang bang bang. 4 heads fell to the ground. Blood spurted out and even their armors shattered. In less than an incense stick's time, only Cold Words was left in the Vigilance team. The entire Dinghai Heavenly Palace was dead silent. The Vigilance team wanted to kill the newbie today, so they set up a trap for the newbie. In the end, the newbie fell for it, giving the Vigilance team an excuse to kill him. However, any excuse or rules were useless. They couldn't compare to the young man's sword. The rules were broken by his sword. The most ironic thing was that the young man used the sword of righteousness. Righteousness killed the Vigilance team. Who could correct that? Aren't you surprised? You didn't expect this at all, right? On the empty ground, only 2 figures stood quietly. They were Lin Ling and Cold Words. Lin Ling spoke coldly, causing Cold Words' eyes to flicker. He felt like he was in a dream. When he first met Lin Ling, he had just become a team leader. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as an example to others, but he failed. At that time, he told Lin Ling, "Don't die in my hands." Now, Lin Ling had died in his hands, but he had easily killed all of his men. This resistance was like a slap to his face, slapping him so hard that he didn't know where he was. "You're arrogant." Retracting his thoughts, Lung Yen ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. "It depends on who I'm dealing with. Against you, I must be arrogant." Lin Ling replied softly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Cold Words. His meaning was obvious. It's your turn now. There was also another layer of meaning. You can calculate my sins in detail. Unfortunately, would the calculated sins be of any use? If he couldn't catch the culprit, he couldn't kill Lin Ling. No matter how many sins Lin Ling had committed, Cold Words couldn't do anything about it. When you fought with them, your spiritual energy has been exhausted, but I'm still at my peak. Next, let me judge your final sin. Cold Words took a deep breath. He knew what Lin Ling meant. Then, he had no choice but to act. You're a newcomer. I forgot to tell you, in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, the first stage of transcendence is just the beginning. There are many experts at this stage, so you don't need to be so arrogant. Next, you'll be facing a peak existence in the first stage of transcendence. Cold Words waved his long spear. It was actually made of crystal and emitted a dazzling light. In a 100-meter radius around him, a world of ice and snow appeared. Cold Words was able to become the captain of the guard team. His strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Is the battle of the strongest in the first stage of transcendence about to begin? That's the Sky Ice Mountain River Spear, a half-step sacred weapon. When this spear was forged, the mountains and rivers froze, almost triggering the sacred weapon tribulation. In addition, Cold Words' profound has reached level 6. In this final battle, Cold Words has a higher chance of winning. The 7-colored armored generals said indifferently. Previously, they were shocked by Lin Ling's crazy rise. In one fell swoop, he had become famous in Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. But in the end, that newcomer still had to face Cold Words. The other black and white armored youths couldn't see how strong Cold Words was, but they knew that Lin Ling had exhausted his spiritual energy. Next, when facing Cold Words at his peak, Lin Ling would be in danger. It would be difficult for him to escape death. Chapter 11:11. Just one sword, I am not arrogant. From the start, I have never said how strong I am in the first realm of transcendence. You are the one who said it. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. Only his giant sword emitted a raging battle intent, causing many people to secretly admire Lin Ling. He was just a newbie, but he was able to become the main character of today's stage, worthy of respect. I am arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. Compared to you, I have the right to be arrogant. For example, did you participate in the East Suppression War? Did you go to the Transcendent Death Abyss to train? Did you learn your Upanishad from millions of people? You have nothing, you are just a newbie. Chichi. Accompanied by Cold Words' words, the power of the world of ice and snow became even more terrifying. A snowstorm started to fall from the sky, and Cold Words' blue armor was mighty, like a general of snow. No, I have nothing, but you have everything. However, you have said so much, I only know that you speak a lot of nonsense. Lin Ling also released his righteous energy, resisting the snowstorm in the sky. It was like a clash between the strongest geniuses in the first realm of transcendence. Their auras were like lightning. All right, I will not talk nonsense, I will kill you with one spear. Cold Words' forehead was bulging with veins. A newbie was indeed a newbie. Everything he said, the other party didn't know. His indifferent attitude made him even angrier. 100 Worlds Reincarnation Spear of Life and Death. Go! At this moment, there was no point in holding back. He could only use his strongest attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The most terrifying attack of a transcendent first realm expert appeared. First, the crystal spear shattered and then reassembled, causing everyone's weapons to emit a crisp sound. It was as if they were being subdued by a half-step saint weapon. However, this was only the beginning. A vast and mighty world of snow and wind appeared, turning a part of Sky Tomb City into a world of ice. With a thrust of the spear, the ice dragon roared. Amazing! Wow! Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. The weapon was very strong, and the profound was even stronger. As expected of Cold Words, this kind of battle even attracted the attention of many experts in Sky Tomb City. They all watched from afar, and many of them knew Cold Words' name. They could only shake their heads helplessly. That newcomer without armor was actually challenging Cold Words? Was he courting death? The most important thing is that the newcomer had fought many transcendents before, so his spiritual source was greatly depleted. Some of the spectators had arrived earlier, so when they saw the previous battle, a seemingly strong old man holding a gourd and drinking wine said, Indeed, this was something that everyone knew. This also meant that Cold Words, who was at his peak, was challenging the newcomers. However, what they didn't know was that a transcendent realm cultivator really only had one strand of spiritual source. Boom. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. The power was earth-shattering. It was the power of a new spiritual source. Bang. In the distance, the old man who was drinking wine clenched his gourd so hard that it exploded. His aged eyes widened. A brand new power of spiritual source. Could it be that he had two spiritual sources? Previously on the other side of the chains, a mysterious young man defeated Gu Changhe. Could it be him? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the people in the sea-calming heavenly palace, their hearts trembled violently, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in life. Boom. However, the earth-shattering event wasn't over yet. At the same time, the sound of a sword rang out. Countless weapons in their hands shattered, and even half-step sacred weapons trembled. That was the power of a sacred weapon. The sword in the newcomer's hand is a sacred weapon. Boom! At this moment, even the seven-colored armored general was shocked. Just how many trump cards did the newcomer have? As for Cold Words, he was the closest to Lin Ling, so naturally he could feel the terrifying aura. His heart beat violently. Two strands of spiritual source, the power of a sacred weapon. Compared to everything he had, Lin Ling was far superior to him. Moreover, he had proudly told Lin Ling about his experiences and how strong he was. Damn it, the only thing I can rely on is my 6th level profound. My profound is definitely stronger than his. Go! Leng Yen erupted with all of his strength, causing his world of ice and snow to reach an unprecedented peak. In fact, this was the strongest attack of his life. Under pressure, a person's potential would explode. Cold Words was one of them. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Was the clash of the strongest about to begin? They wondered how intense the clash of these two first-level transcendent geniuses would be. However, did it need to be intense? One sword was enough. An incomparably resplendent white light soared into the sky. The mighty righteous chi parted the clouds. Then, a black chi that seemed to come from the underworld permeated the air. It was a world of murderous intent. What was frightening was that this combination of righteous and evil, the sixfold righteous profound and the first murderous profound, had also combined. 7th level of the life and death profound. One sword cleaved the sky. There was no intense sword slash. It was just a black and white sword that appeared like the cycle of life and death. It crossed the sky and split the world of ice and snow, causing Cold Words to tremble. It was as if something had passed him. His eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He had lost to his opponent. He had lost to his weapon. He had lost to his opponent. Even the 6th level of the martial profound that he was most proud of had lost to his opponent. Yet he dared to convict his opponent? Boom! The sky finally exploded. That was the sound of the world of ice and snow exploding. Countless snowflakes drifted down, accompanied by Cold Words' body. On the ground, Lin Ling sheathed his sword and stood up. He carried the great sword on his back and slowly left. His lonely figure was a ghastly sight as the snowflakes fell from the sky. Bang! It wasn't until Cold Words' body fell to the ground that the crowd's heart trembled violently. They looked over and saw that Cold Words had been decapitated. The last member of the vigilance team was killed with one sword. Those who wanted to kill Little Monkey were all convicted. They couldn't escape the death penalty. Moreover, there was no intense collision. It was just one sword strike. In the sky and on the ground, countless people were speechless. What a terrifying first-stage transcendent genius. If that was the case, who among the first-stage transcendent of the sea-calming heavenly palace would be able to compete with him? Fighting 3,000 li in battle, one sword strike against 1,000,000 soldiers. In the distant sky, the experts from Sky Tomb City said solemnly. They knew that another expert of the sea-calming heavenly palace had been born. What was ironic was that none of them recognized this genius. This made them even more certain that this young genius had shaken the entire sea-calming heavenly palace in one battle. One must know that in the sea-calming heavenly palace, there were countless talented generals. However, most of them relied on accumulating battle merits to become famous. It was difficult to become famous in one battle because there were too many talented generals. You weren't the only one who was strong. Others were also constantly getting stronger. However, today, someone had done it. That young man was probably invincible among the first stage transcendent in the Sky Tomb City. No one spoke. However, when they saw that the handsome young man was still wearing a black robe, they immediately felt inferior. They wore black and white armor, representing their status and pride. But now, did they have the qualifications to wear armor? Amazing! 6th level profound and a dual spiritual variant martial cultivator. It seems that our sea-calming heavenly palace has another rising star. Bang! Chapter 11-12. Exchanging pointers. This newcomer has become famous in just one battle, but ironically, even we don't know his name. Strange. What's so strange about it? Anything can happen in this world, and miracles are naturally one of them. Strange. In my opinion, he won by relying on that sword of his. Strange. The seven-colored general was like a crane in a flock of chickens, indifferently commenting on Lin Ling's strength. Everyone around him remained silent. Obviously they weren't qualified to speak. Lin Ling continued walking forward, as if he didn't see them at all. Wait. At that moment, an indifferent voice called out. Among the seven-colored generals, a burly young man called out to Lin Ling, "What's the matter?" Lin Ling furrowed his brows. These people were all at the second level of the Transcendent Realm and were wearing the Rainbow 7 armor. Their strength and status shouldn't be low, but what was strange was that he didn't have any interactions with these people. "No, I'm just curious about the 2 strands of spiritual chi you released before, so I wanted to ask you and see how powerful your second strand of spiritual chi is." The burly young man smiled faintly, as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. "It's Meng Chong." Many people thought of this name. This young man was the green-armored general who had followed Venerable C. Calming out in the past and completed a difficult mission, earning Venerable C. Calming's favor and even teaching him a set of secret techniques, making him famous in Sky Tomb City. However, this person had never met Lin Ling before, so why was he talking to Lin Ling? "Meng Chong, don't you know that the greatest taboo for cultivators is to ask about their strength?" In the distance, a cultivator from Sky Tomb City sneered. Others didn't know what Meng Chong meant, but they knew that Meng Chong wanted to cultivate another strand of spiritual chi. Scram. On the ground, the green-armored young man, Meng Chong, shouted coldly, waving his hand and summoning a vast sea into the sky, turning it into a huge blue water dragon, causing the cultivator who spoke to narrow his eyes. He was also a second-layer transcendent, but obviously he wasn't Meng Chong's opponent. "Do as you wish." The man frantically retreated, wanting to escape, but he was still drowned by the sea and killed in a single move. Is this the great ocean swallowing heaven art taught by Venerable C. Calming down? This level of martial profundity, I'm afraid it's 8 layers. Many martial artists had dignified expressions. For Venerable C. Calming to become an existence that Sky Tomb City could not afford to provoke, his strength was truly terrifying. With just a few casual pointers, a genius was born and he could easily kill a martial artist of the same level. It was no wonder that this youth could become a 7-colored general. In this way, no one dared to speak. "Hee, it's just a spar, I won't hurt you. Moreover, you can also prove where your limits are." Facing a peak general at the second layer of the Transcendent Realm, do you only need one sword strike? Meng Chong retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Ling. Behind him, many people revealed looks of anticipation. Previously, the newcomer had defeated Leng Yan, but he did not seem to have reached his limit. Therefore, they also wanted to see where this newcomer's limit was. And after this battle with Meng Chong, they would be able to see. Lin, however, under Meng Chong's expectant gaze, Lin Ling indifferently replied, then slowly walked forward. To him, there was no need to prove anything, because the sea-calming heavenly palace was not his goal. His goal was the Void Star Divine Palace, so there was no need to prove himself by exchanging pointers with these 7-colored generals. The crowd's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had rejected the challenge? It had to be known that the 7 colored generals were all high and mighty, disdaining to say anything to the black and white generals. But this time, the newcomer had actually rejected the challenge. You're rejecting me? Meng Chang's eyes revealed his displeasure. He thought that the newcomer would be more grateful if he could exchange pointers with him, but who knew that the newcomer would not give him any face at all? Do you think you can leave just because you want to? Meng Chong did not speak, but a handsome young man beside him spoke. He was also wearing green armor, but his expression was even colder than Meng Chong's. Then what do you want? Lin Ling frowned. These people thought that their cultivation was high, so they wanted to exchange pointers, not caring about what others thought. It's fine if you don't want to exchange pointers, but leave that saint artifact behind. Lend it to us for a few days and we'll return it to you. The handsome young man said coldly. His name was Yu Ziyun, and he was also an extremely powerful existence among the 7 colored generals. His words were clearly much more domineering. He said that he wanted to borrow, but in reality, he wanted to snatch, and he was also a sword cultivator. You don't have any armor on you, while we have 7 colored armor. We're giving you face by allowing you to exchange pointers. If we force it, you won't be able to do anything. Yes. The other 7 colored generals also spoke up one after another. The hunter would shoot the bird that sticks out, especially someone like Lin Ling, who had made a name for himself in a single battle. Naturally, many people did not like him. Many people knew this, so when they faced the 7 colored generals, they all lowered their heads. They were not like Lin Ling, who was arrogant and fearless. And if I refuse? Lin Ling's eyes became cold. Refuse? Yes. The young man called Yu Ziyun laughed. No one knew what he was laughing about, but in the next moment, a cold, murderous intent erupted. That's not up to you. A sword tore through the sky and slashed toward Lin Ling. It was an extremely terrifying gang sword ultimacy, and it had reached 8 levels. One must know that it was extremely difficult to raise one's profound by a single level. There were even people who, in order to raise their profound, trained bitterly for 10 years in the ocean, in volcanoes, in the desolate forests, all for the sake of comprehending that single level. This was also the meaning of sharpening one's sword for 10 years. With 8 levels of the astral sword profound in addition to the cultivation of a transcendent realm cultivator, that single sword strike was truly terrifying. Under countless gazes, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and cracks appeared. This was a large area of space being torn apart. One sword severing space. Facing the powerful aura, Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. The small world in his body awakened, causing the earth to shake. Then the black and white sword and the sea urchin sword clashed. The sound of the collision caused many people's eardrums to hurt. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling was not defeated. Instead, he was constantly being pushed back by Yu Ziyun's sword. Fierce, when that newcomer fought against dozens of transcendent realm masters before, his spiritual yuan had only recovered by half, but now he's fighting the 7-colored armored general again. Yu Ziyun's victory is somewhat unfair. Many people watched the battle in shock. Today's newcomer was too dazzling, causing the 7-colored armored general to be dissatisfied. Your sword isn't bad, it's quite powerful. More importantly, I feel like your spiritual yuan recovery speed is faster than ours. Yu Ziyun was wearing a green armor, his sword like a vast ocean. The astral sword profound slashed out, leaving thousands of holes in the ground. He constantly rushed forward, suppressing Lin Ling. However, what he said was not wrong. Lin Ling had comprehended 9 heavenly fish diagrams, one of which allowed him to recover his spiritual yuan. Although its effects were not instantaneous, it was still faster than an ordinary transcendent. You have a lot of secrets, but I'll force you to reveal them one by one. As for the unfair victory, that's nothing. With your strength, no matter how much I hold back, you'll still lose. Chapter 11:13. Mysterious blue flames clang. Clang. Get lost. Level 7 righteous energy. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword flashed with white light, making his sword even more majestic. He slashed out like a storm. Level 7, one level higher than before. Evidently, the tyrannical song sword's hidden righteous energy had been activated again under the pressure. A figure was sent flying. It was Wuxia. Although his profound meaning was level 8 astral sword, it was clear that his profound meaning of righteousness was slightly stronger, so he was pushed back. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was actually pushed back in a clash of swords. Moreover, he had just said that with his strength, no matter how much he went easy on Lin Ling would still lose. However, he had been pushed back without going easy on Lin Ling. Those words were like a slap to his own face. This is not over yet. Wuxia roared. He gripped his sword even tighter, preparing to launch an even more terrifying attack. However, did Lin Ling need to wait for him to make the first move? Although Lin Ling could not defeat his opponent, his righteous energy and physical defense were so strong that his opponent would not be able to defeat him in a short period of time. Level 8 Life and Death Profound, Void-Cleaving Sword. The sharpest sword appeared. Combining level 7 righteous energy Profound and Killing Profound, Lin Ling's sword was like a painting in the sky as it slashed out fiercely. The sword moved even faster. Not to mention the eyes, one could not even feel it. What? Wuxia felt as if time had stopped. That sword seemed to have appeared right in front of him, and it was extremely thin. It was like a ray of light shooting towards him. Clang. A crisp sound rang out at the same time. He raised his astral sword, blocking the sword that was coming towards him. It was as if the void had been sliced apart. A sword flashed past him, causing a large number of buildings behind him to collapse. Looking at that terrifying sword, even the eyes of the 7-colored armored general narrowed. His evaluation of Lin Ling had increased once again. That fellow could fight against those of a higher level. At the same time, cracks appeared on Wuxia's armor. Although it did not affect him much, it was still a great humiliation. Lin Ling had broken his armor, the green armor that he was most proud of. I will kill you. Wuxia was furious. He hadn't even made a move, but the newcomer had already made a move and injured him. He's still a newbie? The crowd completely ignored the furious Wuxia. Instead, they trembled as they looked at the black-robed young man. At this moment, the black robe was even more dazzling. Man, sword as one. At this moment, a deep voice drifted out. In the air, the astral sword was like the most terrifying dragon in the world. It swept across the land and even killed some of the white-armored generals. Many people looked up and saw that Wuxia had already disappeared. There was only a sword in his place, and it was a shocking sword. Man and sword as one. Legend had it that this was an even higher realm than sword cultivation. Man, sword, and the heavens fused together to form a heavenly sword that could cut through everything. With Wuxia's cultivation and comprehension, it was naturally impossible for him to reach such a terrifying realm. After all, even a transcendent realm master would have to work hard to learn the profound. Therefore, the only possibility was that Wuxia was born with a saint physique. This sword is a yellow rank saint physique. Since you are fated to see it in your life, you can die in peace. A majestic voice rang out as the heavenly sword slashed towards Lin Ling. The most terrifying thing was that the sword seemed slow, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was impossible to dodge. This was a power that surpassed the profound meaning of martial arts. That brat is pretty good to be able to force Wuxia to use his saint physique. The 7-colored armored generals all sneered. Only top-notch generals like them knew how terrifying Wuxia was. Serves you right. We asked you to hand over the sword, but you refused. Do you think you can do whatever you want in the sea-calming heavenly palace just because you defeated cold words? Meng Chong also sneered. However, it was a pity that he didn't get to ask about the cultivation method of the second spiritual source. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. This was the first time he had seen a saint physique that focused on the sword. As such, he had to use his trump card. He's not afraid in the face of danger. How determined! Many people stared at Lin Ling and were even more surprised. This proved that although this newcomer did not have any military achievements, He was still an existence that had experienced hundreds of battles. Then, they saw Lin Ling slowly put away the tyrannical song sword. This action made everyone shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling had given up. However, this was normal. Facing a general with a higher realm and a stronger saint physique, how could a newcomer not give up? Did he just give up? They did not know that Yu Xiyun was not the only one who had a saint physique. This flame is an earth-rank saint physique. Since you're fated to see it in this life, you can die in peace. A calm voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth. A wisp of blue flame appeared on his palm and slowly danced, giving off an extremely peaceful feeling. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be silent. The crowd's mouths were wide open. They realized that their voices seemed to have disappeared. Without saying anything else, Lin Ling held the wisp of flame in his hand and shot it forward. Lin Ling did not know how powerful an earth-rank flame was, so he wanted to give it a try. What's that? Yu Xiyun frowned. He sensed an aura that surpassed his innate saint physique enveloping him. That aura was very dense, as if it was the heavens. This caused his sword to slash down even faster. He was a little panicked. Boom! Blue flames intertwined, and the sword was mighty. The terrifying power was earth-shattering. What did that newcomer do? Many people did not even have time to react because Lin Ling's attack was too fast. The flame appeared, and he attacked in an instant. He did not seem to be giving up at all. You want to fight me head-on? When the two forces collided, Yu Xiyun calmed down. He was overjoyed as if he could see the light of victory. However, in the next moment, his face turned pale. Chi-chi-chi. Bright blue sparks bloomed. His sword was corroded and even gradually burned. How is this possible? Yu Xiyun roared. One had to know that with his saint physique, he could suppress anyone in the same realm, unless the opponent's profound meaning was at level 9. However, in the clash of his saint physique, the flame and the sword intertwined, and his sword was burned. The most frightening thing was that after his sword was burned, the strange blue flame began to spread toward him. The calmness and holiness within it made him unable to resist at all. What is that? After uttering the final words of his life, Yu Xiyun disappeared into thin air. He had been incinerated into nothingness at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps he had fought countless battles throughout his life and defeated countless geniuses and experts, but this final battle was the most inexplicable loss of his life. He's dead. Everyone looked blankly at the sky. Previously, Yu Xiyun had taken a fancy to the newcomer's sword, but he had found an excuse to snatch it. However, the newcomer had refused to fight, so he could only attack domineeringly. However, after attacking, he died even faster than cold words. A strange flame had ended his life. Chapter 11:14. Only one flame, earth-grade flame, you did not disappoint me. Boom! Lin Ling floated in midair, the flame in his hand still burning calmly. His indifferent eyes looked towards Meng Chong, causing Meng Chong's pupils to constrict. The battle had ended too quickly, he did not know how Yu Xiyun had died. You want to spar with me? Boom! A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Meng Chong swallowed his saliva and subconsciously said, No. Boom! You said you wanted to spar before, you wouldn't have hurt me. Moreover, I can prove my limits. Against a second-stage transcendent realm general, I only need one sword. Lin Ling walked down step by step from the sky. He held a blue flame in his hand, as if a blue flame god had descended. I can tell you now that I can't defeat you with a single sword strike, but I only need one flame. Boom! I refuse to spar. Boom! Looking at Lin Ling walking down step by step, Meng Chong gritted his teeth and said. He did not know why he said that, but he had a feeling in his heart that he would not spar if he could. He was scared. Everyone saw that he was scared. Previously, he had blocked Lin Ling's path and wanted to spar, but now Lin Ling had given him the chance to spar, but he rejected it. However, I want to spar with you. Boom! In mid-air, Lin Ling said coldly, causing Meng Chong's heart to tremble violently. In his eyes, the flame in Lin Ling's hand shot down, domineering and majestic. Meng Chong could not refuse. What kind of flame does that newcomer control? Why is Meng Chong so scared? Boom! Many people felt that today's events were unbelievable. If you want to spar with me, then die. Boom! Seeing Lin Ling rushing down, Meng Chong knew that he could not dodge. In that instant, his confidence rose. Previously, he did not know how Yu Ziyun had died, but he guessed that the newcomer might have taken advantage of him. Although his strength was on par with Yu Ziyun's, he still had a chance to kill him. 100 rivers to the sea. The profound meaning of the eightfold river ocean was released. As if summoned, the rivers and seas of heaven and earth surged over. It was majestic and fast, turning the sea-calming heavenly abode into a vast ocean. Venerable sea calming's ultimate technique. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, it wasn't rare to see someone using spirit chi to form a sea. However, it was rare to see someone controlling the power of the sea and absorbing hundreds of rivers. This kind of profound meaning formed a world of the sea. When the sea faced the fire, it was obvious that the sea was more terrifying, and the fire would be extinguished. Especially when many people saw the tiny flame in Lin Ling's hand, they felt that the flame had dimmed even more. Only one person's pupils constricted as he stared fixedly at the green flame. A terrifying thought rushed into his mind, and this person was precisely the middle-aged man on the chains who had been knocked down the mountain by Lin Ling. That fire, could it be the fire at the bottom of the mountain? He muttered to himself, causing many people to feel puzzled. What was the origin of that flame? Earlier, I was knocked down the mountain. Do you know why I didn't die? The middle-aged man said in shock. Many people were also puzzled. After all, the Sea Heart Flame was at the bottom of Sky Hill City. The Sea Heart Flame was an Earth-grade flame that was crazy and tyrannical. Why didn't this middle-aged man die? Because there is no longer any fire at the bottom of the mountain. My guess is that the fire is on that newcomer. The middle-aged man said word by word, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That young man had subdued the Sea Heart Flame? However, the Sea Heart Flame was like a sea of fire, completely different from the wisp of flame in the young man's hand. After all, the young man's flame was too small, like the light of a grain of rice. See? Sorry, I have one too. At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted through the air. At the same time, an endless sea appeared in the sky. It was tranquil and vast, causing people's hearts to calm down. Look at the sky, the earth, and the two seas. The crowd pointed to the front and exclaimed. Their breathing became hurried. That miraculous scene was too shocking. Voila! At this moment, a vast sea appeared in the sky, as if it wanted to drown all life in the world. On the earth, the sea also rolled, forming a vast scene of two seas confronting each other. However, while the earth was an ocean, the sky was not necessarily an ocean. I know why I didn't die. The Sea Heart Flame at the bottom of the mountain was absorbed by him. Under the silence, the middle-aged man excitedly shouted, causing many people to react. There were no more flames at the bottom of the mountain, all of the flames were here. Boom! In the sky, the calm sea finally erupted at this moment. It was as if the four seas were boiling and 10,000 horses were galloping. The most frightening thing was that it was not a sea, but a fire. Sea Heart Flame. Yes. At this moment, everyone was finally sure, because they would face the Sea Heart Flame every time they left the city. How could they not be familiar with it? Earth-grade flame. Yes. Meng Chong's eyes were wide open as he watched his sea being burned and disappearing into nothingness. Meanwhile, the sea in the sky was surging towards him, making him feel as if he was walking on the most dangerous chain and could die at any moment. The Earth-grade Saint Physique was so frightening. There was no need for any profound martial arts, just the power of heaven and earth was enough to sweep through everything. Incomparably hot temperature rushed over and burned him, turning him into ashes before he could even shout. The last thought before he died was that he actually wanted to spar with a genius with an Earth-grade Saint Physique. This was overestimating himself. He did not die in vain. Another 7-colored armored general has fallen. The people in the distance seemed to be numb, and the most frightening thing was that they could not feel the heat of the flames, only the tranquility of the sea, but they could see Meng Chong fall. The three great generals, Leng Words, Yu Ziyun, and Meng Chong, all fell one by one. The most frightening thing was that Yu Ziyun and Meng Chong were seven-colored armored generals with illustrious achievements. They were true geniuses who had traveled extensively, but they were still defeated. The most frightening thing was that only one sword was needed to defeat Yu Ziyun, and only one flame was needed to defeat Yu Ziyun and Meng Chong. In the air, the sea turned into a whirlpool and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's body floated down, and his calm eyes made the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture fall silent. Today, Lin Ling, the newcomer, had completely shocked everyone. You killed a seven-colored armored general. Finally, someone shouted angrily. It was the people of the seven-colored armored generals. They were just courting death. Staring at that person, Lin Ling said indifferently. However, many people agreed with his words. If Meng Chong and the others wanted to spar, Lin Ling should have accompanied them. Now that they had died, who could they blame? If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for overestimating themselves. If you are not convinced, you can spar with me. Moreover, you said before that you were armored generals and I was a robed newcomer. Sparring with me was giving me face. Now you can give me face. Lin Ling said again, which made the expressions of the generals change. They became silent. They were armored generals, high and mighty, but now they couldn't be arrogant. Their rainbow-colored armor seemed to be mocking them at this moment. Do you dare? If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. Chapter 11:15. The Return of the Lord, Arrogant. He's not wearing any armor, but he shouted at the seven-colored armored generals and made them afraid to fight. The crowd looked at the scene as if they were dreaming. Today's events had created a miracle for the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Newcomer, don't be too arrogant. They have military merits and armor, but you don't. You've broken the rules by killing them. Military rules are military rules. Others can't suppress you, but we can. At this moment, two figures came from afar. Their red armor was as dazzling as blood. These two were very old, about 50 years old. They were clearly the oldest generals of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. As for their strength, it was naturally incomparably terrifying. They surpassed all the young people because red armor represented everything. It was the leader of the seven colors of the rainbow. This also meant that the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture was very powerful. Other than the young generals, the other experts were also like carps crossing a river. Elder Long and Elder Hu. Many people's expressions changed slightly, but the seven-colored armored generals laughed. They didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had broken the rules. How could the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted? Lin Ling was dead meat. Rules were rules. No matter who was right or wrong, anyone who broke the rules would be punished. Even so, many people still felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying. They needed to send out ancient generals to suppress him. Among the younger generation, no one would dare to fight with him. You guys are so old. Is it possible that your eyesight has deteriorated? Lin Ling said with a frown when he sensed the powerful aura enveloping him. The two old men were very strong. Today, you're famous in Sky Hill City. If we don't subdue you, how can the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture convince the people? Two old men stepped on the clouds and came over. One of them shouted angrily, while the other said coldly, if the Venerable One was here, he would also kill you, because merit is merit and wrong is wrong. Merit is merit and wrong is wrong. Then why didn't you stop me when I attacked? Instead, you appeared after I defeated my opponent. Since you uphold the military rules, why are you so insidious? Lin Ling shouted coldly on the ground. Little bastard, you have a sharp tongue. We want to kill you. Is it your turn to talk nonsense? The two old men in red armor were furious. This newcomer dared to refute them? Moreover, Meng Chong was a general valued by the Venerable. Now that he was dead, how could they let the newcomer leave? Most importantly, the newcomer didn't seem to have any backers. Pop 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 pop. The two old men instantly. Obviously, they wanted to capture Lin Ling, so they stopped the others. Some older cultivators guessed. The 18 dragon and tiger generals were famous in Tianling City. They were even famous in the Xianpeng big region. Then, many people looked at the young man on the ground. They wanted to see him regret. However, they were disappointed. Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. His unyielding eyes were still looking at the sky. Such a determined little guy. He still won't admit his wrongs. Many people admired him. The newcomer was magnanimous and decisive. Right and wrong were only balanced in his heart. No matter how strong the expert was, the newcomer would not lower his unyielding spine. Wrong is wrong, right is right. What does it have to do with merit? Suddenly, an ancient fan appeared in the sky. The ancient 8 trigrams were drawn on the fan. It was mysterious and vast. Wind of the past. An old man in a purple robe appeared. His right hand pointed at the sky. There were no complicated martial arts. Strength represented everything. The old man in red armor who charged at Lin Ling had his armor split open. Under countless shocked gazes, he turned to dust. This person was blown to death by the wind. What kind of wind was that? It was too terrifying. The expression of the other old man in red armor changed. He stopped charging and stared at the old man in the purple robe. Old man Dong Fu. When his voice fell, the entire ground was dead silent. Old man Dong Fu, this is a matter of my Ding Hai heavenly mansion. What do you mean by meddling? The remaining old man in red armor said coldly. He also knew that old man Dong Fu was not on good terms with Zun Darren. The former had never come to Ding Hai heavenly mansion, but he had appeared here today. It was extremely strange. What is Ding Hai heavenly mansion? I'll tell you, even if that old ghost Ding Hai Zun is here, if he dares to move against my assistant, I dare to destroy him. In the sky, old man Dong Fu shouted angrily. He had just returned to Sky Tomb City and encountered this matter. Luckily, he had returned in time. Your assistant? The old man in red armor frowned. Who is it? Lin Ling is my assistant. Old man Dong Fu. The old man in red armor said disdainfully. The old man in red armor's eyes narrowed. It had to be said that old man Dong Fu had a strange personality. He didn't even give face to Zun Darren. And now, this newcomer with some power had become old man Dong Fu's assistant? Assistant? Many people were also shocked. They suddenly had a feeling that the newcomer was not wearing armor. This did not mean that he was a newcomer, but that he was an existence that surpassed all the great generals. Only then did the newcomer have the privilege of not wearing armor. Even so, this person has killed multiple great generals. Do you not have to give an explanation? The old man in red armor's heart was still trembling, but he gritted out. If I don't give it? Old man Dong Fu said coldly. Then don't blame me for being vicious. Even if you are a great person, the dignity of Ding Hai heavenly mansion cannot be violated. The old man in red armor said fearlessly. His support was Ding Hai Zun, so he was not afraid. I only left for 3 days and my Ding Hai heavenly mansion has become like this. While the two sides were at loggerheads, an ancient voice drifted through the world. The sky turned into a rainbow color as an ancient white sailboat sailed over from afar. It was as if the sky had turned into the sea. There were 3 figures standing on the sailboat. One of them was wearing a blue robe and had an indifferent expression like the most ancient sea king. He was Venerable Sea Calming. Beside him was Madame Yuqin and a devastatingly beautiful young lady. Ding Hai Zun. Everyone's expression changed dramatically and they knelt down on one knee. They were excited. Today, this newcomer had stirred up a storm and caused old man Dong Fu and Ding Hai Zun to come out. Why did this newcomer have such courage? Lin Ling looked at the young woman on the ship and was shocked. One of the people on the ship was Yumun Yun. Darren, this person is not wearing armor, but he is arrogant. He killed 3 great generals and turned Ding Hai heavenly mansion into a mess. Please punish him. The old man in red armor became excited. When he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling with resentment and excitement. This newcomer was very arrogant. He did not give him face and even had old man Dong Fu come out to support him. But now that Darren had returned, could this newcomer still be arrogant? The ship stopped in the sky. Ding Hai Zun frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and was silent. He's dead for sure. Many people thought, especially the 7-colored armored generals. They rejoiced in his misfortune. This newcomer was still arrogant. Chapter 11:16. Shock. You killed the 7-colored armored general? Venerable C. Calming finally spoke. His voice was like the heaven's might, and everyone could sense that he was extremely angry. On the ground, Lin Ling looked up at the sky, his clear eyes unfazed. That's right. You destroyed my C. Calming heavenly palace? Venerable C. Calming asked again. That's right. Lin Ling was still fearless, which made many people admire his fearless heart even more. You've only been in my C. Calming heavenly palace for less than half a month, but you've already defeated the 7-colored armored general. Most importantly, my general has few opponents in the second layer of the transcendent realm. How did you do it? Venerable C. Calming's voice was still low. With this? That's right. Without further ado, Lin Ling stretched out his hand and a blue flame bloomed on his palm. Sea Heart Flame. Venerable C. Calming was shocked as he stared at the blue flame. Not long ago, he had given Lin Ling some pointers and thought that Lin Ling would spend his entire life subduing that flame. Who would have thought that this little brat would create a miracle in such a short period of time? An Earth-grade Saint Physique had turned an ordinary cultivator into an outstanding genius. Venerable C. Calming's gaze suddenly fell on Old Man Dong Fu not far away. Why are you here? Old C. Calming, don't put on airs in front of me. I won't let you touch him. Old Man Dong Fu shouted coldly. He thought Venerable C. Calming was going to attack Lin Ling. You're helping him? This time, Venerable C. Calming's surprise turned into shock. How many surprises did this little brat Lin Ling want to give him? Even he couldn't do it, but this little brat had done it. He couldn't see through him. At this moment, he felt that Lin Ling was even more unfathomable. Venerable C. Calming's silence undoubtedly made many people sneer. They seemed to feel that their lord was even angrier. Of course, this was normal. How could their lord let a newcomer go after killing a general and destroying C. Calming heavenly palace? Who said I was going to convict him? From today onwards, Lin Ling is the C. Calming heavenly prefecture's red-armored general. However, just as everyone thought that, a voice that was as majestic as the heavens drifted out, causing many people's faces to stiffen. Not only was the venerable one not angry, but he even rewarded the newcomer. What exactly happened? Everyone looked at the sky and suddenly realized that Venerable C. Calming wasn't joking. Sir, he has violated military regulations. The red-armored elder couldn't help but shout loudly. He was unwilling to accept this. How could it be like this? Supremacy C. Calming didn't kill the newcomer even though he wasn't wearing any armor? Elder Hu Shui, go to the Heartblade Valley and reflect on your mistakes for 10 years. Venerable C. Calming glanced at the red-armored old man and said indifferently, face the wall and reflect? Many people's expressions were extremely interesting. One had to know that the red-armored senior was a doyen of the C. Calming heavenly prefecture and was many times nobler than the newcomer. However, not only did the supremacy not convict the newcomer, he even made the red-armored senior reflect on his mistakes. This fact was beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that the newcomer was more important than the red-armored senior? But the red-armored elder seemed to have lost his soul. He couldn't understand. After all, he was extremely powerful and was many times stronger than the newcomer. In terms of value, how could the newcomer compare to him? Do I need to explain? Venerable C. Calming said indifferently. An invisible aura was released, causing the red-armored elder to spit out blood. He retreated and finally lowered his head. This one is willing to accept the punishment. He knew that Venerable C. Calming was the most serious person and didn't like people asking why he did something. If he said another word, Venerable C. Calming would kill him. If he hadn't experienced it personally, he would have thought it was a dream to kill an expert like him for a newcomer. Then he looked down at Lin Ling and his expression instantly became complicated. Previously, he thought that the newcomer would definitely die with Venerable C. Calming's arrival and that the old man of Dong Fu wouldn't be able to save him. However, reality proved that it was all his wishful thinking. He was the one who was convicted. Compared to the newcomer, he was nothing. 10 years of reflection. He wasn't young anymore. How many more decades did he have in his life? And the mistake was that he had underestimated the newcomer. He thought that the newcomer had no background, so he used his status as an expert to bully him and caused the present result. Old man of Dong Fu, you can leave. This person is my red armored general. I definitely won't touch him. Ignoring everyone's complicated thoughts, Venerable Si Kaming looked at the old man of Dong Fu and said. The old man of Dong Fu was very surprised, but he didn't know that in the heart of Venerable Si Kaming, Lin Ling was a general that he would focus on nurturing. To say of nothing else, just the 72 Mo gods in the sky proved that Lin Ling's future was limitless. Adding on that Lin Ling had created a miracle and taken the sea heart flame, he had completed one of his missions. So, why would he touch Lin Ling? To put it bluntly, 10 red armored generals couldn't compare to one Lin Ling. Are you fooling me? The old man of Dong Fu still didn't believe it. I might be a serious and snobbish person, but am I the kind of person that goes back on my words? Venerable Si Kaming's voice carried a hint of anger. I still don't believe it. I want to take Lin Ling away. The old man of Dong Fu stubbornly shook his head. Bullshit, I brought this brat back. He's my person. You dare to take him away? Then don't blame me for being vicious. Venerable Si Kaming took a step forward, his attitude extremely determined. He wasn't dumb. Lin Ling had created multiple miracles in this short period of time and was valued by even Dong Fu Darren. How could he easily give up such a subordinate? The old man of Dong Fu's brow furrowed even more. Even though he didn't have any relationship with Venerable Si Kaming, he could see that Venerable Si Kaming was not joking. If he really wanted to take away Lin Ling, then Venerable Si Kaming would definitely act. All right, I hope you will do as you say. After a moment of thought, the old man of Dong Fu finally nodded. He looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you can come find me tomorrow. That matter can start. Thank you, old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling also nodded. This was his agreement with the old man of Dong Fu. He would naturally complete it. Watching the old man of Dong Fu leave, many people had mixed feelings. If it was said that Venerable Darren did not blame Lin Ling, that was their misconception. Then when Venerable Darren and the old man of Dong Fu had fought over Lin Ling, that explained everything. Who was that Lin Ling? Lin Ling, come with me. Ignoring everyone else's thoughts, Venerable Si Kaming waved at Lin Ling with a smile. This was also the first time he had smiled at Lin Ling. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling also smiled. He stepped onto the ship in the sky and headed towards the depths of the mansion. In a silent large hall, Venerable Si Kaming and Mistress Yuqin sat together. In front of the two were Lin Ling and Yumun Yun. I did not give you an official title before because I did not want others to be dissatisfied. I also wanted to give you some time to grow. But who knew that your growth speed surpassed my imagination? You actually completed the task I gave you. After watching silently for a moment, Venerable Si Kaming couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling, the old man of Dong Fu, is the hardest to deal with. How did you take care of him? Mistress Yuqin also felt it was inconceivable. Chapter 11:17. 100,000 military points. Old man Dong Fu isn't as difficult to deal with as I thought. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't claim the credit. Not difficult to deal with? Do you know how many times my husband has failed? In any case, you're much stronger than my husband. Lady Yuqin laughed. Venerable Si Kaming was secretly depressed. He was a great venerable, yet he was defeated by this little brat. How embarrassing. Venerable Si Kaming coughed lightly and changed the topic. Let's not talk about that smelly old man anymore. Tell me what happened before. Changing the topic? Lady Yuqin secretly laughed. Her husband cared about Face the most and was confident that he could do anything. But now he lost to a junior. No wonder he felt embarrassed. Lin Ling also snickered secretly, but he also recounted what had happened before. Venerable Si Kaming didn't care about Lin Ling's mistake because it wasn't Lin Ling's fault. However, he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. A dual spirit variant martial cultivator with a saint artifact and subduing the sea heart flame. No wonder he could defeat a transcendent realm second layer cultivator. Amazing. Venerable Sea calming thought. Then he calmed down and said lightly, I helped you temporarily obtain a saint artifact for free. Old man Dong Fu is really generous. However, since you've completed the first task I gave you, I'll reward you with 100,000 military points. I won't be stingier than old man Dong Fu. Lin Ling was overjoyed. 100,000 military points? He already knew that there were countless treasures in Sea Calming Heavenly Palace, but they were all exchanged with military points. 100,000 military points could be exchanged for a large number of treasures. But what should he exchange for? Sir Venerable, in your opinion, what treasure should I exchange for? Lin Ling asked. I found that you're quite smart. Venerable Sea Calming laughed out loud. Lin Ling was a daring boy who dared to take responsibility for his actions. He was indeed a good seedling. There are treasures that can help you break through again, but in my opinion, you should focus on improving your strength in the transcendent realm, such as your comprehension of fire principles, sword Dao, and so on. The stronger your foundation, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future. Venerable Sea Calming advised. Lin Ling nodded, having a clear direction in his heart. 1. Strengthen the killing intent. As for the righteous energy, there was no need for it, as the tyrant singing sword had the overwhelming righteous energy at the peak. 2. Strengthen his fire profound. 3. A strong physical body and spiritual source. Of these 3 paths, Lin Ling chose to strengthen his physical body and strengthen his spiritual source. This was because the physical body was a form of defense, allowing him to fight opponents of a higher cultivation level. Moreover, his stamina would be greatly improved. As for strengthening his spiritual source, there were many benefits. However, it would require more treasures. Therefore, ordinary people would rarely use treasures to strengthen their spiritual source. Instead, they would choose to advance. After all, the same treasure could double one's strength if used to advance, but it could only increase one's strength by 10% if used to strengthen one's spiritual source. However, the previous battle had taught Lin Ling the benefits of spiritual source, so he chose to strengthen his spiritual source. You and Yumun Yun both possess the 72 demon gods of the Heavenly Vault, so you have great potential in the future. You'll be the pillars of my Sea Calming Heavenly Palace in the future. However, before you grow stronger, don't expose your demon gods. Otherwise, you'll be killed and your demon gods will be snatched away. Venerable Sea Calming warned again. An ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. This was the reason why he hadn't announced Lin Ling's identity. He didn't want Lin Ling to receive too much attention. 72 demon gods of the Heavenly Vault? Lin Ling and Yumun Yun looked at each other. This wasn't the first time they had heard of this name. Yes, you're not the only one with such a huge inheritance. There are 70 other demon gods in Xianpeng province, and they're also ranked. I'll take you to see them when the time comes. Venerable Sea Calming nodded with a smile and said, Not long ago, news of the star-picking Purple Mansion Mystic Realm spread in Xianpeng province. If the news is confirmed, you'll have to make a trip with me. Lin Ling and Yumun Yun nodded. After saying a few more words, they bid farewell and left. Outside the main hall, Lin Ling and Yumun Yun walked side by side. The warm sunlight shone down, making the two of them feel extremely comfortable. After coming to Xianpeng province, this was the first time they felt that they had the power to dominate everything. At least, they were no longer existences that could be trampled on by others. Meng Yun. Lin Ling held Yumun Yun's hand and told her about the second dream. Yumun Yun's pretty face kept changing. However, when she saw Lin Ling's determined eyes, she knew that Lin Ling would definitely go to the ghost realm to save the second dream. When Lin Ling told her this news, he was actually asking for her opinion. He treated her as one of his own, and this made Yumun Yun feel a little happy. Go. The second dream died to save you. If you don't repay that kindness, it won't be good for your martial path. Yumun Yun supported Lin Ling, and this made Lin Ling feel warm in his heart. He held the beautiful woman's hand even tighter. Yumun Yun smiled gently. Although it was very dangerous to enter the ghost realm, she knew that this was Lin Ling. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. He was clear about kindness and hatred. The two of them walked forward hand in hand. Along the way, the expressions of many generals changed slightly. They subconsciously made way for them. At present, Lin Ling's reputation in the sea-calming heavenly prefecture had soared. In the military merit hall, where treasures were exchanged, an old man in red armor was guarding the place. He was holding a book and reading it. When he saw Lin Ling's arrival, his expression changed slightly. Obviously, he knew about what happened not long ago. "What do you want to exchange for?" The old man didn't dare to be negligent. After all, the venerable seemed to value this newcomer very much. "I want 6 treasures to break through to the transcendent realm. I want as many treasures to strengthen the physical body as you can. The same goes for treasures to strengthen the spiritual source. Also, I want treasures to help monster beasts grow." Lin Ling said faintly. Many people around him were also exchanging for treasures. They immediately gasped. How many military merits would that require? The old man in red armor also narrowed his eyes. He then calculated carefully and raised his head to look at Lin Ling. "This requires 89,800 military merits." Military merits were very difficult to obtain, especially after 10,000. It was even more difficult to obtain them. One had to complete many difficult missions to obtain them. Lin Ling, a newcomer, actually had so many military merits. It was simply unbelievable. "That's enough," Lin Ling said faintly. With a wave of his right hand, a black token appeared. It was the one that recorded the military merits. It was given to him by Venerable Sea-calming Heavenly Prefecture. After the old man took it and examined it carefully, his expression changed drastically again. He then began to get busy. Pinnacle Life Water, to strengthen spiritual source. The first time the effect is strong, the second time the effect is weak. Bitter Poison Beast Blood, Powerful Vitality, Flying Dragon Bone, Tyrannical Bones. All kinds of treasures were taken out. They were all rare heavenly treasures. For example, the bones of monster beasts stronger than the transcendent realm. If these treasures were taken out, it would be enough to shake Sky Tomb City. Use the remaining military merits to exchange for restorative pills, Lin Ling said again. The old man nodded solemnly. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a wealthy person. Unfortunately, the treasures exchanged for military merits were all used to strengthen one's foundation. If used for a breakthrough, it would be enough to break through to the 3rd layer of the transcendent realm. After a long time, Lin Ling brought Yun back. Lin Ling was secretly happy. With these treasures, his strength would be greatly improved. Moreover, if these treasures were sold outside, they would cost an unimaginable amount of money. No wonder everyone wanted to enter Sea-calming Heavenly Palace to cultivate. Only here could one obtain military merits. Chapter 11:18. The mysterious Lord Pu Mengyun. Take these treasures and use them to break through to the Saint Spirit realm. I've also prepared some for Yu and the others. If they can't use them, I'll give them to grandfather and the others. Lin Ling took out some treasures and gave them to Yun. At the same time, he also gave many treasures to Little Flame. After all, he didn't want to see what happened before again, so it was time for Little Flame to become stronger. Although Little Flame was seriously injured, Lin Ling had many treasures at the moment, so Little Flame quickly recovered. When Little Flame saw the treasures Lin Ling gave it, it immediately felt warmth in its heart and jumped up and down excitedly. I've also asked Old Man Dong Fu to forge a spirit beast bracelet. You can cultivate in the bracelet. Lin Ling patted Little Flame's head. Little Flame was a monster beast, so it needed to devour heavenly treasures to grow. The process of growth was naturally more convenient in the bracelet. Little Flame smiled and nodded. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the bracelet on Lin Ling's left hand. It was a spirit beast bracelet, which was not rare in Xianpeng province. Come out when your strength has increased, Lin Ling said with a smile. The next day, Lin Ling left the Sea-calming Heavenly Palace and went to Old Man Dong Fu. This time, he wanted to fulfill his promise and then go with Yun to find the Fire Ancient clan. At this moment, Sky Tomb City was still bustling with noise. The battle yesterday didn't have much of an impact. After all, there were as many masters as there were clouds. There was no strongest, only stronger. Along the way, Lin Ling arrived at Old Man Dong Fu's mansion. He immediately found the atmosphere here strange. There were many transcendent realm guards at the gate, all of them with solemn expressions and even a hint of panic in their eyes. "Are you Sir Lin Ling?" A guard looked at Lin Ling and asked. This person was a transcendent realm 5th layer master, a rare master, but he was extremely respectful to Lin Ling. "Yes." Lin Ling nodded and those guards instantly bowed, respectfully inviting Lin Ling to enter. This made Lin Ling's brow furrow. He found that these people were not the guards of Old Dong Fu. These people's presences were even larger and more mysterious. After entering the mansion, Lin Ling could feel that someone was watching him from the shadows. If it wasn't for his soul force, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. This meant that the person watching him was even stronger. What happened? Lin Ling's heart turned heavy. Moreover, he couldn't see any servant girls, and there were no guards in the mansion. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar of a demonic beast rang out, causing Lin Ling to quicken his pace. Suddenly, he saw the 9-headed bone dragon in the garden. An incomparably terrifying aura rushed over. The 9 bone dragons sat on the ground, their 9 heads looking at Lin Ling. These bone dragons were as big as Qilins, and their bodies were made of bones. Only their eyes were a strange green color. Their kingly ferocious aura bloomed from time to time, making it difficult for Lin Ling to breathe. At the same time, little flames shot out from the spirit beast bracelet, baring its teeth and roaring at the bone dragons. Clearly, it had sensed that the bone dragons were provoking Lin Ling. Papa. The 9-headed bone dragons spread their wings, revealing their white bones. Their aura was even more terrifying. It made people wonder if these bone dragons were alive or dead, or if they had crawled out from their graves. "Don't be rude." At this moment, a low and hoarse voice rang out. It seemed calm, but it caused the 9-headed bone dragons to tremble and then lie down. Clearly, these 9-headed bone dragons were the mounts of the person who had come. A middle-aged man wearing a black brocade robe slowly walked over from the corridor. He was around 40 years old, but his face was like jade. It could be assumed that when he was young, he would be a handsome man. His movements seemed ordinary, but they carried a feeling of merging with the power of heaven and earth. He looked at Lin Ling with a slight smile and said, "It seems that Old Dong Fu's assistant is you." The voice was calm, like a passerby talking. But the calmer it was, the heavier Lin Ling's heart became. Very strong. That aura seemed to be even more terrifying than Sea Calming Sage. "Who is this person?" "Don't be nervous, I am the one who entrusted Old Dong Fu." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "I am called Pooh, you can call me Pooh Darren." This smile gave people the feeling of being bathed in the spring wind, making people unable to help but relax. But Lin Ling's eye of time was very strong. In that smile, he saw a kind of enchanting smile, like the smile of a blood-licking Yao King. "Haha, Lin Ling has come." At this time, Old Dong Fu walked out and then started to explain. That black-robed man really was the one who had entrusted Old Dong Fu, but his identity and power still surpassed Lin Ling's expectations. Also, he could see that Old Dong Fu was very polite to the black-robed man. It had to be known that Old Dong Fu didn't even give face to Sea Calming Sage. "Haha, Old Dong Fu, your assistant is very mysterious," Pooh Darren said with a smile that wasn't a smile. He seemed to detect Lin Ling's eye of time. Of course. Old Dong Fu didn't know the meaning of Pooh Darren's words. "However, I'm not interested in other matters. I came this time just to forge that weapon. I hope that little friend Lin Ling can help with all his power." Pooh Darren stated his purpose for coming and let Lin Ling lower his guard. "Of course, I will do my best." Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled, neither haughty nor humble. This caused Pooh Darren's eyes to shine with a strange light. After that, the three of them walked forward and came to a dark room. The old man Dong Fu took out a key and drew a beautiful pattern in the air, causing an enormous metal door to appear in the room. Then they stepped in. Old Dong Fu really is a top blacksmith. His methods are hard to predict. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Behind the large metal door was an even larger forging room. Clearly, this was the secret place of the old man of Dong Fu. There were large amounts of treasures placed in the surroundings, all rare forging treasures. There were also many precious weapons hanging in the surroundings. Lin Ling, this is the Li Fire Heavenly Sea cover you entrusted. Old Dong Fu first gave a box to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it but didn't open it. It seemed that with his strength, he couldn't touch the treasure, so he was too lazy to look. What you need to do now is to help me examine the materials. Also, the scrolls for the treasures I want to forge are here. Take a look. If you can understand it, it would be even better. If I make a mistake, you can guide me. As for the rest, just look. Old Dong Fu gave large amounts of scrolls to Lin Ling. They were the scrolls for the items he wanted to forge. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say a word. Pu Darren was drinking tea on the side with his eyes slightly closed. But Old Dong Fu knew that Lin Ling didn't ask anything and only knew to do his own thing. This made Pu Darren satisfied. If Lin Ling asked too much, then he would be breaking the rules. Sometimes, it wasn't good to know too much, especially when facing such an important person. Lin Ling naturally knew this, so he focused on doing his own thing. His Eye of Time appeared and copied large amounts of scrolls. During this process, Pu Darren opened his eyes and continued to drink tea. He finally spoke. Old Dong Fu, can your assistant complete the task? Clearly, he didn't believe in Lin Ling's abilities. Finished. Chapter 11:19. The Confrontation of the Strong. Don't worry, since I can find his assistant, he naturally has some skill. Old Man Dong Fu laughed. Not only was he satisfied with Lin Ling's intelligence, but he was even more satisfied with Lin Ling's ability. This gave him a lot of faith. Interesting, then I'll slowly watch. Senior Pu laughed, feeling more at ease with Lin Ling. Next, they began to forge. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flashed, inspecting each material's flaws. Then he told Old Man Dong Fu that there were a total of 99,000 materials, and among them was a Demon Essence Diamond. This gave Lin Ling an idea. Demon Essence Diamond was the only material to forge the Demon Dragon Blade, so today's forging treasure should be the Demon Dragon Blade. Of course, knowing was one thing, Lin Ling wouldn't say it out loud just to show off. At this time, it was better to be smart. With Lin Ling's help, Old Man Dong Fu's speed was obviously much faster. Every time Lin Ling pointed out a material's flaw, he would note it down and use other methods to make up for it. This was the reason he sought Lin Ling's help. Lin Ling's insight was too terrifying. Next, Old Man Dong Fu began to forge. Although Lin Ling didn't understand forging, after looking at the scroll, he knew the steps, so if there was anything wrong, he would point it out. This ability is too mysterious. His eyes are somewhat extraordinary. Senior Pu's gaze fell on Lin Ling from time to time. He knew that Lin Ling didn't know how to forge, but he could find Old Man Dong Fu's mistakes. Such an assistant, even he was a bit moved. Time quietly passed, and other than the initial reminders, Old Man Dong Fu gradually entered the zone. After that, there was nothing for Lin Ling to do, so he quietly stood to the side. This battle lasted for a full 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Ling was also cultivating. He sensed the sea heart flame in his body, and in his dandan, 2 streams of spirit qi were like rivers, blooming with vigorous power. Transcendent Realm Masters were different from Saint Spirit Realm Masters. Their spirit qi attacks were more powerful, but their power was also greater. And Lin Ling had 2 streams of spirit qi that were about to grow. This would be of great help to him in battle. Long. At the same time, the secret room began to shake, as if some powerful demon from the outside was touching the secret room. A great tribulation. Obviously, Old Man Dong Fu's treasure was about to succeed. Scram. Lord Pu was still drinking his tea. He gently waved his hand, and although there was no movement, a terrifying martial art was unleashed, causing the secret chamber to have a brief moment of silence. However, it did not last long. An even more terrifying force invaded the secret chamber, causing Lin Ling's soul to tremble. He had a feeling that if that mysterious force were to engulf the secret chamber, he would not be able to resist at all. The Strong's world. 3,000 monsters. Lord Pu's long hair fluttered in the wind, his handsome face became even more enchanting, his hands swinging like willow trees. The secret room once again. I simply can't understand a battle between experts of this level. A long time later, the secret room quieted down, but an enormous pressure bloomed on the side of the old man Dong Fu, making it hard for Lin Ling to breathe. But the old man Dong Fu waved his hand again and a jade box appeared, restraining that pressure. Senior Pooh, fortunately I didn't fail. This treasure has been successfully forged. Old man Dong Fu's face was tired as he hugged the jade box and walked over. Thank you for your hard work. Senior Pooh was in a good mood, then he looked at old man Dong Fu. The thing you wanted me to do, I can do it. Even if it was the heavens, I can take them down for you. Domineering, unparalleled domineering. This showed that this person's background was not ordinary. Then, Senior Pooh looked at Lin Ling. Before, I thought you only had a little bit of ability, but obviously I was wrong. Now, I think very highly of you. Do you have any plans to follow me? Lin Ling, Senior Pooh is a great figure of Kuan Temple. If you follow him, you will have a meteoric rise. The Dong Fu old man explained from the side. Kuan Temple. Lin Ling's pupils focused. He knew that there were two flags in Xianpeng Big Region. They were Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. These powers included tens of thousands of powers, and were equivalent to the two largest countries. And Pooh Darren was able to make the old man of Dong Fu respect him. It clearly was not a small position in Kuan Hall. Su Xing Palace, Thousand Era Ghost Sect, Northern Dark Nether Territory belonged to Kuan Temple? Lin Ling did not answer but asked lightly. Let me see. Senior Pooh slightly closed his eyes, his soul seeming to wander. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Indeed. Sorry, because of personal reasons, I cannot follow Senior Pooh. Lin Ling instantly shook his head. Refuse? Senior Pooh said in a low voice, causing old man Dong Fu to frown. Senior Pooh was personally recruiting Lin Ling, and this was the best chance to become strong, much better than Dinghai Heavenly Mansion. But Lin Ling had refused. This would anger Senior Pooh. Do you know who I am? Do you know what kind of existence I can make you become? Senior Pooh's voice became hoarse, his eyes bewitching. I know, but the faction I mentioned before has an irreconcilable enmity with me. I cannot work with my enemy. This is my principle. Lin Ling looked at Senior Pooh without fear, but his eye of time felt a stabbing pain, as if Senior Pooh's gaze had some kind of powerful divine ability. Of course, this stabbing pain was also weakening. Clearly, the eye of time was not afraid of Senior Pooh, but Lin Ling was too weak, causing his resistance to be weak. You have fighting spirit. I like you even more. After a moment of silence, Senior Pooh suddenly laughed loudly, that dark expression also disappearing. Not working with your enemy, for this, you gave up the chance to become a top expert. Young man, you have courage. Senior Pooh took out a black jade tablet and gave it to Lin Ling. This means that I owe you a favor. Take it out in the future, and I can do anything for you, even kill your enemy. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly kept the jade token, causing Lord Pooh to laugh even louder. This young man didn't mention anything about using a favor to kill his enemy. This meant that this young man wanted to avenge himself. This young man was even more stubborn than Lord Pooh thought. Alright, I'm leaving. After Senior Pooh laughed, he turned and left. But when he walked out the door, he turned back and said, Xianping Province, there are countless experts, geniuses as many as the stars in the sky. But there are very few geniuses that I can't see through. You are one of them. And this one I can't see through isn't your 72 demon gods, but something else, especially your eyes. After saying this, he disappeared from the world. Lin Ling's lips curled up. Senior Pooh was indeed powerful. He could see that he had the ancient flame devil. But in the end, he couldn't see through everything. This battle between experts was interesting. Lin Ling, you really have guts. You actually rejected Senior Pooh. Old man Dong Fu seemed to be more nervous than Lin Ling. Only now did he relax. He won't make a move against a weakling like me. Also, one thing is another. I helped him once, how could he kill me? Lin Ling said with a smile. So, you gambled with your life. Chapter 1120. Jiangnan Water Village. Right, since you helped me this time, What do you want in return? Old man Dong Fu helplessly shook his head and asked with a smile. A favor. Lin Ling also smiled. With his current cultivation he didn't lack treasures, so he might as well leave a favor. Good. Old man Dong Fu nodded readily. After leaving the mansion, Lin Ling secretly sighed. The mysterious Qian Temple and Kuan Temple were stronger than he had imagined. He had refused to join them before because he didn't want to work with his enemies and also because he didn't want to be caught up in the vortex of competition between these two great forces, because he currently didn't have the strength to face them. Returning to Dinghai Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling began to cultivate. He currently had a large number of treasures that could replenish his vitality. He could use them to awaken his inner world, and at the same time, he could use the pinnacle life water to strengthen his spiritual yuan. Time quietly passed, and in his room, Lin Ling gently exhaled, his qi shooting out like an arrow, piercing through the hard black cauldron wood walls. One had to know that black cauldron wood was used to forge high-grade spirit artifacts, but even it couldn't withstand Lin Ling's qi. This meant that Lin Ling's spiritual yuan was growing stronger and stronger, and with 2 spiritual yuan sources, Lin Ling could easily defeat ordinary second-layer transcendent realm cultivators. This world was sometimes very fair. There were gains and losses. Lin Ling had used treasures to strengthen his spiritual yuan, losing the opportunity to enter the second layer of the transcendent realm, but gaining a more stable foundation. The word martial could be traced back to the most ancient times. In ancient times, when one practiced martial arts, they trained their muscles, bones, and skin externally while training their qi internally. It seemed simple, but in fact, many people couldn't see through it. The current martial Dao pursued internal qi, which was the huge amount of world energy in one's dantian, but gave up on training their muscles, bones, and skin. Because internal qi was more effective, the effects of training their muscles, bones, and skin were too slow and the power was too weak. However, Lin Ling didn't give up on training his muscles, bones, and skin. With a large number of treasures, his inner world had awakened to 500,000, more than half of the previous 300,000. His physical strength had reached a terrifying limit, 500 million. The strength of 500 million, what kind of concept was that? It could be said that just by relying on his physical body, Lin Ling didn't need to fear a first-stage transcendent realm cultivator. If he added overwhelming righteousness, his defense would be even more terrifying. As my foundation becomes more solid, the righteous energy in the tyrant's song sword is gradually being stimulated. Only my killing intent hasn't improved. Lin Ling stood and said. Supposedly, according to what he knew, old man Dong Fu had used multiple saintly bones to forge the tyrannical song sword. This had caused the vast righteousness to reach an unprecedented height. Pushing open the door, Lin Ling was greeted by the charming sunshine outside, causing him to smile slightly. Such peaceful days were extremely rare. Then he went to look for Yuman Yun. As for Yuman Yun, she had learned martial arts from Madame Yuqin and her strength had greatly increased. She had successfully entered the transcendental realm. Of course, in terms of combat strength, she was no match for Lin Ling. She could only rely on the great illusion White Dragon King. Lin Ling, Venerable Si Kaming and the rest have left again. It seems like they are still discussing about the star-plucking purple mansion. Yuman Yun walked out of the small house in a purple dress. Coupled with the sunlight, her beauty caused Lin Ling to be slightly stunned. Then, he took a step forward and held Yuman Yun's small hand, saying, "During this period of time, the news about the star-plucking purple mansion has been spreading like wildfire. Yeah, it's said that once the location is confirmed, a large number of experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall will head there." Yuman Yun followed Madame Yuqin, so she was more familiar with Xianping province than Lin Ling. This has nothing to do with us. Now, we can go look for Grandpa and the rest. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, causing Yuman Yun to nod happily. Previously, when they left the rainforest's sacred land, everyone had agreed that once their strength increased, they would go look for the Fire Ancient Clan. Now that their strength had increased, they could go back first. Then let's go today. Yuman Yun waved her small fist and said. She seemed to be looking forward to it more than Lin Ling. Okay. Lin Ling held Yuman Yun's hand and walked towards the gate of the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Wherever they passed, the generals would still make way for them. No one dared to say anything in front of Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was still wearing a black robe. He was an anomaly in the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. Amazing. He clearly has red armor, but he doesn't wear it. He's wearing an ordinary robe, but even the 7-colored armored generals are in awe of him. This is the existence that we should be chasing. Many people's fighting spirit rose in their hearts. Lin Ling was a newcomer, but he rose up in an instant and surpassed a large number of generals. This made them unwilling to be outdone. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. After leaving the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, he immediately took out 2 jade pendants and let Yuman Yun and him wear one each. After spiritual chi poured into them, their appearances and clothes changed. It was a fantasy-colored jade pendant, a semi-sacred artifact. Its only function was to change one's appearance. The reason why they changed their appearances was to prevent the Northern Dark Heretic Territory. After the death of the Northern Dark Heretic Territory, there would definitely be people from the Northern Dark Heretic Territory keeping an eye on Sky Tomb City. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Ling asked Old Man Dong Fu for these 2 treasures. Moreover, if they were secretly followed by people from the Northern Dark Heretic Territory when they returned and found the Fire Ancient Clan's residence, it would be even more disadvantageous for the Fire Ancient Clan. Unless the Northern Dark Heretic God is here, ordinary martial artists won't be able to recognize our appearances. Lin Ling said with a smile. He accompanied Yuman Yun out of the city. At this moment, the 2 of them had changed their appearances. Lin Ling reverted to his blue robe, but his appearance was ordinary. Yuman Yun wore a white robe. Although she didn't have a devastatingly beautiful appearance, she had the youthful aura of a young lady. At this moment, below Sky Tomb City, the flames had disappeared, but the chains were still there. A large number of martial artists entered the ancient city one after another. Along the way, they talked about the Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling and Yuman Yun were also among them. They smiled as they walked forward like ordinary people. As expected, they didn't encounter any trouble along the way. Lin Ling also noticed that no one was following them. Obviously, no one recognized them. Mingyun, where is the boundary dividing insect leading us? After leaving the city, Lin Ling asked. The boundary dividing insect was the same as the mother-child insect. However, it was divided into male and female insects. Right now, the female insect was being led by the Fire Ancient Clan. With the telepathy of the male and female insect, the male insect could sense the direction of the female insect even if it was at the end of the world. With this insect, Lin Ling could find the Fire Ancient Clan and the others. South, Yuman Yun said with a smile. Then, the 2 of them and the monkey headed south. Along the way, they crossed a large sacred domain. However, the 2 of them were wearing ordinary clothes, so they didn't attract much attention. 3 days later, a large and rich land of rivers appeared. This place was hazy with misty rain, but it was a place full of outstanding people. It belonged to the 7-star sacred domain's Jiangnan 8 Tones region, and this sacred domain was adjacent to the 6 sacred domains. It's so beautiful. Yuman Yun looked at the picturesque landscape and suddenly smiled. Once upon a time, she had a dream to be able to walk through the mountains and rivers of the world with her beloved. Today, this dream was half realized. It's very beautiful. Lin Ling also said softly. Outside the 6 sacred domains, the world was huge, and there were countless beautiful scenery and fairyland. Let's go. Chapter 11:21. Clam alligator. In this world, there were many bodies of water. The hazy drizzle from the sky constantly sprinkled down, causing many puddles to appear on the ground. Some of the puddles were connected, forming vast lakes and rivers, and a large number of islands were situated within them. The grass was verdant, and everywhere was green. If one wanted to move forward, one could either fly or walk. Powerful warriors could use the distance between the islands to pass through, while weak warriors could only rely on boats. Moreover, they had to rely on small boats. Because the waterways were complicated, large boats couldn't travel through them. It was the first time that Lin Ling and Meng Yun had come here. Moreover, they were looking for the Fire Ancient Clan. To avoid missing anything, they had to travel by boat. It looks pretty from afar. However, there are a lot of swamps up close. On an ancient wooden boat, Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe and a black cloak. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the endless mountains and rivers ahead. Apart from Lin Ling and Meng Yun, there were 3 other people on the boat. They were 2 men and a young lady. The young lady would chat with Yumun Yun from time to time, while the 2 men seemed somewhat arrogant. They wore luxurious embroidered clothes and held jade fans in their hands. They looked like well-educated scholars from Jiangnan. Every saint realm wore different clothes, but they spoke the same language. He seems to be very weak, but he looks like he's passing judgment on everything. Seems like he's the young master of some small family. He's wearing ordinary clothes without any jade ornaments. It seems like his family isn't rich. The woman beside him is not bad. She looks ordinary on the surface, but after talking to her carefully, one can find that she speaks elegantly like a lady from a respectable family. The 2 men whispered. They thought that Lin Ling couldn't hear them, but Lin Ling heard everything. Of course, these 2 people were at the early stage of the Saint Realm. Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. Big sister Meng Yun, is he your husband? On the boat, the young lady was still chatting with Yumun Yun. She felt that Yumun Yun spoke elegantly, while the young man beside Yumun Yun was somewhat ordinary. The 2 were extremely incompatible. Yumun Yun looked at Lin Ling's back view and nodded with infatuation. Every woman liked to look at their man's back view. It felt as if they owned that man. There's something I don't know whether I should say or not. The girl hesitated for a moment before answering. Speak, green sleeve. Yumun Yun shook her head indifferently. In the land of water, men are respected by their strength. Unless they have the ability to rule a country, men are like trash. I see that your husband is very ordinary. His appearance is ordinary, and his strength is mediocre. Why would big sis Meng Yun marry him? The girl called Greensleeve was puzzled. My family once wanted me to marry a man. Although that man was very strong and had a very high status, I didn't like him at all. It was only because my family forced me to marry him that I had no choice. Yumun Yun looked at Lin Ling and smiled sweetly, but my husband saved me in front of everybody's eyes and took me out of the 9 serenities of hell. From that moment on, I decided that I would marry no one else but him. Her words had a smear of happiness. It was because of the forced marriage in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. At that time, Lin Ling killed his way into the imperial city and saved her. Can he? The girl called Greensleeve obviously didn't believe it, which made Yumun Yun giggle. She didn't explain anything because only she knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Right at this moment, the boat suddenly shook, and there were plenty of bubbles on the surface of the water, which made everyone's expression change. Not good, we encountered a water demon. The boatman paused for a moment and immediately panicked. They had been sailing for many years and naturally knew that this water region looked beautiful, but there were plenty of hidden dangers. Don't worry. With me, Jiang Yuxuan, around, there is nothing to fear. The 2 youths who were conversing stood up and spoke proudly. Surname Jiang? Are you from the Jiang clan? The boatman was instantly delighted. In this region, the Jiang clan was well known. It was rumored that the people there were like immortals and could fly in the sky. They were the most formidable existence below the Dragon Beach 9 castles. That's right. The 2 youths nodded indifferently and looked at Lin Ling as though they wanted to see Lin Ling's terrified expression. Lin Ling had been looking at the water region indifferently and had been ignoring them, which made them extremely unhappy. However, they were going to be disappointed. Lin Ling didn't do anything and just looked into the water. Instead, the boatman had a terrified expression and shouted with reverence, Jiang clan's immortal. To people like them who didn't have any martial strength, the Jiang clan's people were indeed like immortals. That reverence made the 2 youths secretly satisfied, but Lin Ling didn't show any reverence, which made them a little dissatisfied. Gurgle. At the same time, there were more bubbles on the surface of the water. There was even a massive shadow that appeared at the bottom of the water, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Bang! In the next moment, the water surface burst open, and that massive shadow shot out from the bottom of the water. It was a water demon that looked like a crocodile and was about 5 to 6 meters in size. Most importantly, it actually had a giant shell on its back like a clam's shell. Clam crocodile. Among the two youths, Jiang Yuxuan's eyes narrowed. If it was an ordinary water demon, they wouldn't be afraid at all. However, the clam crocodile was different. It was said that it was a combination of a clam and a crocodile. The scary thing wasn't the crocodile, but the clam. Swoosh, swoosh. The clam crocodile let out an unpleasant sound, and its demonic green eyes stared at the ancient boat. It moved its four limbs and swam in the air, as though the sky was the bottom of the water. Could swim. Immortal young master, save us. The boatmen were getting more and more panicked. If the clam crocodile got close, they would all die. Jiang Yuxuan's expression changed drastically. It was said that the clam crocodile usually hid at the bottom of the water. It would hide for 100 years at a time, but every time it appeared, it would swallow a large number of creatures. It would be the same this time. They couldn't escape this disaster. Jiang Yuchen fight. With a roar, Jiang Yuxuan exploded with all his strength. At the same time, he said to Lin Ling and the others, "This is no ordinary water demon. If we don't fight, we will all die." As soon as he finished speaking, he and the other person rushed over. Perhaps he thought that other than him, there was no one else here who could stop the water demon. As for Lu Xiu, at this moment, her delicate body was trembling. She seemed to know the legend of the ferocious water demon. Only Yu Yun was calm. Although the water demon was very strong, she knew that she could deal with it alone, so there was nothing to worry about. Crackle. Powerful martial arts were released. Jiang Yuxuan and the other person fought the clam crocodile head-on, causing the water to explode continuously. The water soared into the sky, and the water blocked everyone's sight. The world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. The crocodile seems powerful, but in fact, the clam is its master. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped on the ancient boat and shot forward. Previously, he was curious about what a water demon was, but now he knew a little about it, so he attacked. Endless water vapor exploded in front of him like a heavy downpour. When the rain fell, Lin Ling's body shot forward like an arrow. He punched out. It seemed ordinary, but it suppressed a terrifying power. Chapter 11:22. Someone from the House of Yiboom. As the three of them attacked, the clam crocodile swayed violently in midair. Especially in the clam crocodile, one of its eyes looked at Lin Ling with panic. Obviously, it knew that the most terrifying of the three was the ordinary youth. Unfortunately, it knew too late. Lin Ling's fist energy immediately shattered the clam shell into pieces. Two pearls shot out, and Lin Ling grabbed one of them and looked at it curiously. After the clam died, the crocodile seemed to have lost some of its vitality. It suddenly fell down, and with a loud bang, water splashed everywhere. Then, it lay on the water surface, motionless. "Brother, your Jianghe guiding fan is getting stronger and stronger. Even the clam crocodile was killed by you. Your strength has also improved. Not bad, us brothers have killed the legendary clam crocodile." Even Jiang Yuxuan himself was surprised when he saw the clam crocodile on the surface of the water. Then, the two brothers stepped on the water and proudly walked back to the ancient ship. On the ancient ship, other than Yu Yun, everyone looked at them in awe. Clam crocodile, the legendary water demon, was actually killed by the two sons of immortals. So powerful. Soon after, everyone praised him endlessly, causing Jiang Yuxuan to nod indifferently, appearing even more elegant. Meanwhile, his gaze would occasionally look towards Lu Xiu and Yu Yun, and he discovered that Lu Xiu was also extremely worshipping him, which immediately made him feel even more proud. Yu Yun didn't pay any attention to the two of them. Instead, she watched as Lin Ling walked over from afar. She knew that the water demon was killed by Lin Ling. The two of them were too weak. Instead, they thought that they were the ones who killed the water demon and were feeling proud and complacent. "You took credit for our efforts. Hand over the bead." After Lin Ling returned to the ancient ship, Jiang Yuxuan looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He knew that the water demon had two priceless pearls, but one of them was already taken by Lin Ling. This brat really knew how to take advantage of others. He didn't even need to put in much effort to kill the water demon, but he could snatch the treasures very quickly. I seem to have contributed before too. Lin Ling was astonished as soon as he landed on the ancient ship. What could you possibly have done? When the aquatic beasts appeared, us two brothers were like dragons amongst men. We joined forces to kill the beasts while we were trying to save you. Don't you feel ashamed to say that you helped us? The other young man, Jiang Yuqin, said disdainfully. Young master, you'd better hand over the treasure. What you're doing is truly unsightly. A few boatmen also grumbled about Lin Ling, believing that Lin Ling was too greedy. Lin Ling was stunned once again. Although this pearl was precious, it couldn't compare to the treasures he had. Most importantly, not only did he kill the water demon, the two brothers not only tried to steal the credit, they even tried to slander him. I don't care if I take the pearl or not. But are you sure you killed the aquatic demon yourself? Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuqin laughed disdainfully. If it wasn't us, could it be a weakling like you? On the path of martial arts, besides strength, courage are also indispensable. When the aquatic demon appeared, you were already scared out of your wits. If it weren't for us leading the charge, you wouldn't have dared to fight. As soon as these words were spoken, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ling was indeed a coward. TSK, impressive. Even the legendary clam crocodile was killed by you two. It is said that the clam crocodile's pearl is extremely precious. Did you two get it too? At this moment, a large number of reeds in front of them were cut down. On the waterway, a gigantic steel ship was treading on the waves. The ship was huge and there were steel blades all around it. They were incomparably sharp. Wherever it passed, all the water grass and even the rocks were cut in half. On the steel ship, a young man in black robes appeared. He was somewhat handsome, but his face was too pale, which gave him a feminine beauty. Moreover, the light in his eyes was too scattered. It was obvious that he had been drinking too much. His black robes were a little different. There were many stars embroidered on the surface. Behind him, there were a few men with cold smiles on their faces. Who are you? It's your turn to speak when the Jiang family is doing things. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuqin immediately looked over. The other party was arrogant. He wanted to snatch their pearl as soon as he arrived. Jiang family? No wonder you are so confident. But you better hand over the clam crocodile's treasure. Otherwise, your Jiang family will be wiped out. The black-robed young man's voice was soft, but it was filled with a strong sense of dominance. Moreover, his eyes kept looking at Lu Xiao and Yuman Yun. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuchen's eyes narrowed. Normally, when they reported their family, ordinary people would give them face. However, this time, not only was the other party not afraid, he even threatened to wipe them out. Brother, starlight robes. At this moment, Jiang Yuqin seemed to have thought of something and could not help but remind him. Jiang Yuxian reacted. Are you from the Dragon Beach 9 forts? In this vast land of water, there was an ancient force that surpassed their family. This was the Dragon Beach 9 forts. There were even rumors that these people from the 9 forts were not local martial artists. Instead, they came from the distant stars. They claimed to have the celestial bloodline and were the descendants of God. You're not stupid. The black-robed young man smiled. Currently, the Dragon Beach 9 forts have united with the local families to fight against the outsiders. Your Jiang family is also part of this. This means that you are also under the Yi family's jurisdiction. Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuqin panicked and handed over the clam pearls in their hands. The woman behind you wants it too. However, the black-robed young man did not give up. He pointed calmly in front of him. This made Lu Xiao's pretty face turn pale. The people from the Yi clan were the most overbearing. She actually met them today. No problem. However, to Lu Xiao's surprise, Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuxian immediately agreed as if she was a commodity. Previously, Jiang Yuxian had said that he was extraordinarily courageous, but now, it was all a joke. His submissive manner was disgusting. Young Master Yi, this kid also got a clam pearl. Jiang Yuxian said as if he was taking credit. He then looked at Lin Ling, hand over the clam pearl. Don't make the Yi clan unhappy. Also, hand over your wife. I'm thinking of your life. Fine. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him at all. He was thinking about the black-robed young man's words. Currently, the Dragon Beach Nine Forts had united with the local families to fight against the outsiders. Who was this outsider? Could it be them? This was very likely because the people from the Rainforest Holy Land were not weak. After coming here, they would definitely make the local martial artists unhappy, so they gathered people from other forces to fight against them. Did I make you hesitate? If you don't hand it over in 3 breaths, you'll die. Fine. The black-robed young man was still standing at the front of the boat. Obviously, he would give some face to the Jiang family. He could not be bothered to talk to anyone else. Still not handing it over? Do you want to die? Jiang Yuxian and Jiang Yuxian saw Lin Ling's hesitation and could not help but sneer. This was a matter of life and death, and this kid was still hesitating? What? The black-robed young man began to count. Lin Ling looked at the black-robed young man calmly. He wanted to know the whereabouts of the Fire Ancient Clan and the others. Wait, I can give you my clam pearl, but I want to ask, who are these outsiders? Are you negotiating with the Yi clan? Chapter 11:23. Selfishness. I'm not talking about conditions, but an equivalent exchange. Lin Ling's gaze was still fixed on the black-clothed youth. An equivalent exchange. Does that include your wife? The black-clothed youth found it very funny. This person wanted to negotiate terms with him? He waved his hand. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Kill him. The people behind him sneered and slowly walked to the bow of the ship. You'd better think it through. Otherwise, not only will you not get the treasure, you'll also lose your life. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Although the clam pearl was precious, he didn't value it very much. Therefore, it was fair to use the clam pearl to exchange for information. However, who would have known that the other party had a powerful background? Not only did he not want to exchange information, he even wanted to kill him. Have you thought it through? The black-clothed youth laughed sinisterly. You're not even worthy of my consideration. Die! Several figures leaped up from the ship and struck out with their fists and palms, causing the air to explode. Their momentum was extremely powerful. That's amazing. As expected of someone from the House of Yi, Jiang Yuxuan and Jiang Yuxuan were secretly shocked. Even an ordinary protector was so powerful. It was no wonder that the Yi clan could summon so many heroes. Sister Meng Yun, your husband. Lu Xiu tugged at Yumun Yun anxiously. She also knew about this matter. Previously, Jiang Yuxuan's brother said that he was very powerful, but in fact, he was as timid as a mouse. On the contrary, Yumun Yun's husband was not afraid of a strong enemy. Yumun Yun smiled and didn't say anything. In her eyes, the 4 figures had already appeared in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the strong wind. Their fists and palms were locked onto Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. However, what surprised everyone the most was that Lin Ling didn't move at all. He didn't even show any signs of defense. A piece of trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother laughed even harder, thinking that Lin Ling was too weak and couldn't react in time. Boom! Several powerful attacks landed on Lin Ling's body, and the ancient ship started to sway. The smiles on the Jiang brothers' faces quickly stiffened. In their eyes, Lin Ling was still as immovable as a mountain. It was as if his feet were connected to the ancient ship. Most importantly, Lin Ling didn't even blink. He was still as calm as ever. He was completely unharmed. Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. One must know that with so many people attacking together, even a first-stage transcendent wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yet Lin Ling was fine? How is this possible? The 4 men's faces changed dramatically. They were young Master Ye's bodyguards, so their strength was naturally not weak. Therefore, they could not believe what was happening in front of them. 2 of them suddenly clenched their teeth and released even more powerful martial arts. Their fists carried a vigorous aura as they once again blasted out. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling was still as motionless as a mountain. On the contrary, the fists of the two men were in severe pain, as if they had struck a giant steel mountain. Can't you just talk nicely? Do you have to fight? Lin Ling said softly. His eyes were still calm, but the four men's eyes narrowed. At this moment, they were a little flustered. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "We were reckless just now. Please forgive us. Give the clam pearl to young master and we'll mind our own business." The four of them were thinking of retreating. Mind our own business? Lin Ling took a step forward. The 400,000 mini-worlds in his body erupted as he punched out. Bang bang bang. Four beautiful flowers of blood exploded in midair. It was a shocking sight, and the people on the ancient ship were left with their mouths agape. He had defeated 4 of the Yi clan's powerhouses in one move. This young man is even more powerful. He might have killed the clam crocodile just now. The few boatmen were shocked because the facts before their eyes were enough to prove everything. He's dead. On the giant steel ship, the young man in black's eyes were wide open. It seemed that he was still in a daze. After all, Lin Ling's aura seemed ordinary, but his strength was beyond his imagination. I gave you the clam pearl, but you didn't want it. You just had to die. At the same time, Lin Ling shot forward like an arrow, causing the young man in black to retreat. He shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to kill you." A cold and emotionless voice drifted into the young man's ears. His face turned pale in an instant. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. Unfortunately, could he escape? Lin Ling threw out a punch. He did not need to learn any powerful martial arts. His strength alone was enough to destroy everything. Boom! The young man in black was reduced to dust. Even the giant steel ship was destroyed by Lin Ling's punch. After that, Lin Ling calmly floated back. That's amazing! Everyone on the ancient ship looked at Lin Ling in awe, especially the boatmen. Their reverence was mixed with fear. They had just said that Lin Ling was greedy and as timid as a mouse. Now, it seemed that this young man was the hidden expert. "Big Sister Ming, he's your husband." Lu Xiu covered her mouth with her small hand. It was as if she had just met Lin Ling for the first time. She was so shocked that she did not know what to say. It's over, it's over. The Yi clan's people died here. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. However, they did not know how strong Lin Ling was because Lin Ling had used his physical strength and not spiritual energy. Therefore, they could not understand. The 9 castles of the Dragon Beach are the kings of these waters. If their people die here, our Jiang family will also be implicated. Jiang Yuxuan immediately looked at Lin Ling and complained, "Why did you kill him? You could have just punished him a little. Why did you have to kill him?" "Yeah, if you kill him, we'll be implicated." Jiang Yuchen also complained. "These people are so selfish." The eyes of the boatman, Lu Xiu, and the others flickered. Previously, when those people wanted to kill Lin Ling naturally retaliated. However, after killing them, Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were worried that they would be implicated, so they blamed Lin Ling. The two of them had been thinking about their own situation. "He killed me. Can't I kill him?" Lin Ling looked at the Jiang Yuxuan brothers calmly, feeling a little amused. "I don't care. You're the one who caused this trouble. You have to solve it yourself. If the Yi clan comes looking for you, you must say that it has nothing to do with the Jiang clan." "That's right. It's best if you go to the Yi clan and say it yourself, and immediately." Jiang Yuxuan and his brothers said one after another. They were extremely nervous. It was obvious that the Dragon Beach 9 fort's reputation made them extremely afraid. "What if I don't go?" Lin Ling said calmly. Jiang Yuxuan and his brother were still anxious. When they heard that, they were instantly enraged. Both of them glared at Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, the anger on their faces froze. They just remembered Lin Ling's strength. "You better go and explain. Don't implicate us." Jiang Yuxuan did not dare to be too overbearing. His tone carried a hint of negotiation. "Originally, it was your business. However, in order to claim credit, you revealed the clam pearl in my possession. You've won the favor of that young Master Yi, but I was pushed into the limelight by you. Now that young Master Yi is dead, You want me to apologize and at the same time prove that you're innocent? Lin Ling asked indifferently. His words left the Jiang Yushuan brothers speechless. Only now did they realize that although they were afraid of the Dragon Beach 9 forts, they should be more afraid of this young man. It seems that you've seen the situation clearly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Chapter 11:24. The Man Who Found the Rainforest, Little Brother. Jiang Yushuan's eyes were wide open. His younger brother had died in front of him just like that. However, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent to the extreme. Human nature is selfish. I knew this a long time ago. But I didn't expect you to be even more selfish than the average person. Boom. He struck out with his palm again, slamming Jiang Yushuan into the water. Jiang Yushuan's internal organs were crushed by the force, and he died as well. Everyone on the ancient boat sighed in their hearts, but they did not sympathize with them. Jiang Yushuan and his brother were shameless. It was obvious that Lin Ling was the one who killed the aquatic demon, but they wanted to take credit for it. When the people from the House of Yi arrived, they even used Lin Ling to claim credit. They were even more afraid of being implicated by Lin Ling after the incident, so they wanted Lin Ling to apologize himself. People like these were useless even if they survived. Elder, may I ask if there are any outsiders in this water region? Lin Ling turned around and looked at the boatman, revealing a smile. It was completely different from his previous cold demeanor. Perhaps this smile affected the boatmen, causing them to relax. Although this young man's strength was terrifying, at least he was not arrogant and was easy to talk to. That's right. A few months ago, a large group of outsiders came and built a mountain fortress on Dragon Feather Island. The boatman had been sailing all year round, so he naturally knew about it. Yuman Yun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly asked for directions. Go straight southeast from here. After you reach Elephant Trunk Mountain, go straight south and you'll see it. That mountain fortress is very big. There's a flag there that seems to read Rainforest. The boatman recalled, which made Lin Ling feel joy in his heart. This boatman should be someone from the Rainforest Holy Land. He asked, what is the Dragon Beach 9 castles? That's the local tyrant we're talking about. It said that he's the descendant of the star-plucking god, and has been here for over 1,000 years. A few months ago, a group of ghastly people came and gathered the people of the 9 castles for a meeting. After that, the 9 castles of Dragon Beach began to target those outsiders. Ghastly? Lin Ling frowned. His first thought was that it was the 1000-era ghost sect. But this was not impossible. The Ghost King was adept at tracking. He must have found the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. That was why he sent the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles. Thank you. Here are some spirit crystals. You should leave immediately. If anyone asks, just say that they were killed by outsiders. Lin Ling gave some spirit crystals and then left with Yuman Yun. The boatman on the ancient ship kowtowed. As for Lu Xiu, she looked at Yuman Yun with excitement. This time, she knew that Lin Ling was worthy of Yuman Yun. Moreover, he was absolutely worthy. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying across the sky with Yuman Yun. Along the way, Yuman Yun thought for a moment and suddenly asked, Lin Ling, do you think the descendant of the star-plucking god is related to the star-plucking god? Star-plucking Violet Mansion. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He also felt that there was a secret between them. The star-plucking Purple Mansion was said to be the kingdom of the star-plucking god. However, everyone left after that place was destroyed. The people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles arrived 1,000 years ago and claimed to be the descendant of the star-plucking god. This meant that the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles might be related to the star-plucking Purple Mansion. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Mengyun, you said that I'm your husband? Holding Yuman Yun's hand, Lin Ling suddenly asked with a smile. Yuman Yun's charming face instantly turned red. Previously, she said that Lin Ling was her husband in front of Lu Xiu. However, in reality, she and Lin Ling were only lovers. Moreover, she said it very softly. Who knew that Lin Ling had heard it? Don't worry. When everyone settles down, I promise you that I will openly marry you. Lin Ling took a step forward and held Yuman Yun's slim waist. Yuman Yun's charming face turned red as she leaned her head on Lin Ling's shoulder. The two of them were like a celestial couple as they followed the direction pointed by the boatman. After a long time, a huge mountain fortress began to appear in front of them. In that picturesque mist, the mountain fortress was located on a huge island. It was surrounded by scattered small islands. Sailboats were like leaves as they weaved through the islands. From time to time, there would be powerful cultivators flying in the sky. The most dazzling thing was a flag that was erected in the middle of the island. There were two large words embroidered on the flag, Rainforest. "We're here." Lin Ling and Yuman Yun were excited. Had they finally found it? Then, the two of them realized that this place was very big. The islands were connected and there were houses. The largest island was like a city. A large number of people were busy, and the stronger people were responsible for patrolling and guarding. Everything was in order. Lin Ling secretly nodded. It was indeed very good that they could develop like this in such a short period of time. At this moment, 1,000 miles in front of the island, there were several large ships docked there. Two groups of people were facing each other. People from the Lu family army, don't go too far. Right now, our people from the rainforest are talking to your boss, but you brought people into our territory. What is the meaning of this? On one of the ships, several young men looked coldly in front of them. There were 5 ships there. The ships were made of pitch-black rocks and looked majestic. On the ship was a middle-aged man. He was wearing white armor and sitting on a master's chair, drinking wine and looking at everyone. People from the rainforest are talking to our Lu family army, but there is no result yet. That is why we have to do what we always do, the middle-aged man in white armor blandly said. According to the rules, this place belonged to the rainforest. They couldn't get close to it. However, this place used to be a wasteland. There were a lot of aquatic monsters here. People from the rainforest sacrificed their lives for this peaceful place. After the aquatic monsters died, there were a lot of treasures under the water and on the islands. That was why people from the Lu family army often came here to take advantage of them. What do you want then? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. On the ship, a young man blandly shouted. He was carrying a sword on his back and his face was extremely cold. Little bastard. You have a father, but don't you have a mother to teach you? Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will kill you right here. I think if you die, you people from the rainforest won't dare to offend the Lu family army for revenge. The middle-aged man coldly shouted. Many people on the young man's side gritted their teeth. Yi Shao let him in. At this moment, a lot of people were flying over from afar. The young man on the ship nodded reluctantly. He was from the fire army. It was Long Xiaochen and the others. At this moment, Long Xiaochen and the others were walking over from afar. Their faces looked awful. However, the 4 clan chiefs and the Holy King had told them that the rainforest people were negotiating a peace treaty with the Lu family army, so they had to bear with it for now. Outsiders, you're as timid as mice. Little ones, go in. On the big black ship, the middle-aged man stood up and waved his hand. They were here for the golden reeds, which were rare treasures. They used to be guarded by the 6 giant flood dragons. However, the 6 giant flood dragons were killed by the rainforest people. That was why they dared to share the loot. Of course, they were so bold because they had something to rely on. The rainforest people had offended the 9 forts of the Dragon Beach. They didn't want to make too many enemies, so they had to bear with the Lu family army. Chapter 11:25. The men of the Lu army, let's bear with it for now. After the Holy King and the others have finished their discussion, these ugly people shouldn't come to us anymore. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Fiang, and the others all tried to persuade him. For the sake of the big picture, they had to endure. Behind them were many members of the Flame Legion. Their eyes were hazy. In the past, they had followed Lin Ling to conquer the world. If God stood in their way, they would kill gods. The Buddha stood in their way, they would destroy Buddha. But today, they had to endure such humiliation. Sir, I wonder when he will return. Someone said softly. They were all looking forward to the return of the flag. That's right. If Master comes back, they definitely won't dare to be arrogant. Yi Xiao was looking forward to it too. If his master was there, the people of the sacred land of the rainforest wouldn't be bullied. Don't dare to be arrogant? Is your master that great? At the moment, the black ship stopped. The middle-aged man seemed to have heard what Yi Xiao said, so he frowned and looked at Yi Xiao. I forgot to tell you. I didn't see you kneel down. Don't go too far. Long Xiaochen and the others all shouted angrily. They asked Yi Xiao to collect the treasures, yet Yi Xiao actually asked him to kneel down. You have no right to bargain. The middle-aged man wasn't afraid in the slightest as he smiled indifferently. I want to see how amazing his master is, so unless he kneels down, the Lu family army won't let you off. Kneel down and see what your master has to say. On the other black ships, the people of the Lu family army also shouted coldly. On Long Xiaochen's side, everyone clenched their fists. They were on the verge of attacking, but they were still a little wary of Lu Jiajun's black dragon ship. The black dragon ship was extremely powerful. Other than the Holy King and the human matrix fire demon, even the 4 clan leaders would find it difficult to resist. If you don't kneel within 3 breaths, then everyone will have to kneel. Seeing that everyone was angry but didn't dare to speak, the people from the Lu family army sneered. Right now, the lords were discussing the peace treaty, and if the discussion was successful, they wouldn't be able to get close to this place. So if they didn't humiliate the other party now, when would they? I will kneel. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't let the people in the rainforest get hurt because of his anger. Yi Xiao. Everybody looked at Yi Xiao with anger in their hearts. Kneel. While the Lu family army's people became even more complacent and laughed loudly. Asking my disciple to kneel? You've got guts. However, at that moment, a smiling voice drifted over from the distance. Although that voice was calm, it was extremely cold. This voice is so familiar. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. They suddenly turned their heads and saw that in the distant sky, a young man in a blue and white robe was slowly walking over with a woman. Moreover, in midair, the aura became illusory and turned into a figure that everyone was incomparably familiar with. Lin Ling. Long Xiaochen and the others widened their eyes as an indescribable excitement welled up within them. Lin Ling. Everyone in the rainforest's holy land trembled violently, and the sound spread further and further. Many people on the nearby islands, even the largest island, heard it. They all looked at the sky in the distance. The figure that was like a shooting star was still as arrogant as ever. He had led them to fight against a powerful enemy in the past. It was him. He had returned. Master. Yi Xiao couldn't help shouting excitedly. Just like the others, they didn't know Lin Ling was back so soon. He's back? On the largest island, the people of the Fire Ancient clan rushed out and stood on the edge of the island, looking into the distance. Among them, Ancestor Tai Yan's eyes were hazy with tears. As for Mo Nianchen and the other desolate race people, their eyes were wet with excitement. Who is this person? The Lu family army's people were extremely surprised. They noticed that after the appearance of the 2 people, the entire rainforest people's emotions had changed. At the beginning, they had kept a low profile and were instead in high spirits. Could that young man be the true master of the rainforest? Lord, look at that woman. She's so beautiful. Beside the middle-aged man, one of them smiled. He didn't care who the other party was. After all, the rainforest people didn't dare to provoke the Lu family army. A dazzling sword light came from the horizon, leaving a sword mark on the neck of the person who spoke. After that, he pointed to the sky and fell into the water without saying a word. Didn't dare to provoke the Lu family army? What a joke! You dare to be so arrogant in my hometown? You must be tired of living. In the sky, Lin Ling and Yumun Yun finally walked over. Their black robes and indifferent faces made the middle-aged man's pupils constrict. He never expected that they would dare to kill the Lu family army's people. This would cause the 2 factions to fight. This must be your first time here. You don't know who we are? The middle-aged man took a deep breath and quickly became confident. The other party did not know anything, so it was no wonder they were so fearless. Another sword beam slashed over and another person beside him died. For you. Lin Ling waved his tyrannical song and tilted his head as he asked indifferently. We are from the Lu family army. The middle-aged man roared angrily. This time, he wanted the other party to be afraid. Another sword strike and another person died. Afraid? He was overthinking things. I don't know you. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. It made the people from the rainforest's sacred land seethe with fighting spirit. They did not dare to make a move because they were afraid of affecting the overall situation. However, Lin Ling dared to make a move. He was still as arrogant as ever. Crazy! The middle-aged man trembled as he watched his people die. He pointed at the other people from the rainforest's sacred land and said, "Tell him who we are and what the consequences of killing the Lu family army's people are." However, everyone sneered and did not say anything. It was as if they were no longer afraid of the Lu family army. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. Who was that handsome young man? Why didn't the others blame him for killing the Lu family army's people? Instead, they supported him. Was this really the hidden king of the rainforest? But he was too young. You want my disciple to kneel? Lin Ling slowly took a step forward and slashed out with the sword in his hand. With a boom, the black ship beside the middle-aged man turned into dust and everyone died. Such powerful strength. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. The black iron ship's defense was strong and could withstand the attack of a Saint Spirit Realm demonic beast. However, the other party easily destroyed the ship. Which army are you from? I am not interested, but I know that you are bullying my people. Whoever bullies my people in front of me, no matter who you are, you must die. Boom! Lin Ling slashed out again and several black iron ships exploded. In a few breaths' time, only the middle-aged man was left. At this moment, he was finally afraid. The other party seemed to be fearless and did not fear the Lu family army at all. He was not even afraid of causing a disaster. It would be strange if he was not afraid of such a ruthless person. Bang! Lin Ling landed on the middle-aged man's ship and slowly walked forward. He stopped in front of the middle-aged man and looked at him indifferently. How terrifying! The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he met Lin Ling's eyes. From the eyes of the handsome young man in front of him, he seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This young man was younger than him, but his experience and knowledge far surpassed him. The middle-aged man wanted to take a step back, but he did not dare to. Chapter 11:26. Negotiation, are you threatening me? Lin Ling chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. I'm only stating the situation. I wouldn't dare threaten you. Ha! Seeing the middle-aged man's disgraced appearance, Long Xiaochen and the others all laughed, feeling extremely refreshed in their hearts. After coming to these waters, they had been patiently enduring. Only at this moment could they hold their heads high. And the reason for this was that their king had returned. Kneel down and kowtow to everyone, and kowtow one by one. If you miss even one, your life will remain here. Lin Ling chuckled. His words caused the middle-aged man's complexion to change. There were over 1 million people in the rainforest, and he wanted to kowtow one by one? If you don't kowtow, then you will die. Lin Ling turned and left. At the same time, he pointed a finger. A massive amount of spiritual energy shot towards the black ship, causing it to instantly explode. The middle-aged man fell into the water, but his face was filled with fear. If he didn't kowtow, then he would die, and this was not a joke. Master, I will supervise him. However, what made the middle-aged man even angrier was that the youth from before had personally come to supervise him. Then, he looked up at the handsome youth that was walking away step by step. He discovered that the entire rainforest was filled with cheers. This caused him to be even more shocked. Sure enough, the true leader of these outsiders had returned. At this moment, Lin Ling was leading Yumun Yun towards the largest island. After landing, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were already running over, all of them excited. Grandfather, mother, grandfather. Lin Ling was also excited. He had finally found this place. Lin Ling has returned. We won't be bullied anymore. As for the surrounding small islands, They were densely packed with people, all of them excited. Besides the people of the Fire Ancient clan, there were also people from the Seven Profound Martial House and the former main city. As for the people of the other Holy Lands, they weren't here. This was because they had also found a paradise in other places, waiting for their respective Holy Lands' guardian gods to return. What is the situation here? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling asked. The Extreme Flame Ancestor and the others slowly explained. Indeed, they were outsiders, which was why they were a thorn in their side. Moreover, cultivation resources were everything in this world, and the water domain had vast resources. After they cleared this place and killed the water demons, others naturally set their sights on this place. As time went by, battles broke out, and in a few months, more than 100,000 people had died. The 9 castles of Dragon Beach were the worst of them all. No matter who they sent for a discussion, they were all killed. Even if they gave them treasures, it was useless. The other party snatched the treasures and even killed people. It was obvious that they were against the people of the rainforest. Moreover, they were killing them slowly, nibbling away at them step by step. It was as if they wanted the people of the rainforest to live in hell. When the other smaller forces saw the situation, they naturally took advantage of the situation. For example, the Lu family army from before was one of them. They knew that the people of Rainforest had to deal with the Dragon Beach 9 castles, so they became unscrupulous. Too much. Lin Ling's face turned cold. This world was so heartless. If you were weak, others would bully you. Even if the people of Rainforest did not provoke others, others would provoke them. Dragon Beach 9 castles, they are so unreasonable. I'm afraid there is someone behind them supporting them. Lin Ling thought of the boatman's words, so he guessed that the people behind the Dragon Beach 9 castles were from the 1000 Generations Ghost sect. The 3rd generation Ghost King did not want to let them go. Lin Ling, what do you plan to do? Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a legend in their hearts. He had created countless miracles. He was their king. In this chaotic world, if you want to protect yourself, sometimes forbearance is useless. You can only use violence to curb violence, and kill to stop killing. Lin Ling looked at the crowd, his voice decisive. Everyone was excited and nodded heavily. They did not dare to resist before because they lacked a banner and a backbone. But now that Lin Ling had returned, Lin Ling would definitely protect them. Where is the Lu family army? Let's deal with them first. Lin Ling looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and said. He then learned that the Holy King and the 4 family leaders were discussing a peace treaty with the Lu family army. Peace treaty? The Lu family army only dares to be so arrogant because they have the Dragon Beach 9 castles. But since they dare to loot a burning house, then we will destroy them. Peace, who wants peace with them? Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand, and everyone in the Flame Corps strode out. Long Xiaochen and the others hurriedly sailed the ship. Lin Ling boarded the ship and swam towards the Lu family army. Yuman Yun stayed behind to accompany Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. She knew that Lin Ling would be able to deal with everything. Rumble. There were a total of 5 ships, and everyone on the ships felt proud and elated. Lin Ling took out a large number of treasures to increase the strength of the Flame Corps. At this moment, the Bay of Reeds was also filled with ships and islands. This was where the Lu family army was located. On the largest island, the 4 family leaders and the Holy King were sitting quietly. They were sitting on a cliff, and as far as the eye could see, the beautiful scenery of the water could be seen. However, they were not in the mood to enjoy the view. Instead, they were looking at the front where several figures were sitting indifferently. In front of them was a table made of crocodile bones. From time to time, someone would bring wine and food to the table. Hee hee, you are guests from afar, so how about we discuss matters after we eat? An old man with a purple beard said indifferently. He was burly and sat there like a small mountain. He was the master of the Lu family army, Lu Feihu. This person was powerful, having reached the 2nd layer of the transcendent realm, comparable to the Holy King of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Next to him sat a middle-aged man who looked like a strategist. This man was called Lu Xuantian. He had a pointy mouth and an ape-like chin. Although he looked thin and weak, he was not weak. He was at the first layer of the transcendent realm, comparable to Old Mother Lu and the others. He was slightly stronger than the 4 family leaders. After all, the 4 family leaders were only at the pseudo-mortal realm. Hee hee, you are outsiders and have different tastes, so you probably don't like our food, right? Then we won't force you. All right. Before the 4 family leaders could speak, Lu Xuantian spoke first. Then, Lu Feihu laughed heartily. Then let's talk after we finish eating. All right. Bastard. All right. The 4 clan leaders all silently cursed. The other party was too rude. They came here to discuss matters, yet the other party didn't even invite them to a meal or a drink. Instead, they were left hanging, making them wait bitterly. Was this the attitude of a discussion? They were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. A show of strength. They were obviously trying to show their strength to the people of the rainforest. They wanted to suppress the momentum of the discussion so that they could extort more things. You outsiders are not weak, but you still can't compare to our Lu family army. Lu Xuantian drank his wine and said indifferently. Chapter 1127. Black Dragon Ship. Alright, let's not talk about the strength of the 2 sides. Since you guys have come with sincerity, I, the Lu family army, will give you face. Lu Xuantian said again, his attitude even more arrogant. Our great master means that we, the Lu family army, will not participate in your business. Yes. With that, he waved his right hand and a piece of paper floated over and landed in the hands of the Holy King of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. After he read it carefully, his face instantly became angry. 100,000 years old pearls, 99,999,000 high-grade spirit crystals, 10 black dragon ships, and so on. These terms are too unfair. Yes. The 4 clan leaders also looked at the paper and their faces were filled with anger. 100,000 years old pearls, and those pearls were at the bottom of the water. This meant that the people of the rainforest had to go underwater every day to find the pearls, and the bottom of the water was the most dangerous place. Who knew how many people would die there? No wonder the Lu family army was willing to compromise. It turned out that they wanted hard labor. As for the spirit crystals, it was an astronomical number. Was this a negotiation? This was simply treating the people of the rainforest as slaves. I forgot to mention one thing. That is, you can't have too many people break through to the Holy Spirit realm. After all, we are peaceful and friendly. If your people continue to increase their strength, it will affect the friendship between our 2 factions and also threaten us. Therefore, you can only have 3 people break through to the Holy Spirit realm every month. The others can't cultivate. Yes. Lu Feihu, who had been eating and drinking, also spoke, but his conditions were even more harsh. Obviously, he didn't want the people of the rainforest to become strong, but he wanted to enslave them forever. This is too much. Yes. The Holy King finally couldn't help but say. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. I am thinking for the sake of peace. Don't misunderstand me. Lu Feihu said indifferently. Despicable, extremely despicable. Not only did they want to enslave the people of the rainforest, they even said that they had the heart to harm others. As long as you agree, from today onwards, I won't let you go to your territory. Lu Xuantian also spoke. The faces of the Holy King and the 4 clan leaders turned unsightly. They were hesitating. If they agreed, their lives would be difficult, and they would be enslaved forever. But if they didn't agree, the Lu family army wouldn't give them time, and would continue to attack them. The situation was clearly unfavorable. The 5 of them continued to discuss. Finally, the Holy King raised his head. He had already agreed in his heart. After all, they needed time to grow. So if they provoked the Lu family army, the other party wouldn't give them any time at all. Are you dogs? So many conditions. Right at this moment, a thunderous voice resounded from the distance. Several large ships arrived in a grand and imposing manner. They were like numerous water dragons, and the flags on the ships were extremely dazzling. They were the members of the Flame Corps. Are they your people? How rude. Since when was it their turn to speak? Kill them all. Lu Xuantian coldly shouted. At the same time, a large number of boats swam out from the reeds like sharks. Keep in mind that in the water world, boats were also a part of the battle force unless one's strength reached the heavens. Where did this dog come from? However, on the several large ships, a young man coldly shouted and slashed out with the giant sword in his hand. Rumble! The waves exploded. The sword seemed to divide life and death, and all the boats were split in half. There were countless casualties. How dare you! At this moment, Lu Feihu also stopped eating and his eyes turned cold. Didn't you want to discuss? I'm here to discuss on behalf of the rainforest. Those who stop me will be killed. The cold voice floated from the distance and caused the water to ripple. The Holy King and the 4 clan leaders' eyes narrowed. At this moment, they finally saw the person clearly. It was Lin Ling. Rainmaster, your grandson is finally back. Feng Bo couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Rainmaster Mo Ping was also extremely excited. In the past, he was a person of virtue and prestige in the rainforest Holy Land. However, after coming to this foreign land, he found that there were even more experts here. He was just an ordinary warrior, but his grandson surpassed him. He was like the strongest pillar that supported all of them. At this moment, he had no choice but to admit that he was old. Lu Feihu, that young man is the king of our rainforest Holy Land. He will discuss with you. The Holy King also smiled and gave up his authority. Lu Feihu and Feng Bo frowned. They were very familiar with the people of the rainforest, but they had never seen that young man before. What surprised them the most was that the Holy King and the other experts gave up their authority to that young man. He's so young, is he qualified? Lu Feihu coldly said. However, as soon as his words fell, a sword slashed down from the distance. With a loud boom, several islands were split in half. Qualified? Cold. At the same time, a cold voice floated out, causing Lu Feihu and the others to narrow their eyes. Just from that slash, they knew that the handsome young man's strength was definitely at the first realm of the transcendent realm. Shio. At the same time, the large ship in front of them stopped and a figure shot out like a meteor. He slowly walked in the air. His speed wasn't fast, but he was steady and powerful. Every step he took caused ripples in the air. His jet-black hair danced in the wind, making him look like a king who had returned. That kind of expression shocked the world. The Holy King and the 4 patriarchs laughed. That little guy had grown up. He was the real pillar of the rainforest Holy Land. On the other hand, the people of the Lu family army had ugly expressions on their faces. They noticed that the young man didn't quickly walk in front of Lu Feihu. Instead, he walked forward slowly, intimidating everyone. But under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally landed on the island. He slowly walked towards Lu Feihu and calmly sat down. He picked up the wine cup on the table and drank from it. I'm here. What do you want to discuss? A calm voice floated out, but it carried an irresistible majesty. At this moment, Lu Feihu and Feng Bo didn't dare to look at Lin Ling directly. Speak, we rainforest people are the easiest to talk to. Why are you so nervous? On the contrary, Lin Ling acted like he was talking to a friend. He drank and laughed. Lu Feihu took a deep breath and looked at Lu Xuantian. Lu Xuantian was indeed a strategist. He quickly regained his composure. He smiled faintly and said, Young hero, you're indeed a young hero. However, it's even better that you represent the rainforest people. The treaty that we discussed before is here. He took out the paper from before and waved his hand at the same time. Woo-woo. At this moment, in the distant waters, a strange sound rang out. The water rippled and dozens of giant black ships swam out from the reeds. These ships were as big as mountains and the head of a black dragon was carved on the bow. They were covered in black armor and looked extremely majestic. Boom! Chapter 1128. Submission, Spiritual Weapon? Lin Ling was still drinking, but he was certain that those ships were high-grade spiritual weapons with terrifying power. A single ship could withstand the attack of a first-realm transcendent expert. Of course, the more powerful the ship was, the more energy it consumed. In addition, it needed many people to control it and it couldn't leave the water. That was why it was called a high-grade spiritual weapon. Otherwise, it would be a half-step saint weapon. Young hero, what do you think? Lu Xuantian also picked up his wine cup and asked meaningfully. Obviously, he wanted to show off the Lu family army's strength to make Lin Ling wary. Only then would Lin Ling make the best choice. Black Dragon Ship. The four patriarchs narrowed their eyes. They were wary of the Lu family army mainly because of the Black Dragon Ship. What is that? It's so noisy. Little Flame, go and quiet them down. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. He waved his hand and a flame shot out, turning into a giant red ape in the air. This ape was obviously bigger than the one in the sea-calming heavenly palace. Its red hair reached the ground, just like the Yuxia king. The crimson ape smashed into the water from midair. Its violent and furious aura was revealed. It seemed huge, but its speed was as fast as lightning. Like a giant, it appeared in front of the Black Dragon ship. Its huge fist smashed down, and with a bang, the Black Dragon ship disintegrated into pieces. Boom boom boom. Then, the red ape let out a terrifying roar. Flames surged and the huge Black Dragon ship exploded. A large number of people died and the water was dyed red with blood. How terrifying! On the islands, the Lu family army's people were trembling. One must know that the Black Dragon ship could even kill a first-realm transcendent expert, but it couldn't stop the giant ape? That's Little Flame. The four patriarchs knew that Lin Ling had Little Flame, but they didn't know that Little Flame had grown so powerful. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Ling had used 100,000 military points to exchange for a large number of treasures. Little Flame had evolved once again, becoming even stronger. Its strength was almost on par with Lin Ling's. Rumble. As the deafening sound fell into the ears of Lu Feihu and Lu Feihu, it was like a knife was cutting into their hearts. Before, they had wanted to use the Black Dragon ship to suppress Lin Ling's momentum, but who would have thought that they wouldn't be able to suppress him at all? Instead, they allowed Lin Ling to easily suppress their momentum. The Black Dragon ship that they had painstakingly built was now completely destroyed. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Black Dragon boats on the surface of the water were all smashed into pieces. Corpses floated in the water, causing the entire bay of reeds to become silent. It's finally quieted down. What were you guys talking about before? Lin Ling said indifferently as if he didn't know what had happened. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian swallowed their saliva subconsciously. For a moment, they didn't dare to speak. In the end, Lu Xuantian said with a pale face, "Our Lu family army will never invade the rainforest." They were scared. Because even the Black Dragon ship could not stop the giant ape, then what else could they rely on? We've compromised. The four patriarchs and the Holy King were overjoyed. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of his name. He was able to turn the tide every time and turn the impossible into a possibility. With this, the people of the rainforest would no longer have to fear the Lu family army. Unfortunately, was it enough to not invade the rainforest? Lin Ling had never intended to do so. Even if they didn't invade the rainforest now, who could guarantee that the Lu family army wouldn't launch a sneak attack when the people of the Dragon Beach 9 castles attacked? Human nature was the most complicated. It wasn't uncommon to go back on one's words. "I'm sorry, but are you guys negotiating?" Lin Ling took a sip of wine and said. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian narrowed their eyes. What was the meaning of this? There's no such thing as a truce in a negotiation. There's only one side that's at a disadvantage and one side that's at an advantage. Therefore, you guys are the ones at a disadvantage. Lin Ling said again. Lu Feihu and Lu Xian frowned and said at the same time, "Then what do you want?" "If I'm in a good mood, then you'll submit to me." Lin Ling stopped drinking and looked at Lu Feihu coldly. "In your dreams?" Lu Feihu shouted coldly. What a joke, they had already compromised. The rainforest people should be happy instead of demanding the Lu family army to submit? This was a joke. Bang. Lu Xuantian slammed the table and stood up angrily. "What if you're in a bad mood? What do you want?" "I'll kill you." A cold voice sounded and a dazzling flame appeared in Lu Xuantian's eyes. Lin Ling held the sea heart flame in his hand and lightly slapped it out. "Everyone's cultivation is the same. Do you think you can do it?" Lu Xuantian sneered and released his profound sense martial skill. It was actually a myriad of colors. Countless green plants rose from the ground and turned his surroundings into a primeval forest. Lin Ling, be careful. Yes. The four patriarchs shouted worriedly. Lu Xuantian was stronger than them because they were in the pseudo-mortal realm while Lu Xuantian was in the first realm of transcendent realm. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the first realm of transcendent realm. He wasn't even afraid of the second realm of transcendent realm. A strange thing happened. The blue flame seemed calm, but when it came into contact with the endless plant world, it burned everything in an instant. The most terrifying thing was the instant, not the slow burning. Lu Xuantian was also wrapped in the flame. He kept screaming in pain, but his voice could not be transmitted out at all. Then he turned into ashes. He was a strategist who calculated everything in the world, but he didn't calculate his own life. One move, instant kill. Bang! Lu Feihu's eyes widened. What kind of flame was that? My mood is getting worse. I'm going to start killing. Bang! Lin Ling was still drinking his wine and said indifferently. He said before that if he was in a good mood, the other party would submit. If he was in a bad mood, then submitting would be useless. He would kill them all. I'm willing to submit. Bang! Lu Feihu immediately knelt down. Although he was in the second realm of transcendent realm, he had a feeling that he wasn't a match for this young man. Although it was unbelievable, he didn't dare to take the risk. I'm still in a bad mood. Is this all your wine? Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lu Feihu's expression changed drastically. Now that he had submitted, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His mood was getting worse and worse. If this continued, then he would die. Everyone in the Lu family army would die. Everyone, submit immediately. Lu Feihu anxiously shouted. In the distant islands and reeds, everyone knelt down. Their leader had spoken like this, so what else could they say? Moreover, they had seen it with their own eyes. That handsome young man was very powerful and had the strength to dominate everything. Wait, I'll go get some good wine. Lu Feihu quickly disappeared. When he reappeared, there was a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years in his hand. The four clan leaders looked at the scene in shock. Strength was indeed the foundation of dominating everything. When they came, the Lu family army didn't treat them well. They didn't even have tea and wine. Now, not only did they have tea and wine, they were afraid that the tea and wine would be bad. This would make Lin Ling's mood bad. Chapter 1129. Return from Lai Qing. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lu Feihu immediately relaxed. It was as if he was begging Lin Ling to be his master. Now that Lin Ling's soul power was greatly enhanced, it was extremely easy for him to devour Lu Feihu's soul. Soon, Lu Feihu felt that Lin Ling could kill him with just a thought. I'm a very easy person to talk to. So this peace treaty is not bad. Everyone can coexist peacefully. Let's go back. Lin Ling stood up and said with a smile. Then he took a big step forward and left with the four patriarchs. Peace treaty? Lu Feihu smiled bitterly. If he didn't submit, he would kill him. Was this a peace treaty? And he was a very nice person? It was a tyrannical decision. Tell your men to keep an eye on the Dragon Beach 9 castles, especially the warriors who cultivate in the Ghost Dao. Pay attention to them. A cold voice came from afar and landed in Lu Feihu's ears. He could only nod helplessly. But his heart was filled with doubts. Who was this young man? Why was he more powerful than the Holy King of the Rainforest? Lin Ling, you're amazing. Back on the ship, everyone headed towards the Rainforest Island. The Holy King looked at Lin Ling in shock. The first time he saw Lin Ling was at the Bodhi Saint Palace. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. He only thought highly of him. Then, during the gathering of the saints, he specially sent Lin Ling to protect Lin Ling in secret. He hoped that this saint would become his right-hand man in the future. But now, this holy son had already surpassed him. He had instead become this holy son's right-hand man. It could only be said that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. And the four patriarchs were the same. As Lin Ling's growth was fast, they found it unreal. Following that, they began to laugh. In the past, they had bet their lives on Lin Ling, believing that Lin Ling could make the 4 desolate races rise up. And from the looks of it today, they had not made the wrong bet. They had not lowered their statuses and bowed to him in vain. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd's words. There were 2 things in his mind. First, he didn't kill Lu Feihu. This wasn't because Lin Ling was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to use the Lu family army as guards to protect the people in the rainforest. Secondly, although the Third Life Ghost King had a grudge against him, there was no need for him to send people from the Thousand Life Ghost sect to assassinate the people of the rainforest. Could there be some secret behind this? Or perhaps, their goal wasn't the people of the rainforest's holy land, and they had appeared here by chance. Their goal was probably something more important. Raising his head, Lin Ling looked at the hazy clouds in the sky. He suddenly had a feeling that the world was about to change again, and this time, it was a change in Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, this change seemed to have appeared right next to him. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others returned to the rainforest. When everyone heard the news, they were all shocked for a long time, then overjoyed. As expected of Lin Ling, as soon as he returned, he had already dealt with the enemy in front of him. His methods were as fast as lightning. The Lu family army has been dealt with, now it's up to the Dragon Beach 9 forts, but these 9 forts are all very strong. The Fort Lord is even stronger than me, reaching the 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. On the largest island, in a large hall, everyone was sitting there, including the Holy King, Old Mother Lu, Old Man Sword, and the others. Looking at the young man sitting at the head of the hall, they couldn't help sighing in their hearts, especially Old Man Sword. In the past, he had personally led Lin Ling to Bodhi Holy Palace and secretly protected Lin Ling, but now, even he had to look up to Lin Ling. 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Lin Ling sat at the head of the hall, his eyes flashing. At this realm, having 3 spiritual sources in one's body was extremely powerful. If the other side had more cards up their sleeves, even Lin Ling wouldn't have the confidence to face them head-on. Fortunately, Lin Ling also had many cards up his sleeves. With 2 spiritual sources, Lin Ling's strength was comparable to a 2nd layer transcendent. Coupled with his physical strength of 500,000, Earth-grade Saint Body, and tyrannical Song Sword, unless the other side was a peak 3rd layer transcendent, Lin Ling was confident he could face them head-on. Of course, the Dragon Beach 9 forts had 9 fort lords, which meant 9 transcendent realm cultivators. If they joined forces, Lin Ling would have a headache. Coupled with the Thousand-era Ghost sect hiding behind them, the situation had become even more muddy. Ignore them for now, everyone's priority is to improve their strength. Lin Ling pondered. The current situation was very chaotic. The world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, forcing Lin Ling to think twice before making a decision. Days passed quietly. On this day, a black-clothed girl came to the rainforest island. She was one of the 6 guardian gods, Lai Qing. When everyone heard the news, they all went to welcome her. Lai Qing, you're back. Yuman Yun seemed to have had contact with Lai Qing before, so she was the first to welcome her. In the sky, the girl with a sword on her back was still cold. Most importantly, she was emitting a dense killing intent that made people's hearts palpitate. However, after seeing Yuman Yun and the others, she still smiled. It was a very ordinary smile, but it represented her feelings for Lin Ling. She moved through Xianpeng region in this merciless world. Because she was all alone and possessed an indifferent disposition, she'd offended many people, and she'd almost died a few times. But in the end, she'd persisted resolutely. Her heart was even colder, and as long as someone dared to say something bad about her, she would immediately draw her sword and kill them. However, she was still worried about the people of the 6 sacred regions. Perhaps, the memories of fighting side by side made her unable to let go of this place. I found the people of the Green Cloud sacred ground, but they are all dead. Lai Qing looked at the crowd quietly, and her gaze finally fell on Lin Ling as she said coldly, "Dead." The crowd's expression changed drastically. The Green Cloud sacred ground had left their homes and found a paradise in other places. But now they were all dead? It's the people of the Su Xing Divine Palace. They found the place and got the local martial artists to kill the people of the Green Cloud sacred ground. Lai Qing's voice was still cold and emotionless, but many people could feel the anger in her voice. Su Xing Divine Palace. Everyone clenched their fists tightly. Although many of them were not familiar with the people of the Green Cloud Sacred Ground, they were all from the 6 sacred regions and had the same hometown and land. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling. If it was not for Lin Ling's return, they would have followed in the footsteps of the Green Cloud's sacred ground. Su Xing Divine Palace. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He would remember this grudge. I wonder how the Tai martial sect is doing. Yuman Yun said worriedly. She used to practice martial arts in the Water Moon Sacred Ground, and the Water Moon Sacred Ground had also found a paradise. Therefore, she was afraid that the Water Moon Sacred Ground would be found by the Su Xing Divine Palace. They will be fine. Lin Ling comforted her. At this moment, his heart wanted to become stronger even more. I no longer have a home. Can I join you? Lai Qing's voice was low. She was a little tired. In the outside world, she had to constantly be on guard against enemies. Only when she was with Lin Ling and the others did she feel safe. You are always welcome. Lin Ling nodded. Lai Qing smiled. She did not speak much and walked down from the sky. That smile represented her trust in Lin Ling, second-level transcendent realm. You have experienced a lot in this period of time. Chapter 1130. Members of the House of Yi. The more I kill, the stronger I become. Lai Qing said calmly. Sometimes, killing is to stop killing. Lin Ling looked into the distance. After experiencing the cruelty of this world, he also understood a lot. Everyone had mixed feelings, but what they could do was to increase their strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling had brought a large number of treasures this time, which were enough to greatly increase their strength. Among them, the 9 heavenly fish portraits were engraved on 9 boulders by Lin Ling for everyone to visualize, especially the 4 patriarchs. They were all in the pseudo-mortal realm, but if they had a chance to enter the transcendent realm again, it would be fine as long as they continued to visualize. The House of Yi was one of the 9 houses of Dragon Beach. They called themselves the Star Pickers and were proud of their heritage. 1,000 years ago, the House of Yi had arrived at these waters. Soon after, they laid down their foundation and became one of the 9 houses. On the vast waters, a bronze tiger dragon boat drifted with the waves. The boat was so large that it looked like an island. This was the dragon boat, the symbol of the House of Yi. At this moment, in a luxurious room on the boat, a guard reported respectfully, "My lord, we've investigated the death of the young master. It was an outsider who killed him." The news came from the Jiang clan. Their 2 young masters were also killed by outsiders. Outsider! A low and deep voice echoed out from the room, as though the tiger serpent had awoken from its slumber, causing the guard's body to tremble. The Fort Lord's cultivation base was at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, and his martial profoundness had reached the 8th level. How terrifying! The Jiang clan didn't protect the young master well. Destroy them! A voice filled with killing intent drifted out, causing the guard to nod his head. An ancient clan was about to be destroyed. Outsider, as far as I know, the people in the rainforest don't dare to be so arrogant, so this outsider might be the person that Lord Ghost King is looking for. Since he's back, we can lure him out. At this moment, another voice came from the side room, extremely gloomy. The guard's heart trembled. There was someone else in the room other than the Fort Lord? He looked through the curtains and immediately saw a demon that seemed to have come from hell. His pupils immediately changed and he did not dare to look anymore. That person was terrifying. Mr. Hu, do you mean to kill the people in the rainforest? But that's good too. The people of rainforest have become more arrogant recently. The voice of the castle lord was heard. No, Lord Ghost King's intention is to leave the people in the rainforest behind to lure out their 6 holy sons. If you destroy the people in the rainforest, those 6 holy sons won't come back. At that time, the world is so big, how will you find them? That ghostly voice drifted out. Moreover, His Excellency the Ghost King has also come for the Z Palace. If this matter becomes too big, it will attract the attention of other strong experts. At that time, if His Excellency the Ghost King gets angry, all of you will die. The lord of the castle immediately fell silent. He knew what the Ghost King was trying to do. What right did the Ghost King have to take everything for himself? However, he believed that once that place was opened, His Excellency the Ghost King might not be able to control everything. At that time, even more strong experts from Xianping province would come. Now we have to lure out that holy son. He has a grandfather in the rainforest. As long as we attack his grandfather, he will definitely attack in anger. Although he has a demon god, his strength is only at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. This time, I have a way to seal his demon god so that he can't use his trump card. That ghostly voice was filled with confidence. "Okay, we'll do as you say." The fort lord immediately nodded. The ghostly demon disappeared from the side room and reappeared in a pitch-black room at the same time. He screamed, "Lin Ling, back then at the Holy Sun Gathering, you defeated me. Then I followed my father to the rainforest to kill you. You annihilated my entire clan. You didn't expect that I would still be alive, did you? Moreover, I even became the Ghost King's disciple and exchanged my soul for his. Now, I'm neither a human nor a ghost. All of this is thanks to you. This time, if you come, I will surprise you. I will show you how much my strength has increased. I am invincible among those at the first stage of the Transcendent Realm. I can even kill those at the second stage of the Transcendent Realm. Although your ancient flame demon and Yaksha king are powerful, I have a way to prevent them from appearing. Ha! His voice was cold and gloomy as it drifted further and further away. At this moment, in the rainforest, after Lin Ling's return, it was unprecedentedly quiet. Of course, there were a few small forces that came to disturb them, but Lin Ling didn't take action. Instead, Yumun Yun and Lai Qing took action and killed all the enemies. Then, Lin Ling asked Lai Qing to subdue the surrounding small forces to prevent them from taking advantage of the situation. Lai Qing's murderous intent was even stronger than Lin Ling's. In a short period of time, the surrounding small forces were all wiped out, making the rainforest one of the water realm's most untouchable existences. Only the Dragon Beach 9 forts could resist them. Moreover, many families and forces in the water realm were waiting for the Dragon Beach 9 forts to attack and kill these outsiders. This situation made Lin Ling shake his head. Although he was decisive in killing, he wouldn't kill the innocent. On the other hand, Lai Qing seemed to kill both good and bad people. As long as they weren't from the 6 sacred regions, they would become ghosts under her sword. It seemed that after entering the Transcendent Realm, Lai Qing's obsession was to kill. However, killing was also good. At least it made the rainforest infamous. Others wouldn't dare to easily invade it anymore. It also made the Dragon Beach 9 forts slightly wary of the rainforest. But there were always exceptions. On this day, a sailboat quickly crossed the water and arrived at the largest island. Then, several bloodied people ran out of the boat, one of them carrying an old man. Not good, old ancestor Tai Yen is injured. Yesterday, old ancestor Tai Yen led the Flame Corps to eradicate the water demons. There was a large area of fertile land there. After conquering it, they could plant crops. After all, although cultivators could go without food for a few months, they still needed to eat and drink. Moreover, many people in the rainforest were not strong enough and relied on food more. However, after the water demons were eradicated, a large number of mysterious people appeared. Each of them was powerful and killed many of them. If it weren't for the heaven fiend Ming Wang's Saint Platform, they would have been wiped out under the joint attack of Yin Sha and old ancestor Tai Yen. In this sneak attack, old ancestor Tai Yen suffered the heaviest injury. His soul was damaged. Lin Ling led a large number of people to the side of the boat and saw the heaven fiend Ming Wang carrying old ancestor Tai Yen out. What happened? Lin Ling's face was cold. He took a step forward and held old ancestor Tai Yen in his arms. Using his soul power, he immediately found that old ancestor Tai Yen's soul was damaged. It was as if a part of it had been devoured. This was most likely related to the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect. It's the House of Yi. They ambushed us. Heaven fiend Ming Wang coughed out blood. As soon as the House of Yi appeared, they immediately launched a sneak attack. They didn't even give them a chance to negotiate. House of Yi, this is too much. We've minded our own business. Do you really want to force us to our deaths? Everyone was furious. They had tried to make peace with the Dragon Beach 9 forts many times, but the other party refused to budge. They couldn't understand why they were targeting the rainforest people. Chapter 1131. He went to the Yi castle alone. Master, it's my fault. I didn't protect the old man well. Xianxia lowered her head and said. She was also covered in blood. Their opponents were at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, and they were only at the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. It's not your fault. They came prepared. Lin Ling took out a soul-protecting treasure and poured it into Patriarch Extreme Flame's mouth. During this period of time, Lai Qing had risen like a god of death, wiping out a large number of small factions. The 9 castles of Dragon Beach should have known about it, and they should have been wary of it. However, they did not expect the 9 castles of Dragon Beach to be even more outrageous. They did not attack openly, but launched a sneak attack. They still wanted to give the people of the rainforest a hellish feeling of oppression. How is the old man? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang asked worriedly. A part of his soul has been devoured. If we can't find that part, Grandpa will never wake up. Lin Ling said word by word. The clarity in his eyes disappeared, and in its place was thick killing intent. Other than Yu Yu and his mother, the most important family member in his life was his grandfather. When he was very young, his grandfather had protected him, nurtured him, shared his pride, and also went through trials and tribulations with him. Now, the old man wanted to enjoy his old age here, but the people here wouldn't allow it. The people from the House of Yi said that this is just the beginning. They also said that an old acquaintance is waiting for you. Xianxia recalled. Those people were arrogant and domineering as if they had nothing to fear. Bring Grandpa into the house. I'll go find them. Lin Ling took a deep breath. An old acquaintance? He wanted to see who this old acquaintance was. Moreover, Ancestor Extreme Flame's soul had been devoured, so he could ask that person for it. Lin Ling, the Fort Lord of Dragon Beach 9 Forts, is a Transcendent Realm 3rd Layer Master. The Holy King couldn't help but remind. The Dragon Shore 9 castles were too powerful. If the 9 castles worked together, how could Lin Ling be a match? As for Lin Ling's strength, although he knew that he was strong, he was still only at the first stage of the Transcendent Realm. They came prepared. If I don't go, they will come looking for trouble next time. Also, I want to see what they are waiting for. Lin Ling took down the Tyrant Song sword and gently wiped it before striding into the sky. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Seeing that Lin Ling had left, Yumun Yun immediately spoke. However, Lin Ling shook his head and stopped her. You and Lai Qing stay here. We need someone to protect the rainforest. Leave the Yi castle to me. Then how do you plan to negotiate with them? Rain Master Mo Ping was a little worried. Lin Ling was walking into a tiger's den. Lin Ling's soft laughter drifted through the sky. However, in the next moment, a cold voice rang out, parting the clouds. I want them to be plunged into misery and suffering. Everyone's hearts trembled. They could see that. Lin Ling was furious. Lai Qing was the one who had taken care of the small forces in the rainforest. This time, Lin Ling was the one who took the initiative to attack. At the same time, the people of the rainforest were ambushed. The major families and forces in the water territory had received the news. They also knew that the youngest ruler of the rainforest was going to the Yi castle alone. They were even more delighted. They knew that there would be a good show to watch. If the youngest ruler were to fall, the rainforest would probably fall apart. The youngest ruler of the rainforest, Lin Ling, is here. As for the Dragon Beach 9 forts, they had also received the news. During this period, the people of the rainforest had become famous. If it were not for a certain reason that prevented them from destroying the rainforest, they would have already plunged the rainforest into misery and suffering. He's going to the Yi castle alone. Interesting. The Lord sneered. They also knew that the Lord from the Millennium Ghost sect was at the Yi castle. The wind blew in the sky. The clouds were hazy and drizzling rain was constantly falling. On the ground, the water territory was still as mysterious as a painting. The islands were located one after another like a water town in Jiangnan. Up in the sky, Lin Ling held a giant sword in his hand. The black and white blade emitted a cold light as he stared indifferently into the distance. Although the Dragon Beach 9 castles was very powerful, he wasn't afraid of them. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he felt that there was something more important that was about to happen. He didn't want to be implicated in it, so he didn't make the first move. But now, nothing was more important than his grandfather's matter. Even if all the powerhouses from Xianping province were to come, Lin Ling would still stir up trouble. Lu Feihu, get out here. A cold shout was heard. At the Bay of Reeds, a group of people appeared. They looked at the young man in the sky and their hearts skipped a beat. That was not the young man they met last time. He was a killer god. What had awakened this killer god? Sir, what's the matter? Lu Feihu appeared on a cliff and looked at Lin Ling in the sky. Where is the Yi castle? Lin Ling asked coldly. Then, Lu Feihu quickly pointed out the direction. Lin Ling nodded and strode away. At the same time, he said, spread the news that I, Lin Ling, am going to destroy the Yi castle. If the other 8 forts don't show up in 6 hours, they will never see the Yi castle again. Sir, this is not good. If the 9 forts gather, we will have to face 9 Transcendental Stage 3 powerhouses. Lu Feihu gasped. Was this a warning to the enemy? Today, I am here to destroy the 9 forts. I will wait for them to appear. In the sky, Lin Ling's figure had disappeared. Only his frivolous words could be heard. Destroy the 9 forts? Everyone's face stiffened. That sir wanted to destroy the 9 forts? Not to mention the 9 forts, just 1 fort was already terrifying enough. Go, spread the news. Lu Feihu's heart skipped a beat. Then he shouted and ordered many people to leave in the boats. They had a feeling that the water realm was about to change. Of course, the House of Yi knew that Lin Ling was coming. They even knew that it was the mysterious lord who had led Lin Ling here. Therefore, they did not act as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Instead, they waited patiently for everything to unfold. This was because they knew that the other party had only sent 1 person. 1 person? No matter how strong he was, could he stop the entire Yi castle? That young man named Lin Ling is here. What does Master Hu want from him? On the dragon warship, the lord of the Yi castle asked. He has a treasure that even the Ghost King wants. That's why we want to kill him and get the treasure. On the other side, a figure hiding in the shadows laughed. The lord of the Yi castle did not dare to ask any more questions. That guy dares to take responsibility for his actions. For his grandfather, he dares to go against the whole world. But if he sees me, he will be shocked. He will be even more shocked by how much my strength has increased. At most, he is only at the peak of the Holy Spirit stage. I'm afraid he is not even as strong as Lai Qing. Otherwise, he would have done it himself when we were eliminating the small factions. Why would he rely on Lai Qing? The person in the shadows was very confident. After all, it was only a few months until the heavenly meteor era in the rainforest sacred land. No matter how talented Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to break through 2 stages. Prepare a feast and welcome him. Chapter 1132. Welcome Lin Ling, prepare a feast. His voice rang out, and a large number of boats appeared. Every boat was filled with the aroma of wine, and flames soared into the sky. It was extremely lively, and upon closer inspection, there were hundreds of boats. They were like resplendent stars in the sky, and the surface of the water was lit with fireflies. A few large words were placed on the surface of the water. Old acquaintances, welcome, Lin Ling. It seemed like they were welcoming Lin Ling, but in reality, they were trying to intimidate him. Interesting. A large number of ships also appeared in the distance. They were all from various factions. They were all here to watch a good show. At the same time, a black-robed figure appeared in the sky. He held a sword and moved forward slowly. That's the youngest king of the rainforest. He's so handsome. The crowd's pupils constricted. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling. After a single glance, they felt that Lin Ling was a talented person. Unfortunately, such a talented person was going to die here today. Welcome me. Stopping in midair, Lin Ling looked down at the flaming words floating on the water. Then he looked at the large number of ships. Are you Lin Ling? Go to the biggest ship, there is a surprise waiting for you. Someone saw Lin Ling and immediately laughed. You're from the Yi clan? Lin Ling looked at that person with contempt and asked softly. That's right. I'm a disciple of the star-picking sect, and I'm of the Yi clan's bloodline. That person puffed out his chest proudly. These outsiders thought they were very powerful, but in reality, the Dragon Beach 9 castles didn't make a move. Otherwise, how could these outsiders be so arrogant? You're quite lucky to have the chance to meet our fort master. On the other boats, a large number of people were drinking and cheering. They weren't weak, as they were all at the Holy Spirit realm. However, they soon couldn't laugh anymore. In the sky, Lin Ling nodded. The tyrant's song in his hand slashed downwards in a domineering manner. It was as if a battle axe had descended from the heavens, splitting the clouds apart. Rumble! The surface of the water exploded, and waves surged into the sky. The giant sword turned into a black and white sword beam, and wherever it passed, life was lost. Hundreds of small boats were turned into dust, and countless lives were slain by the sword. Lin Ling did not attack the Dragon Beach 9 castles because he wanted to see what was going to happen here. However, the other party did not give him time, so Lin Ling drew his sword and killed everything. Rumble! The shockwaves shook the surroundings, and the people who were watching the show from afar narrowed their eyes. What a terrifying sword strike! There were several tens of thousands of Holy Spirit realm experts there, but none of them could withstand a single sword strike. How could they know that Lin Ling had awakened 500,000 small worlds in his body? His power was vast, and his sword strike was comparable to the profound meaning of martial arts. As long as it was a low-level profound meaning world, Lin Ling's sword strike would be able to break it. Puff, puff. Water fell from the sky like rain. Lin Ling gripped his great sword and walked forward step by step in the rain. His gaze was fixed on the largest bronze ship in the distance. You killed them? Even more small boats rushed out, and a large number of experts appeared. They were both furious and shocked. Are you from the House of Yi? Lin Ling asked indifferently. His eyes were cold and emotionless. It was as if he was asking them a question, but at the same time, it was as if he was talking to himself. Needless to say, this kind of disdain infuriated the people from the Yi clan. This young man had killed a member of the Yi clan. The House of Yi will not allow you to do as you please. These people unleashed a powerful aura. When had the House of Yi ever been looked down upon like this? So, you're from the House of Yi? Lin Ling nodded again. His eyes were cold and murderous, and the sword in his hands swept out. The sword beam was in the shape of a crescent moon, and everyone saw a black and white sword beam slashing out. Clang, clang, puff, puff, puff. Any weapon or martial arts technique was cut in half. In just one move, thousands of people who just appeared were killed. There was no way to stop this. How can this young man be so strong? The crowd in the distance seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. They did not expect the youngest king of the rainforest to be so powerful. At the same time, the news spread to the other 8 houses, and the lords were shocked. One man with one sword defeated everyone in the House of Yi? They had guessed that only Holy King and a young girl named Lai Qing were powerful in the rainforest. As for Lin Ling, they had guessed that he was quite strong as well. However, they did not expect him to be so strong that it exceeded their expectations. There was no entanglement, nor was there a battle to the death. It was a one-hit kill. A transcendent. No wonder you're so arrogant. Let us meet you. As one of the 9 houses, the House of Yi naturally had more than just Holy Spirit-level cultivators. They had many transcendents as well. Kid, you've killed so many of my people. You're dead meat. Your sword is good, but let's see who's stronger when it comes to my saber. Don't blame me for not reminding you, my Water King's Dipper Saber is a high-grade spirit weapon. Hundreds of First Realm transcendents rushed out. There were old men, middle-aged men, men and women. Under the lead of an armored old man, they rushed towards Lin Ling. These people were the top forces of the Yi family. From this, it could be seen that the Yi family was much stronger than the people of the rainforest. After all, among the people of the rainforest, how many transcendents were there? There were not even 50 of them. Water King's dipper saber. One of them was the fastest. Holding the saber with both hands, he appeared in front of Lin Ling as if he had stepped through the void. The dazzling saber slashed down. From afar, it looked like the silver moon descending from the sky. A high-grade spirit weapon. Many people in the distance narrowed their eyes. A transcendent first-realm cultivator was already scary enough. Coupled with the heaven-grade weapon in his hand, how could the young man block it? It's the Water King's saber. It single-handedly annihilated the Iron Shark Gang and the He clan. More people recognized the powerful old man. Apparently, he was quite famous in the Dragon Beach 9 forts. His saber was unpredictable. As long as one was around him, they would immediately enter a world of saber. Any martial arts would be destroyed. The profound meaning of martial arts allowed a cultivator to create a small world of martial arts and control the vast power of heaven and earth. I wonder if that kid's sword can compare to that saber. How can it compare? Everyone looked on with anticipation and excitement. However, was a high-grade spirit weapon that powerful? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling did not even raise his sword. Instead, he threw a punch towards the sky. Kacha! The giant saber collided with the fist. It was as if it had hit a steel mountain. An ear-piercing sound was heard. Then the glittering saber cracked. What? He broke a high-grade spirit weapon with his fist? Everyone looked as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Could that young man's fist be an existence that surpassed a spirit weapon? How could they know that Lin Ling had been tempered by treasures and the 500,000 small worlds in his body had awakened? Only a saint weapon could harm him. A spirit weapon? My saber. The old man held the broken saber. His expression changed drastically. This was the first time he had seen someone break his saber with their fist. This made his martial arts heart, which had always been confident, crumble at this moment. You can die now. Chapter 1133. The Mysterious Man-Boom. As if he was hit by an ancient elephant, the old man was reduced to dust. Blood splattered all over Lin Ling's body. It was a ghastly sight. One punch and the old man was reduced to dust. This power was terrifying. How terrifying! The Transcendent Realm Masters who were rushing towards Lin Ling all stopped at this moment, all of them a little scared. I'm here to see an old acquaintance. Lin Ling's target was still the largest warship. He took a step forward and the sword in his hand emitted a black and white light. He swung it down viciously. The life and death mysteries were unleashed like the most mysterious force. Swoosh! Before everyone's eyes, the sword split the sky and earth. It even severed the martial mysteries that made them famous. Hundreds of transcendents were unable to block it and were completely annihilated. Lin Ling's morality mysteries could reach level 7 or even 8 by borrowing the power of the Tyrant's Songsword. Coupled with his murderous intent, he was at least at level 7 of life and death mysteries. How could they block it? The entire body of water was dead silent. Only those who were watching from afar widened their eyes. They had a feeling that the Yi clan had summoned a grim reaper from hell. The most ironic thing was that the Yi clan actually wrote big words on the surface of the water. Old acquaintances welcome you, Lin Ling. And this was the price to pay for the welcome. In less than 3 incense sticks worth of time, there was no one left around the Yi clan. Everyone was dead except for Lin Ling. He stepped on the waves and walked towards the largest bronze warship. I'm here. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. He swung the sword in his hand like a thunderstorm, splitting the water and rushing towards the warship. At this moment, inside the dragon warship, the lord of the castle and the mysterious man were drinking wine and watching erotic dances. They knew that Lin Ling was here, but they also knew that the Yi clan would humiliate Lin Ling and delay Lin Ling's arrival. Therefore, they were not in a hurry and were enjoying themselves. However, at this moment, the warship shook violently. Then, the bronze plate cracked and the entire warship was split into 2. The lord of the castle was still sitting in his chair and drinking wine. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The mysterious man was the same. After 3 breaths, they finally reacted. The warship was cut in half. "I'm here." The indifferent voice was like a battle horn. At this moment, it floated in their ears. They knew that Lin Ling was here. "Men, capture this person for me." The lord of the Yi clan was still sitting in his chair. His forehead was full of veins. He was furious. How dare someone cut his warship in half? This was enough to make him furious. However, after his voice floated out, there was only silence outside. The lively drinking scene that he expected did not happen. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. The lord of the castle looked over and his pupils constricted. The world outside was a mess. All the warships were broken. Wooden planks and other objects floated on the water. Everyone was dead. The water was dyed red with blood and many bodies floated. The Yi clan was completely wiped out. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The most frightening thing was that this happened too quickly. Not even 3 incense sticks worth of time was enough for the lord of the castle to know what had happened. Did Lin Ling do it alone? As for the mysterious man, his pupils constricted. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. To be able to wipe out everyone in the Yi clan, he must have reached the first realm of the transcendent realm. Moreover, he must be a rare powerhouse among the first realm of the transcendent realm. This result was beyond his expectations. In his mind, Lin Ling was at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm at most. Who knew that Lin Ling had reached the transcendent realm like him? This caused his wishful thinking to be disrupted. An indescribable anger rose in his heart. Ha! But soon, the mysterious man laughed out loud. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Lin Ling, I didn't expect that my strength would increase, but so would yours. For you. Lin Ling continued to walk on the water. However, when he looked at the mysterious man, there was a hint of doubt in his cold eyes. Was the mysterious man an old acquaintance of his? Back then, during the great gathering of the Holy Sons, I was the star of the Holy Sons. Unfortunately, you appeared and defeated me, making me a laughingstock. After that, when the rainforest Holy Land was destroyed, my father led his people to kill you. Who knew that they would all die? My father died, my people died. This is a blood feud that I will never forget. And you, Lin Ling, have become a person that I must kill. Ha, ha. A cold voice drifted out and fell into the sky. Many people in the distance felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being invaded by yin qi. This meant that the mysterious man's strength was terrifying. For revenge, I joined the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect and experienced the 10,000 ghosts devouring my heart. I also entered the 18 hells to steal the hearts of ghosts and exchanged my soul for this body. The voice sounded out again, causing many people's expressions to change. 10,000 ghosts devouring my heart. This meant that millions of ghosts had devoured one's soul and entered the 18 hells. It was said that the 18 hells contained all kinds of hell tribulations, for example, the 5 horses dismemberment tribulation, the tongue-tearing tribulation, etc. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the mysterious man had succeeded and obtained the hearts of ghosts, turning into a ghost king. This mysterious man was indeed terrifying. For revenge, he had gone through countless trials and tribulations. You also know that there are strong and weak transcendents. Although I am only at the transcendence, my profound martial arts have reached the large success stage. With the ghost Dao in my body, if I enter the cycle of reincarnation, I can become a ghost king. The sinister voice was still talking about his sufferings, but also about his strength. If there was a price, there would be a reward. The greater the price, the greater the reward. That mysterious man had paid so much, how could his strength be weak? Xiao. At the same time, a large number of experts appeared. They were the lords of the Dragon Beach 9 castle. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all sneered. It was undeniable that the youngest king of the rainforest was very strong. However, the descendant of the ghost sect was even stronger. Even the transcendents like them didn't dare to provoke the descendant. However, they could also see that the mysterious man was acquainted with Lin Ling. In that case, they would leave Lin Ling to the mysterious man. I said that I would give you a surprise. You can see it now. That mysterious man was wearing a black robe, like a ghost king. At this moment he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a sinister face. His face was as white as a corpse's, and there seemed to be ghosts moving under his skin. It was a ghastly sight, especially his pair of strange green eyes, as if they wanted to devour the souls of others. With just a glance, many people in the distance felt their legs go soft, as if they had seen the descent of a ghost king. However, although that person's face was ugly, Lin Ling still recognized the outline. It was indeed an old acquaintance. He didn't expect that guy to still be alive. Young barbarian King Fujitor. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated his opponent in the ancient tomb during the Holy Sun Assembly. Afterwards, during the great calamity of the rainforest Holy Land, the barbarian king had brought his clansmen to kill Lin Ling and the others. But when the ancient flame devil descended, all of them had died. Only the young barbarian King Fujitor had luckily survived. At that time, Lin Ling had been facing too many enemies, so he hadn't paid attention to whether the young barbarian King Fujitor was alive or dead. Aren't you surprised? Chapter 1134. Here I am, old acquaintance. No. However, Lin Ling shook his head instead. He didn't feel surprised at all. Instead, the killing intent in his heart grew even denser. As expected, if I don't annihilate my enemies, then there will be endless troubles in the future. His grandfather had been injured because of this enemy, and he was already half dead. If Lin Ling hadn't visualized the 9 heavenly fish diagrams and had his own understanding of the cultivation of the soul, his grandfather might have really died. Could this person still be allowed to live? The House of Yi must not be allowed to live either. Is that so? You're just pretending. Or maybe you think you have that trump card, so you're not afraid of me. But I can tell you that in order to defend against your trump card, I've prepared a lot. It can be said that you can't use your trump card at all, and without it, how can you be my opponent? Young barbarian King Fujitor's fear of Lin Ling was undoubtedly the ancient flame devil. However, he seemed to have complete confidence in himself. Soon after, he spread out his hands. Buddha Ghost World, seal all living things under the heavens. Woo! Endless yin chi spread out from his body. It was as if he had sealed a ghost path world, turning the area within 1,000 meters into a ghost domain. The ghost domain was like the Yellow Springs, and a large number of corpses walked out of the void. Tens of thousands of ghosts wept, and it was a shocking scene. Some people who got too close were instantly swallowed up, and they cried out in pain. Some people reacted faster. They wanted to escape, but they found that they couldn't escape from the ghost domain. Entering the ghost domain was like entering the Yellow Springs. Who could leave the Yellow Springs alive? How terrifying! As expected of the Ghost King's successor. As for the people outside the ghost domain, they were secretly feeling lucky. Even the 8 fort masters were trembling with fear, thinking about how they would escape if they entered the world of the ghost domain. However, they discovered that they couldn't escape at all. Although the opponent's realm was lower than theirs, the control of the Ghost Dao's profound martial arts was too strong. The transcendent realm was divided into strong and weak. For example, a rare saint physique could easily kill a transcendent even if there was a difference of 2 realms between them. This was because a saint physique was an absolute power bestowed by the heavens. Profound martial skills were also very important as they allowed a transcendent to fight across realms. Most importantly, the Ghost Dao was strange and mysterious. Apart from a limited number of profound meanings, such as thunder, fire, and other yang profound meanings, it was difficult for a transcendent to defeat an opponent even if their profound meanings were the same. My Buddha Ghost realm can seal all living things under the heavens, creating a world of its own. It's an 8th level Buddha profound meaning, but your trump card is sealed, so you can't summon it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Young barbarian King Fujitor's clothes fluttered in the air. He was like the king of ghosts and gods. He was brimming with boundless confidence. Why bother? However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he spoke nonchalantly. You don't dare to try, do you? Fine, you've seen my enormous strength. You don't have the power to fight back. Your fate can only be to become my ghost soldier. Before you die, I want to ask you if you have any regrets? Young barbarian King Fujitor floated towards Lin Ling. He was incomparably excited because he was about to kill his enemy. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Therefore, he wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful expression. Even more so, he wanted to see Lin Ling be shocked by his strength. Only in this way would he feel refreshed after killing Lin Ling. How pitiful! You've prepared so much, but it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although you've bitterly cultivated in the 1,000 Generations Ghost sect and your strength has greatly increased, don't forget where I've bitterly cultivated? Compared to me, can you even compare? Lin Ling coldly shouted. He raised the tyrant song sword in his hand. The black light on the sword disappeared and a white light bloomed. It was as if the most dazzling sun had risen in the world of the ghost domain. I'll break your ghost domain. Everyone heard that heroic voice. In their eyes, an endless radiance passed through the ghost domain. 10,000 ghosts rushed towards the dazzling sun, but they were immediately turned into ashes. Many ghosts let out terrified cries as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. It was righteous energy, a total of 8 layers of righteous energy. Righteous energy was also a kind of heaven and earth power. It was extremely firm and yang, as if it would never bend. With righteous energy in one's body, the defense and attack of any martial arts would be greatly increased. This was the advantage of righteous energy. The most important thing was that righteous energy could restrain ghosts. Since ancient times, there was a saying that evil could never prevail over righteousness. Swoosh! The sword ray was like a pair of scissors, cutting open the terrifying world of the ghost domain. All the ghosts and devils were like paper. What? Young barbarian King Fujitor's eyes widened. He sensed that Lin Ling's martial profoundness wasn't weaker than his. How could this be? One must know that he had comprehended the ghost Dao's profoundness after entering the 18 levels of hell. Lin Ling hadn't experienced that kind of pain, so how could his martial profoundness not be weaker than his? All of this was too ironic for him. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do anything to him after he sealed Lin Ling's ancient flame devil. However, everything was as Lin Ling had said. Facing him, Lin Ling didn't need to use the ancient flame devil. 9 Netherworld Sky Tyrant. Soon after, the young barbarian King Fujitor shouted angrily. A ghost claw suddenly stretched out of his chest and collided with the incoming sword. A loud clanging sound was heard, and billowing black smoke gushed out. It seemed as if his ghost claw had encountered the hottest flame. Everything was as fragile as paper. Moreover, that huge white light sword was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. It seemed as if there was nothing it couldn't cut. An ear-piercing sound rang out, causing young barbarian King Fujitor to let out a sharp cry. It seemed as if a soul had been cut off from his body, causing him to firmly stand in midair. I'm coming, old acquaintance. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from behind him. The huge sword in his hand blossomed with a dazzling golden radiance, making him feel as if he was holding a huge sea urchin. His sword had previously passed young barbarian King Fujitor, and had even cut off the soul within his body. That was the soul of a Rakshasa god from the 18 levels of hell. It was also the root of young barbarian King's strength. I'm coming, old acquaintance. Young barbarian King Fujitor was still standing in midair as he muttered to himself. He sensed that the ghost energy within his body was frantically pouring out. This made him lower his head to look, and he saw a golden sword scar on his chest. That sword scar had split him into 2. Evil couldn't triumph over righteousness. He possessed powerful ghost Dao martial arts, but everything was just a joke in front of Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness. I can't accept this. Young barbarian King Fujitor let out the last roar of his life. His face became distorted as he was burned to death by righteousness. However, he couldn't accept this. He was extremely unwilling. He had set up this trap to shock Lin Ling and make him regret killing his barbarian King clan's people. Unfortunately, he had never thought that he couldn't kill Lin Ling. Boom! In the end, an explosion resounded, and the boundless ghost energy dissipated in the sky. He died just like that. The pupils of the people of the 8 forts in the distance condensed. The situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Young barbarian King Fujitora was talking about his sufferings and how he could become stronger, but now he was killed by a single sword strike. This young barbarian King Fujitor's encounter with Lin Ling was simply his misfortune. Yi Castle. Lin Ling stepped into the sky and slowly walked toward the Lord of the 9 Forts. The Lord's complexion changed drastically. He didn't expect that even young barbarian King Fujitora wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was so powerful, but why didn't he destroy the 9 forts of the Dragon Beach? I'm a 3rd stage transcendent, and I have 3 spiritual sources. Chapter 1135. Come near me and you die faster. I don't need you to tell me. However, in midair, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His face was indifferent and unmoved. You want to kill me? The Lord's expression turned even colder. When he saw that Lin Ling did not bother to say anything more, he knew what Lin Ling was trying to do. He said coldly, I don't actually have much of a grudge against you. You killed the Yi clan, but I didn't kill anyone from the rainforest. What more do you want? You were originally going to die, but I didn't kill you. You should be lucky, but you touched my reverse scale. Lin Ling finally said indifferently. Reverse scale? In the distance, many people's expressions changed. They finally understood why Lin Ling wanted to kill them all. It was because of the reverse scale, because of that old man. Lin Ling was also telling everyone that the reverse scale should not be touched. 3rd stage of Transcendent Realm has 3 spiritual sources, which can increase the power of profound martial arts by 3 times. Being threatened in front of so many people, the Lord of Yi Castle felt that he could not swallow his pride. Was he being threatened with his life? This was a joke. Starlight Great Wheel. He stretched out his hands, and a large amount of starlight shot down from the clouds in the sky. He grasped it with both hands and spun it, forming a huge starlight disk. This martial art was similar to the martial arts of the Void Star Divine Palace. It was also the power to control the stars in the sky. 8th level. The 8 lords sucked in a breath of cold air. The Lord of the House of Yi was enraged and had finally unleashed his full potential. Lin Ling's morality enlightenment was also at level 8, but the Lord of the House of Yi was at a higher level. Therefore, he had a chance to win. But, holding the gigantic starlight disk in his hands, the Lord of the Yi Castle revealed a ferocious look on his face. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling was and how he could kill him. Rumble. It was as if the heavens and earth were merciless rolling wheels, bringing with it a divine and dazzling radiance as it pressed down on Lin Ling. The violent spiritual yuan energy fused within it, making it difficult for many people to breathe. The Dragon Beach 9 Castle clan's strength was indeed not undeserved. This martial art was different from the young barbarian King Fujitora's. It was more vigorous, and its strength could crush everything. On the other hand, the young barbarian King Fujitora's martial art was strange and cold. It belonged to 2 different types of attack. The profound meaning of morality can destroy the path of ghosts, that's normal, but it definitely can't destroy the power of the starlight divinity. More people became confident. Lin Ling raised his sword. Black and white light leaked out, as if it was the most mysterious way of the sword in the world. Killing intent and righteousness merged in midair, forming a sword that no one dared to look directly at. Then it slashed out heavily. Rumble. The starlight wheel collided with the black and white sword energy, and a deafening sound erupted. The 2 forces intertwined, causing countless people to clench their fists and feel nervous. However, in the next moment, the starlight wheel seemed to be unable to withstand the friction between the black and white sword energy. With a cracking sound, it was split in half like a moon. Amazing! Staring at the scene, the crowd forgot how to breathe. In the sky, Lin Ling's footsteps didn't stop as he slowly advanced. It was as if the previous slash was as easy as lifting a finger to him. That calm and dominating aura made even more people secretly admire him. His reverse scale was touched and he slashed the world. Although that young man was an outsider, his heart of martial arts that protected everything was admired by them. Damn it, die. Starlight Whirlpool. The Fort Lord roared angrily again and displayed his mysterious martial arts. Pushing out both palms, countless stars turned into mysterious trajectories and blasted towards Lin Ling. Slash! Lin Ling coldly shouted and slashed out with his sword. Any starlight that came into contact with the sword instantly turned into ashes. Lin Ling continued to advance. Crushing. Lin Ling was crushing the Fort Lord step by step. He was also telling the Fort Lord that he was a powerful third-stage transcendent realm cultivator. Whatever other powerful martial arts he had, he could use them all. This was the arrogance of the strong. 2 spiritual sources. When he slashed out with his sword, I vaguely saw 2 spiritual sources and they were extremely huge. Some of the 9 Fort Lords exclaimed. Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary first-stage transcendent realm cultivator. He was a strange kind of cultivator and the strong kind. Of course, they weren't wrong. Lin Ling had 2 spiritual sources and was already comparable to a second-stage transcendent realm cultivator. On top of that, his spiritual sources had been strengthened before. Naturally, he was much stronger than an ordinary second-stage transcendent realm cultivator. How could 100,000 military points exchange for an undeserved reputation? What else do you have to be proud of? Use them all. Lin Ling was like the Grim Reaper pressing down on the Yi Fort Lord. Save me! The Yi Fort Lord was finally afraid. He had never been so afraid of someone before. He even regretted attacking the people of the rainforest because he had touched his reverse scale. He was going to be crushed by Lin Ling. Little bastard, since when did you have the right to be so arrogant? The Dragon Beach 9 forts were all from the same place. Naturally, they couldn't just watch the Yi Fort Lord die. 2 of the Fort Lords charged towards Lin Ling. Mixed star technique. Both of them moved strangely. Dense energy exploded, turning the sky into a starry sky. Like shooting stars, they instantly appeared behind Lin Ling and hugged Lin Ling tightly. Got him! The other Fort Lords were overjoyed. This was the secret technique of the star-plucking descendants. Once caught by this technique, they would immediately enter the universe and be turned into dust by the swirling starry sky. This martial art was very strange, but it was extremely powerful. In the past, when they first came to the water realm, they relied on this unique skill to kill many experts. The most terrifying thing about this unique skill was that when the 9 of them joined forces, they could form a 9-star alignment formation, which increased their power by 9 times. Got him! The Lord of Yi Castle saw a glimmer of hope for victory. As for the people watching from afar, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Amongst them, there were a few older cultivators who immediately recalled that it was the most terrifying 9-star alignment array. In that case, Lin Ling would have to face off against 9 transcendent realm cultivators. Lin Ling was very proud. For the sake of his reverse scale, he fought against the world. That kind of unyielding fighting spirit won the respect of many people. They were from the water domain and naturally knew that it was a merciless world. It was a blessing to have a strong cultivator protecting you. However, this strong cultivator who was about to rise would still be ruthlessly killed by the veteran cultivators. 9 against 1, it was an unfair victory. However, in this world, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. If given more time, this kid would be able to conquer the water domain. Many people secretly sighed. Why don't you try and see if you can move? At this moment, the 2 Fort Lords were like stars twirling around Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to frown. What a strange martial art. Moreover, these 2 seemed to have fused their cultivation base together. Originally, they were both Transcendental Realm 3rd stage cultivators. Once they fused their cultivation base together, their power would increase by another 10%. Most importantly, there were still 7 people waiting outside, ready to make a move. The Dragon Beach 9 forts isn't as simple as you think. The other fort master also sneered. Is that so? Lin Ling softly replied before closing his eyes. This caused many people to be puzzled. What was the youngest king of the rainforest doing? Come closer to me and you'll die faster. However, at the next moment, a cold voice drifted out, causing even more people's pupils to constrict. Come closer to Lin Ling and you'll die faster? At the same time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. That pair of eyes were blue and two flames were quietly dancing within. When one of the fort lords looked at him, his heart inexplicably trembled. It was as if he was looking at the most ancient sea. The surface of the sea was calm, causing his heart to calm down as well. However, the sea began to surge with waves. The fury of the sea made him feel terrified. He felt incomparably small and insignificant. What shocked him the most was that he actually wanted to embrace the sea. Moreover, this wasn't the sea. Boom. Chapter 1136. Qianhal's men. Two bodies of water appeared between heaven and earth. One originally existed on earth while the other was a sea that belonged to the sky. But when many people looked carefully, it wasn't a sea but a sea of flames. As for the two fort lords, they had turned into ashes without even making a sound. Come closer to me and you'll die faster. Many people suddenly recalled this saying and finally understood what it meant. Kill. In the sky, Lin Ling's entire body was wrapped in blue flames. He turned into a shooting star and shot towards the other fort lords. Obviously, he knew that if these fort lords were to join forces, he would have to avoid them. After all, they were all in the third stage of Transcendent Realm. If it was one person, he wouldn't be afraid, but if there were too many of them, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he chose to destroy them one by one. With his sea heart flame, he could do this. What kind of flame is that? The crowd looked at the tranquil flame. They couldn't feel any heat from it as if they were looking at a tranquil sea. But the more it was so, the more they felt terrified. After all, was there a flame in the world that didn't have any heat? Therefore, that flame was definitely not ordinary. Everyone be careful, this kid wants to destroy us one by one. Things happened too quickly. While the fort lords were still in shock, one of them guessed Lin Ling's intention. Shua. However, just as the lord of the castle shouted, a palm covered in blue flames landed on his body. The flames burned and took his life. Sadly, his warning was the last thing he said in his life. Fort Lord Ning. The remaining fort lords narrowed their eyes. One must know that Fort Lord Ning possessed the half-step saint artifact Qilin's enraged sky armor. He was the existence with the strongest defense, but he was instantly killed. Gather together. The fort lords anxiously shouted. If there were 9 of you, I would still be afraid. But now there are only 6 of you left. Moreover, there's one more on the other side. Lin Ling said indifferently. He raised his hands and the sea heart flame in his body turned into an ocean and floated in the air, shocking everyone. Try the power of the ocean. Boom. The sea heart flame was an earth-grade flame that even Sky Hill City's experts feared. Although Lin Ling only had a preliminary control over it, once this flame was released, it was enough to sweep away the fort lords. Crash. Under countless gazes, the sea waves surged. The expressions of those few allied fort lords changed drastically. In a single exchange, another 3 fort lords had died. The remaining 2 fort lords were relatively stronger, so they were barely able to hold on. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The sea heart flame was indeed strong, but it had one flaw, which was that it consumed a great deal of his spiritual qi. One had to know that a transcendent couldn't compare to a saint spirit realm cultivator, so each attack consumed a great deal of spiritual qi. However, Yang Kai still smiled. Although his spiritual qi continued to be consumed, as time passed, killing the 2 fort masters wouldn't be a problem. Amazing! He's only a 7-star saint realm, but he has a saint physique. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. In the void, a spear stirred up the winds and clouds, bringing with it hundreds of wind dragons that descended from the skies. These wind dragons roared and emitted layers of halos. Rumble! When the wind dragon arrived, the sea seemed to be sucked in as well, but it was only a little bit. Clearly, although the wind dragon was powerful, it wasn't enough to instantly suppress the sea heart flame. What a huge force! Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze towards the sky. At some unknown time, a large number of figures had appeared. These people wore golden robes embroidered with royal serpents, their origins extremely mysterious. The one leading them was a young man wearing a jade crown. his martial arts were somewhat strange, not a profound martial art, but with every movement he made, he seemed to be able to control the purest energy in the world. One had to know that on the martial Tao, first one's martial instinct, then true intent, then great true intent, which was the martial true intent, and then profound martial arts. This was the division of martial arts comprehension, but right now, the martial arts displayed by this young man seemed to surpass profound martial arts. First realm transcendent. The strength of this young man was comparable to Lin Ling, but he was obviously much stronger than the fort masters. Millions of wind dragons roared as they revolved around the sea, each time drawing out a wisp of sea fire. Gradually, the two forces began to dissipate. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of vast martial arts collision was simply beyond their imagination. It wasn't until the two forces had dissipated that they turned their attention to the mysterious young man in the sky. Interesting, Earth-grade Saint Physique. What a terrifying talent. Are you interested in following me? In the sky, the young man wearing the royal serpent robe looked at Lin Ling and said, obviously he was very interested in Lin Ling's talent. No. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the young man. Although their cultivation levels were the same, the young man gave him a sense of pressure. With the appearance of his eye of time, he calmly analyzed the situation. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he and the young man were tied. This was very terrifying. One had to know that Lin Ling had 2 strands of spiritual source, 500,000 small worlds, an Earth-grade Saint Physique, and a King-grade Saint artifact as his trump cards. However, it was still a tie. This meant that the young man had a trump card that Lin Ling didn't know about. Very arrogant. Do you know who I am? This king is Lu Ruffing from the Qian Palace. The young man's face turned gloomy. Qian Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Of course, he knew about this place. It was a huge banner that gathered tens of millions of forces and sections. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Even the Dinghai heavenly abode was just one of the forces. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the 2 lords. At this moment, there were only 3 lords left. The lord of the Yi clan was still on the other side, trembling with fear. You can't kill them. Lu Ruffing shouted coldly. This is between me and them. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ling said without looking at the young man. This shocked many people. His reverse scale had been touched. Lin Ling was decisive in killing. Even if the young man had the protection of a strong cultivator, he would not compromise. If I say no, it means no. Their lives are more valuable than yours. Lu Ruffing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The people behind him sneered. These young men from the countryside were very bold. They thought that they could look down on everyone just because they had an earth-rank holy physique. Little did they know that they had provoked an extremely powerful existence from the Qian Palace. I know that you're here for the star-picking Violet Palace, and they're the key. But what does that have to do with me? Lin Ling continued to move forward, arriving in front of the 2 fort lords. With a cold smile, the sword in his hand slashed out. At that moment, the 2 fort lords had already been severely injured by the flames. If Lu Ruffing had not stepped in to save them, they would have died. Save me! The 2 lords shouted at the same time. They were completely terrified. They finally understood why Lin Ling came to the Yi clan but informed them of the other 9 castles. It turned out that Lin Ling's plan was to kill all of them in one fell swoop and get rid of future troubles. How dare you! At this moment, Lu Ruffing was shocked by Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling knew about that secret? That's right, the Dragon Beach 9 castles was like an ant to him. He wouldn't stop Lin Ling just to prove his strength. However, the Dragon Beach 9 castles was related to that place and had attracted the attention of the Qianhao. That was why he was here to protect it. Unfortunately, it was too late when he reacted. The remaining 2 lords were killed by Lin Ling's sword. Lu Ruffing was furious. There was only 1 lord left. Chapter 1137. Demon God Confrontation. As for the crowd in the distance, they were even more shocked. Their reverse scale had been touched. In their hearts, The people of the rainforest had become existences that could not be provoked. You're forcing me to kill you. Lu Rufeng gently floated down. Lin Ling had killed someone in front of him, so how could he let Lin Ling go? Your talent is good, but unfortunately, your realm is too low. Plus, you've already exhausted all your spiritual yuan in the previous battle. How can you be my opponent? Xiao. Without any nonsense, Lu Rufeng disappeared into the sky, leaving behind a gust of wind that was capable of directly shredding a transcendent realm master to dust. He made his move. Many people stared at the front. They didn't know where Lu Rufeng came from, but they could feel that his origin and strength were terrifying. Lin Ling had indeed exhausted a lot of his spiritual yuan in the previous battle. He was no match for Lu Rufeng. You can't kill me. Lin Ling couldn't see Lu Rufeng's body at all, but he said lightly. His words made the people of Lu King's mansion in the distance sneer. Was this brat still so stubborn? Wind spear condensed sound. The strongest wind in the world appeared. In Lin Ling's eyes, thousands of wind spears came straight at him. The power of the wind was so great that Lin Ling frowned. He moved his feet and dodged. At the same time, he condensed the remaining spiritual yuan in his body and turned it into a sword slash. Xiao. However, after the sword slash, it passed through the wind, which made Lin Ling's face change slightly. What kind of martial art was this? Why was it so powerful? One had to know that his sword had reached the 8th level of life and death profound, but it couldn't cut through the wind? The comprehension of profound martial arts is very deep, but profound martial arts only control the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is vast and complex. Only by removing the crudity and leaving the essence can one dominate everything. A disdainful voice drifted out in the wind. In the end, a spear shot straight at Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to dodge. Clang. Lin Ling pointed his giant sword. A deafening sound rang out as the tip of the sword collided with the tip of the spear. Did you see my gun? Lu Rufeng's surprised voice rang out. He thought that Lin Ling could not see through his martial arts. Your spear seems to carry the power of heaven and earth. After fusing with it, I couldn't see through it at first, but now I can feel a thing or two. Lin Ling said indifferently. So what if you can see through it? You can still block it. Lu Rufeng's voice was filled with anger. The spiritual source on the tip of the spear became even more vast, suppressing Lin Ling with force. Who is this kid? How can he see through the 9th prince's spear? Those people in the distance were also shocked, but they soon sneered. Lin Ling had consumed a lot of spiritual yuan, so even if he could see the spear, it was useless. I can still block your gun. However, at that moment, Lin Ling said softly. He stepped into the air, as if he had become one with the sky. His huge sword was still thrusting forward, making it difficult for Lu Rufeng's spear to advance any further. Physical strength. Lu Rufeng sucked in a breath of cold air. Unless one faced it personally, one would not be able to see through the physical strength. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling only had a saint body. I forgot to tell you that my spiritual yuan recovers very quickly. At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently. His spiritual yuan in his dantian had recovered 10% of his strength. Coupled with the strength of his physical body, his sword became even heavier this time. He slashed out fiercely. With a cracking sound, the majestic power sent Lu Rufeng's body flying. He floated in the distance with an ugly expression on his face. He, a famous genius from the Qian Temple, had personally suppressed a young man from the countryside, but it was to no avail. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, his opponent was someone who had fought several times before. Amazing! It seems that I have to use my trump card to kill you. Lu Rufeng obviously did not want to waste time. After all, the longer he delayed, the more embarrassed he would be. Is the 9th prince going to use that? Those behind him were looking forward to it. Although Lu Rufeng was only a stage 1 transcendent, which was the lowest level in the Qian Temple, there was a reason why the Lu Mansion still valued him so much. And the reason was the wind demon lion. With a furious roar, the clouds in the sky were blown away, and the water on the ground was blown away until the bottom of the water could be seen. An unstoppable force from the ancient times erupted in a mighty manner. Under countless gazes, 100-meter-tall ancient lion appeared. The lion was green in color and there were many mysterious patterns on its body. Its mane was formed by a green gale. The roar was earth-shattering. A large number of people in the distance were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They quickly ran away from this terrifying world. The wind demon lion ranked 65th among the 72 demon gods in the sky. As for the people wearing the imperial python robes, they spoke proudly. Now, do you still have the right to be arrogant? The lion spoke in a low voice like a king, as if it was the king of all beasts in the world. In the distance, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. The 72 demon gods in the sky? This was the first time he had seen a demon god other than the 6 guardian gods. Although he was surprised, he wasn't too shocked. Previously, his eye of time had detected a mysterious aura in the other party's body. Therefore, he estimated that he couldn't defeat the other party, but the other party couldn't defeat him either. I said, "You can't kill me." Lin Ling slowly carried the tyrannical song sword on his back. His words made those on Lu Rufeng's side laugh. Can't kill him? That's a fool's dream. Come out, ancient flame demon. Lin Ling let out a low roar, and an ancient aura emanated from him. Smoke spewed out, causing him to disappear from the sky. Then, the demonic flames spread out, and the 7-tailed fox desolate beast appeared before everyone's eyes. Its demonic eyes stared at everyone with a bloodthirsty look. What? This guy still has a trump card. He's also one of the 72 demon gods in the sky. Horrified voices erupted. Some of them came from the water realm, while others came from Lu Rufeng's side. Of course, the wind demon lion was the most surprised. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be one of the demon gods. The ancient flame demon ranked 69th among the 72 demon gods in the sky. After a moment of shock, the wind demon lion finally spoke in a serious voice. He no longer had the arrogance from before. I'm wind and you're flame. However, in the ancient demon god rankings, you're weaker than me. I can kill you. Is that so? As far as I know, it's difficult for a stage 1 transcendent to display the power of a demon god. Since your cultivation is the same as mine, your wind demon lion might not be able to defeat me. As for your ranking, it's based on the ancient rankings. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he spoke from the ancient flame demon's neck. The wind demon lion fell silent. Lin Ling's words made sense. The ancient rankings were based on the demon god's heyday. However, they obviously couldn't display their full strength now. Even though the wind demon lion was ranked higher than the ancient flame demon, if Lin Ling performed better, it was possible that he could kill the wind demon lion. As such, Lu Rufeng hesitated. Then he sensed a powerful aura coming towards them. In the end, he recalled the wind demon lion. Chapter 1138. Strive hard, brat, you're lucky. Lu Rufeng returned to normal, but he looked coldly at Lin Ling. He, the 9th prince, had failed. I told you, you can't kill me. Lin Ling smiled faintly as if he didn't care at all. This made Lu Rufeng and his men's faces turn pale as if they had been slapped in the face. They, the Lu mansion, had never suffered such a big loss before. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the Lord of the House of Yi. That one glance caused the Lord of the House of Yi to tremble and almost kneel down. Only now did he realize that he had provoked such a terrifying existence. The Lord of the Dragon Beach 9 Castles is here? At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Their auras were powerful as if they were ancient war gods. Lin Ling. A furious roar was heard. A man in a black robe stared at Lin Ling from the crowd. It was the Tri-Era Ghost King. You killed my son. Apart from that, Dark North Evil God came as well. He stared at Lin Ling with killing intent. The two of you better not spoil the big picture. The Kuan Palace has already found out that the descendant of the star-plucking Violet Mansion has appeared here. Therefore, no one here can be killed at will. The 3 Lives Ghost King and Evil God North Sea didn't dare to say a word. This was the gathering place of all the experts of the Kuan Palace. How could they dare to offend them? Obviously, They'd come for the star-seizing Violet Palace, and the key to the secret realm was the Fort Master of the Dragon Beach 9 Forts. Because the Fort Master was the only bloodline descendant of the star-seizing Violet Palace. This was something they had only discovered recently. Don't worry, the Fort Master of the Dragon Beach 9 Castles has been confirmed. Only the Fort Master with the surname Yi is left, and the rest were killed by that junior. At that moment, an ancient voice rang out, causing many people to frown. They recognized that voice, so they gave some face. How dare you? How dare you kill the Fort Lord? All the experts were looking at Lin Ling. These people had powerful auras, and every one of them was an existence that surpassed Lin Ling. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. He didn't make a move against the Dragon Shore 9 Castles because he had already guessed that the star-seizing Violet Manor was related to them. It was only after his grandfather was ambushed that he let go of everything and came to wipe out the Dragon Shore 9 Castles. But now, he had become everyone's enemy. The most terrifying thing was that there were experts from the Kuan Hall gathered here. Moreover, the experts currently treated him like an ant. If they knew that he had the ancient flame devil, there would be even more people who would want to kill him. Even Lu Ruffing kept a low profile at this moment, not letting others know that he had the 72 demonic gods. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to grow so much in such a short period of time. In the sky, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. The expressions of the experts from the Kuan Hall changed slightly. This ancient expert actually knew that ant? This surprised them greatly. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he stared at the pair of eyes in the sky. An unprecedented anger arose spontaneously. It's him, the owner of the Void Star Divine Palace, Celestial Venerable Void Star. Celestial Venerable Void Star's position in the Kuan Hall wasn't low, so when he appeared, the experts fell silent. Only the 3 Lives Ghost King and Northern Darkness Demon God sneered. How could Lin Ling still be alive? The only regret was that they couldn't obtain Lin Ling's 72 demonic gods. The situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for Lin Ling. Numerous eyes stared at Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel pressured. How about joining my Void Star Divine Palace? In the sky, the pair of eyes said indifferently. It was as if he had seen through all of Lin Ling's secrets. That was why he knew how strong Lin Ling's talent was, especially his saint body. One had to know that not long ago, Lin Ling's talent was extremely ordinary. It's impossible. Lin Ling raised his head. His clear eyes were filled with determination and even killing intent. I see that your talent is not bad, so I'm giving you a chance. But you won't take it? The pair of eyes in the sky revealed a cold expression. It's impossible. Lin Ling still said the same thing. He still remembered the deaths of the saints. In order to let the 6 guardian gods leave, those saints had died in the charge. His hometown had also been destroyed by the other party. The Qingyun's sacred ground had been completely annihilated. How could he not take revenge? Even if the other party wanted to recruit Lin Ling would never compromise. This enmity was irreconcilable. Kneel. The pair of eyes exuded a strong sense of majesty. It was as if Lin Ling had violated his dignity by rejecting him in front of the experts of the Kuan Hall. This kid is courting death. How dare he go against Celestial Venerable Void Star? The experts of the Kuan Hall came from various sects and kings of various countries. They didn't know Lin Ling, but they felt that Lin Ling was extraordinarily courageous. Rumble. Boundless majesty shrouded Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling to kneel. The power was too strong, as if it was the eye of a god. As for Lin Ling, he felt as if his pupils had been cut by a knife. Pain shot through him, making it so that he could no longer open his eyes. The last time Lin Ling dared to look Empyrean Void Star in the eye, Empyrean Void Star wanted to destroy Lin Ling's eyes. Serves him right. His eyes are blind. The 3 Lives Ghost King sneered coldly. The others also revealed a cold expression. That young man was blind, so he should be kneeling next. Unfortunately, in the face of an ancient expert, no matter how strong his backbone was, it was useless. Pain. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a piercing pain in his eyes. It was as if he had returned to Gu Yen's sect and become blind again. Most importantly, the majestic heavenly aura enveloped his body, causing his bones to creak as if they were about to break. He was forced to kneel. However, he couldn't kneel. Even if his eyes were blind and his bones were broken, he still couldn't kneel. Lin Ling's body trembled as he stubbornly resisted. Many people in the distance who were watching a good show gradually became surprised. This young man was terrifying. His willpower was too great. My obsession is as arrogant as ever. How can I fall here? Lin Ling shouted angrily in his heart. Scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind. Every time he faced a life or death crisis, every time he was oppressed by a powerful cultivator, every time he was in the vast expanse of the world, he never gave in. The sound of glass shattering could be heard. Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to explode. The 9 heavenly fish diagrams appeared in his sea of consciousness, causing the sea to erupt with sky-high waves. His soul continued to grow stronger, and above the sea, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see things that were thousands of miles away. He saw a large number of experts coming in his direction. He also saw Venerable Si Kaming and Old Man Dongfu. This mysterious power was too terrifying. It was like the eye of clairvoyance. No, it should be the eye of 10,000 miles. Could it be that the eye of time had awakened another divine ability under the pressure? At this moment, the crowd in the outside world didn't know what was happening to Lin Ling's soul, but they were becoming more and more shocked. This young man was still not kneeling. He had resisted for a long time. One had to know that Heavenly Venerable Su Xing had the divine eye. Even high-grade transcendents like them didn't dare to face it. He definitely can't hold on. He'll kneel in an incense stick's worth of time. The 3 Lives Ghost King sneered, believing that Lin Ling couldn't hold on. A cultivator has 3 qualities. First, backbone, second, pride, and third, courage. If you compromise, how can you talk about the martial Tao? Chapter 1139. The gathering of experts. Man strives for 3 breaths, backbone, pride, and courage. These 3 breaths will never be extinguished. These breaths will exist forever with the world. At the same time, Lin Ling didn't kneel. Instead, he finally opened his eyes and stared at the sky god eye. These 3 breaths will exist forever with the world. Countless people were shocked, and their faces stiffened. That weak little ant stared at the heavens. Just how strong was his backbone and arrogance? Could it be that his courage was boundless? The sky god eye was also shocked. He didn't kneel, and his blinded eyes had recovered. He stared at him like he did in the past. Man strives for 3 breaths. At the same time, a large amount of ancient aura appeared. Ocean waves erupted and separated the world, preventing the sky god eye from displaying its power. Venerable Si Kaming had arrived. A large number of experts from the Qian Hall had arrived. However, they all stared at Lin Ling in shock. What had they just seen? They had seen Lin Ling stare at celestial Venerable Void Star and not lose out at all. Who was this youth? Venerable Si Kaming. The sky god eye roared furiously. He sensed that not only had he failed to kill Lin Ling today, but Lin Ling had also awakened under his pressure. This meant that he had been helping Lin Ling grow. Now that Venerable Si Kaming had arrived, he couldn't do anything. Celestial Venerable Void Star, I've said before that Lin Ling is my general. Don't you know that? Venerable Si Kaming coldly stared at the sky, causing the sky god eye to slowly close. I was reckless before. I apologize to you. He had to compromise. After all, Venerable Si Kaming was an extremely troublesome existence for the Qian Hall. Moreover, more and more experts had arrived. He couldn't hide the truth from the masses. Venerable Si Kaming glanced at the experts from the Qian Hall and suppressed his anger. He then looked at Lin Ling in shock. Not long ago, he wanted to inform Lin Ling to come here, but Lin Ling had already left. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would find the Dragon Beach 9 castles before him? This Lin Ling was truly mysterious. It was as if everything in the world revolved around him. Venerable Si Kaming, is this kid a general of your Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture? A powerful old man from the Qian Hall laughed. When he saw Venerable Si Kaming nod his head, he couldn't help but say with envy, "Amazing. He doesn't fear Empyrean Voidstar with just his willpower and backbone." Ha! Venerable Si Kaming's face was full of pride. He waved at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling walked towards him. Lin Ling knew that his plan to kill the Yi clan's lord had to be delayed. Today, the experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall were here for the star-plucking Purple Mansion. This was a major event that Lin Ling couldn't stop at the moment. The crowd also waited quietly, each with their own thoughts. Lu Rufeng's expression was ugly. He thought that Lin Ling was a nameless ant, but who knew that Lin Ling dared to look directly at Celestial Master Voidstar and was even a general under Venerable Si Kaming? Lu Rufeng's status and feat were like a slap to his face. Other than him, the experts who arrived first also stared deeply at Lin Ling. They would remember this stubborn young man. As for the experts who arrived later, they didn't pay attention to Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was just an ordinary cultivator below them. Among the experts here, the weakest was at least a first-realm transcendent. There were even many that Lin Ling couldn't see through. They were probably at the transcendent realm or above, and that realm should be the Saint realm. The Misty Evil sect is here. Their sect master has a high position in the Kuan Hall. His strength is also unparalleled. They're from the Heavenly King Palace. The crowd exclaimed from time to time. Today, in Xianpeng Province, thousands of sects and experts had gathered. These people are all here for the star-plucking Purple Mansion. Lin Ling was shocked as he looked into the distance. 10,000 kilometers away, he could see that there were still many great forces arriving. That's right. In ancient times, there was no Xianpeng province. At that time, the 4 great countries ruled everything. Later on, for some unknown reason, the 4 great ancient countries disappeared and became fragmented. The star-plucking Great Emperor's country was one of the 4 great countries. According to legend, one could obtain the 5 great inheritances from there. In ancient times, the 5 great inheritances were the most powerful forces that ruled the world. Therefore, when the star-plucking Purple Mansion appeared, all the experts of Xianpeng Province came here for it. Beside Lin Ling, a woman in purple clothes said lightly. Her face was covered with a purple veil, only revealing a pair of autumn moon-like eyes. Her voice was extremely gentle, and she looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a junior. Lin Ling didn't know this woman. "Little sister Meng Yun, are you all right?" The purple-clothed woman smiled and spoke again. This made Lin Ling even more surprised. "She knew you, Meng Yun?" "Ling Shan, this is my father's red-armored general, Lin Ling," Venerable Si Kaming said with a smile. Lin Ling immediately reacted and greeted politely, "Sister Ling Shan." In fact, he hadn't stayed in the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture for long. He wasn't even as long as you Meng Yun, so this was his first time meeting Venerable Si Kaming's daughter. However, since Sister Ling Shan's eyes were so beautiful, her face must be devastatingly beautiful. "I'm not like what you think." Ling Shan smiled and removed the purple veil. Immediately, a centipede-like claw mark was revealed. It was a ghastly sight. Ling Shan's face wasn't bad to begin with. However, because of the claw mark, it made her extremely ugly. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Ling Shan to be so magnanimous as to let him see her face. However, he also sighed in his heart. Sister Ling Shan was also a rare beauty. It was a pity that she had a scar on her face. This injury can't be healed. Venerable Si Kaming sighed with a hint of anger in his eyes. "Father, it's been so long. I'm used to it." Ling Shan put the veil back on as if she didn't care at all. However, Lin Ling felt that it wasn't that she didn't care. Instead, she was helpless. This Sister Ling Shan probably had a past that she couldn't bear to look back on. The 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace. At this time, the crowd began to move. Countless gazes looked towards the sky. The sunset had risen and countless fragrant flower petals drifted down like rain, causing the world to be filled with a fragrance. Under the sunset, a large number of women wearing palace dresses and bare feet came over. Each of these women was very beautiful. It was as if the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden had descended to the mortal world. The Qian Temple is so good. With the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace, even if I can't get close to her, it's good to see her every day. Many people laughed. In particular, some warriors who were free and easy stared unscrupulously at these fairy-like women. They knew that the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden Palace was recruiting the most beautiful women in the world. Is that the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden? Then, many people looked at a woman in a palace dress with a jade belt fluttering in the wind. That woman was holy and noble, and she had the most beautiful face in the world. She also had the most alluring figure. It made people wonder how the world could give birth to such a beautiful woman. Chapter 1140. Mysterious Maiden of 9 Heavens, beautiful. She's really beautiful. If I can admire the moon with her in this life, even death would be worth it. Many people were shocked. Even some cultivators who didn't care about women's charms were shaken at this moment. If you want to die, then try to get close to her. She's a woman of the Langya 10 temples. Only that man is worthy of her. Someone said disdainfully, causing many people's hearts to beat violently. The 10 most terrifying existences of the Langya 10 temples were the heavenly seers. Although they were young, they were all existences above the transcendent realm. They were as famous as the Kuan Temple and the unfettered 10 temples. That bitch is here. Venerable Sea Calming glared at the fairy in the sky and shouted angrily. Ling Shan pulled him back and shook her head. Father, it's been so many years. Why do you care? Although she said so, Lin Ling could still feel her emotions fluctuating. It was a kind of anger and helplessness. Mysterious Maiden of 9 Heavens. Lin Ling also looked at the fairy-like woman. He didn't know what kind of grudge this woman had with Sister Ling Shan. Ling Shan, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still the same. Ignoring the gazes around her, the fairy-like woman looked at Ling Shan. She seemed to know her. Thank you. Ling Shan looked up at the mysterious Maiden of 9 Heavens with a touch of persistence in her eyes and smiled. Bitch! Venerable Sea Calming bellowed and scolded Xian Envy of the 9th heaven in front of countless people. This action surprised many people. However, Venerable Sea Calming had a high status behind the Qian Palace, so no one dared to say anything. How can you force things? He loves me. What's the use of pestering him? The mysterious Maiden of 9 Heavens didn't get angry and smiled gently. Her smile was like a spring breeze, causing more people to lean towards her. Is it because of that rumor? There was no lack of older experts in the heaven and earth palaces. At this moment, they recalled that 10 years ago, Venerable Sea Calming's daughter fell in love with an outstanding talent. The two of them were in love, and Venerable Sea Calming thought highly of his son-in-law and gave him a lot of guidance. After that, as their relationship became better and better, the two of them also announced their marriage. The news spread in the heaven and earth palaces in a grandiose manner. However, on the day of the wedding, the hero still refused and publicly announced that the woman he loved was the 9 Heavens Maiden. He was ashamed of Venerable Sea Calming's nurturing and Ling Shan's feelings. Thus, on that day, he refused in front of everyone and ended up with the 9 Heavens Maiden. That experience was undoubtedly a huge blow to Ling Shan and Venerable Sea Calming. It had to be known that the entire world was watching the marriage, but the female side had been rejected. How humiliating was that? No wonder Venerable Sea Calming hates the Empyrean maidens so much. Many people came to a realization, but they still mocked. After all, love couldn't be forced. If Venerable Sea Calming wanted to seek justice for his wronged daughter, it would be even more humiliating for them. Ling Shan clenched her fists as the crowd discussed animatedly. The Empyrean maiden, on the other hand, smiled faintly and didn't look at Ling Shan anymore. Her attitude undoubtedly made people miss her even more and made Ling Shan a clown. This is too much. Venerable Sea Calming was so angry that his face turned red, but there was nothing he could do. The Empyrean Maiden Palace wasn't any weaker than the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. In addition, the hero was one of the 10 palaces in Langya. He couldn't seek justice even if he wanted to. It's not what you think. In the past, I treated that hero like my own son and even gave him the Dragon Roar elixir. Who knew that his goal was that precious elixir? After getting the elixir, he immediately broke the engagement and made my daughter the laughingstock of Xianpeng province. It's humiliating for a man to be rejected, but it's even more humiliating for a woman to be rejected. Venerable Si Kaming looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling could also sense the bitterness in Sister Lingshan's heart. After being rejected in public, the hero even said that he loved the Empyrean maiden. Naturally, everyone would compare Sister Lingshan with the Empyrean maiden and think that Sister Lingshan was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. She couldn't see through herself. After that, my daughter went to get the dragon roar elixir for me, but she was slapped by that man. He even called my daughter a toad. The shame of that slap is still there to this day. Venerable Si Kaming said word by word. The scar on Lingshan's face came from that. What a shameless man. Lin Ling's voice sank. Love was indeed something that could not be forced. But since that man had chosen the Empyrean maiden, then everything that he owed Lingshan should be returned. However, not only did that man not return it, he even ruined Sister Lingshan's face, causing her to never have the face to see anyone again. The wound on her face was painful, but how could the wound in her heart be healed? After that, the Empyrean maiden also met Lingshan. She was very arrogant and said that Lingshan wasn't worthy of that hero. Lingshan was a toad, so they were both bitches. Venerable Si Kaming shouted again. The Empyrean maiden was happy to be with that hero, and she was also the winner. However, she shouldn't have reprimanded Lingshan, because Lingshan was the victim. Love couldn't be forced, but the way the Empyrean maiden handled it was wrong. She didn't care about Lingshan's self-esteem. Venerable Si Kaming looked at Lin Ling. You promised me 3 things, and you've already fulfilled one. As for the second, I want you to pursue the second Empyrean maiden and dump her. What? Lin Ling's expression changed. He looked at the Empyrean maiden and saw a young girl beside her. She was as pure as a fairy, so she must be the next Empyrean maiden. However, how could Lin Ling possibly pursue such a fairy-like existence? Moreover, the young girl raised her head high like a noble swan. She must be a supercilious existence, so Lin Ling didn't care about pursuing her. I just want to take revenge on the Empyrean maiden, so you don't have to like her. You just need to make the Empyrean maiden lose face. Can you do the second thing? Venerable Si Kaming knew that his condition was a bit too much, but he still looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Father, this is our business. Don't involve Lin Ling. Lingshan persuaded. Her voice was still gentle. Perhaps she had been hurt for so many years that she had become numb. Venerable Si Kaming sighed and shook his head. Whether you succeed or not, I'll take it that you've completed the second thing. You just need to have the heart. In the end, he didn't force Lin Ling to complete the task. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, feelings couldn't be forced. Lin Ling also didn't like to play with feelings. Lin Ling nodded. He just needed to do his best. Whether he succeeded or failed, the second thing would be considered completed. Of course, he didn't take it to heart. As time passed, more and more people gathered here. They were all from the Qian Temple and the Kuan Temple. They even started fighting. Finally, the experts from the 2 temples appeared and ended the battle. The last bloodline of the star-seizing Violet Mansion has been found. 1 month later, the star-seizing Violet Mansion will be opened. During this month, the experts from the 2 temples can't casually attack each other. The powerful martial artists discussed and finally came to a consensus. Chapter 1141. Return. Come on. Subsequently, the crowd dispersed one after another. Lin Ling's gaze fell upon the Trail Era's ghostly lord and the evil god of North Sea. He smirked coldly. His cultivation was not very strong at the moment, but he had only been cultivating in Xianpeng province for a short time. Therefore, he was confident that it would not take long for him to surpass the Trail Era's ghostly lord and the rest. On the other hand, the 3 Lives Ghost King and 3 Lives Ghost King had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had escaped another calamity. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength had risen too quickly. If they didn't kill him now, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. The various powerhouses gradually left. Only the native warriors were left in the water domain. They looked at the ground that was riddled with holes, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Today, their sanctuary had welcomed countless powerhouses. The youngest king of the rainforest, how terrifying! However, soon after, an old martial artist sighed, causing many people to recall the past. Only now did they remember that the former overlords, the Dragon Beach 9 castles, were all wiped out. The last person was only alive because he was protected by so many experts. That youth's reverse scale was touched, and as expected, he was killed without mercy. In the hazy clouds, a large number of figures walked towards the island on the other side of the rainforest. Experts are as common as clouds in the universe and Kuan palaces. You've seen it for yourself today, right? Venerable Si Kaming said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. There were many strong cultivators. The Qin Kuan Palace, and thousands of sects had gathered. Many of them were not weaker than the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture. The strength of Xianpeng Province was beyond his imagination. However, you don't have to belittle yourself because your natural talent is extremely formidable. In the future, your name will surely shake the Qin Hall. Venerable Si Kaming added. In the past, when Lin Ling had first arrived at the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture, he hadn't been the strongest. Venerable Si Kaming thought that Lin Ling would need some time to grow. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would gain a firm foothold in the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture in such a short time? This meant that the Si Kaming Sky Prefecture could no longer accommodate Lin Ling. If this speed continued, Lin Ling's name would definitely spread throughout the Qin Hall. In addition, Lin Ling's innate talent was very terrifying. He had 2 great demon gods in his body, and he had an Earth-rank innate talent, holy physique. A large number of red-armored and orange-armored generals followed behind Venerable Si Kaming. They all looked at Lin Ling with reverence in their eyes. We're here. At this moment, Lin Ling chuckled. In the water ahead, a large number of islands appeared. On the largest island, there was a flag with the words, Rainforest, written on it. Who is it? At this moment, everyone on the island looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The aura in front of them was too strong. Could it be that an expert had come to kill them? Everyone tensed up. Holy King, it's me. Lin Ling bellowed when he saw how nervous the crowd was. This caused the 4 clan leaders, the Holy King, and the others to relax. Lin Ling had returned, which meant that the House of Yi had been eradicated by Lin Ling. This news shocked many. Lin Ling's strength was indeed more powerful than they had imagined. Are these people from your hometown? Venerable Si Kaming and the others landed and looked at the crowd. Venerable Si Kaming, in particular, had a look of indifference on his face. After all, to these experts from Xianpeng Province, the Holy King and the others were like ants. If it were not for Lin Ling, they would not even bother to come here. The 4 clan leaders, the Holy King, and the others inhaled sharply. They could sense that these people were very powerful. They could not see through them at all. I'll be staying here for a month. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. Venerable Si Kaming glanced at Lin Ling. Eventually, he put away the indifference of a powerhouse and smiled. The 4 clan leaders were relieved. They looked at Lin Ling, knowing that he was giving Lin Ling face. Venerable One, Madame Yuqin, Sister Lingshan, why are you here? At this time, Yumun Yun's voice was heard. She and Lai Qing were walking side by side from afar. Venerable Si Kaming's eyes fell on Lai Qing and nodded slightly. This woman has a strong murderous aura. I have a set of martial arts techniques that nobody wants to practice. It's very suitable for her. At this moment, Yu Mengyun had already walked towards Madame Yuqin while Lai Qing was staring coldly at Venerable Si Kaming. The sword by her waist let out a sword hum as the killing intent on her body intensified. Facing an expert like Venerable Si Kaming, she was not afraid at all. However, she looked at Lin Ling and suppressed the murderous aura in her sword. Lai Qing, he's my master. Lin Ling explained with a smile. At the same time, he explained why Venerable Si Kaming and the others were here. Many people's expressions changed. So this was the reason why the star-plucking purple mansion was here. This girl has a strong murderous aura. Her sword skills are also very high. Jun Luya, try fighting with her. Venerable Si Kaming smiled and said with interest. Yes, my master. A young man in red armor walked out from behind him and looked at Lai Qing indifferently. Lai Qing looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling nod. She didn't say anything and walked out as well. The sword in her hand finally flashed. The dense murderous aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Clang. The two looked at each other and instantly tangled together. Jun Luoye, Transcendent Realm Level 3. You have a yellow saint physique and your profound martial arts have reached level 10. Who do you think will win? Venerable C. Calming said to Lin Ling as he waved his right hand. The blue ocean turned into a light film and covered the two of them so that their battle wouldn't affect the others. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Lai Qing was a Transcendent Realm Level 2. Her saint physique wasn't as strong as her opponent's and her profound martial arts were the same. No matter how one looked at it, Lai Qing would lose. However, there was something about Lai Qing that Lin Ling couldn't see through. In the end, Lin Ling said, if Jun Luoye doesn't lose within 10 moves, he wins. 10 moves? Why are you so confident? You should know that Jun Luoye is a famous existence among the 7-colored generals. Venerable C. Calming laughed. It's half intuition and half analysis. Lin Ling said indifferently, Lai Qing's sword is very sharp and his killing intent is dense. Each strike is more powerful than the last, and on the 10th strike, that strike will reach its peak. This is a kind of momentum that will perish together with the opponent. Therefore, if Jun Luoye cannot withstand 10 strikes, he will lose. But the first burst of energy, the second will weaken, and the third will exhaust. Lai Qing's attacking style is too fierce, and after 10 strikes, his momentum will weaken. Therefore, at that time, Jun Luoye will win. Lin Ling, you're so strong. Yuman Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Even Ling Shan's beautiful eyes flickered. She couldn't tell who would win, but Lin Ling seemed to have analyzed it. What about intuition? Venerable C. Calming was shocked. Lin Ling's analytical ability was very strong. Intuition says that Lai Qing will win. Her sword gives me a strange feeling. It seems to control the power of heaven and earth, but that power is even more extreme. Lin Ling frowned. Kill! At this moment, Lai Qing shouted coldly. She slashed out with the sword of slaughter. The momentum of this sword rose steadily, forming a power that many people had never seen before. Even Jun Luoye's pupils changed drastically. He lost. Venerable C. Calming's eyes flashed. The surrounding ocean formed a shield and blocked the sword for Jun Luoye. Even so, everyone saw that the sword almost split the ocean. It was extremely sharp. What sword is that? Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Lai Qing's sword was indeed powerful. It was a sword that gave up on her own life and focused on killing the enemy. You can try it with her. Chapter 1142. Extreme martial arts? All right. Lin Ling nodded. Lai Qing was at Transcendent Realm Stage 2 while Lin Ling was at Transcendent Realm Stage 1. Although there was a gap of one stage between them, Lin Ling was still confident. My lord, even I couldn't block that sword. I'm afraid Lin Ling will have a hard time. Jun Luoye walked back and said. Only he knew how terrifying Lai Qing's sword was. The gap between stages is important, but one's foundation can make up for it. Moreover, Lin Ling isn't as simple as you think. Don't underestimate him. Venerable C. Calming shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lose. Lai Qing. After Lin Ling walked out, hesitation appeared in Lai Qing's eyes. Her sword was very sharp, and once it was drawn, it would definitely kill. However, in this world, there were some people she didn't want to kill, and Lin Ling was one of them. She knew that Lin Ling was the only one who wouldn't harm her. Don't worry. With Venerable C. Calming there, we won't be hurt. Moreover, he'll be teaching us martial arts. Lin Ling said with a smile. All right. Lai Qing nodded heavily. She drew her sword and without saying anything, she shot it over. The moment the sword was drawn, it shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Lin Ling didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He raised his tyrant song and released his level 8 profound meaning of life and death. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Lai Qing's sword became crazier and crazier. Lin Ling wasn't her opponent when it came to sword fighting. Sea Heart Flame. Lin Ling shouted and used his flame Dao. After all, Sword Dao wasn't his only Flame Dao. Flame was his main focus. Boom. The combination of Flame Dao and Sword Dao started to block Lai Qing's crazy sword. 8th move, 9th move. Jun Luya kept watching with a solemn expression. He finally understood why Venerable Si Kaming valued Lin Ling's foundation was too solid. An Earth-class holy body is of a higher level than your holy body. In addition to that sword, although it hasn't displayed its full power, its defense is extremely strong. Most importantly, his physical strength has reached 500 million. Reverend Si Kaming explained, his words causing Jun Luya to draw in a breath of cold air. How terrifying! If Lin Ling broke through to the second level of the Transcendent Realm, how high would his combat prowess be? Sea of Fire. Level 9 Profound Meaning of Life and Death, one sword cleaving space. The 10th sword appeared, forcing Lin Ling to explode with his full strength. All of the sea heart flame turned into waves that surged towards Lai Qing. At the same time, the strongest life and death profound had also appeared. It had to be known that the overwhelming righteousness was hidden within the tyrannical Song sword, and Lin Ling could not easily control it. Only at certain moments would he be able to unleash its full might. Lai Qing's sword was so terrifying that it split the sea and collided with Lin Ling's sword. At the side, everyone was shocked. Lai Qing was indeed terrifying, and so was Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation level was one level lower. But in the end, Lin Ling blocked the 10th sword. Next, Lai Qing would lose without a doubt. Alright, it's useless to continue fighting. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and stood up. He had won this battle. Lai Qing breathed heavily and looked deeply at Lin Ling. She had wandered Xianping province and battled with many experts, but Lin Ling was the only one she could not see through. However, she was very happy because Lin Ling came from the same hometown as her. This meant that the geniuses from the 6 Saint domains were not weak. Most importantly, although her killing intent was firm, she was still a woman after all. Subconsciously, she didn't want to stand at the top and shoulder everything because it would be very tiring. It was only because the world was heartless that she was forced to be cold-blooded and emotionless. But now, she didn't have to shoulder everything. In the 6 sacred regions, there was a man who was stronger than her, who resisted and shouldered even more experts. Your sword is very powerful. I almost couldn't block it. Take this. Lin Ling recovered his spiritual source quickly, so after smiling he threw a bottle of pills to Lai Qing. Lai Qing caught it with a ruthless expression and swallowed it without even looking at the pill bottle. She trusted Lin Ling completely. Do you know why her sword is so powerful? Venerable Si Kaming said indifferently, which made Lin Ling curious. Then, Venerable Si Kaming said, it's because she has unknowingly cultivated the profound of killing to the peak. Moreover, she has taken half a step into the realm of extreme martial arts. Extreme martial arts? Lin Ling's pupils shrank. No wonder Lai Qing's sword didn't seem like the profound of killing. It turned out that she had stepped into a new realm. He couldn't help but think of Lu Ruffing. That guy's martial arts were also very mysterious. The profound of martial arts is to control the power of heaven and earth. The extreme martial arts are to retain the essence of the power of heaven and earth and form a great momentum. Its power is even more terrifying. However, the extreme martial arts are very difficult to control. The first thing is to reach the peak of the profound of martial arts. Venerable Si Kaming explained. In this world, the power of martial arts is vast and boundless. Most of the martial artists cultivate step by step. For example, martial instinct, true intent, great true intent, profound, and so on. However, there are always some exceptions. They skip the previous martial arts comprehension and directly cultivate a more profound comprehension. Lai Qing is one of them. Venerable Si Kaming said. Lai Qing was also listening. She knew that Venerable Si Kaming was also giving her pointers. Extreme mark. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought of Enuer again. Enuer's soul attack was very strange. It was different from his soul attack. Perhaps, it was also a extreme martial arts, but Immortal didn't know about it. Perhaps she had comprehended it herself after some mutation. Extreme martial arts are the great momentum of heaven and earth. The power formed between a punch and a palm is stronger than the profound of martial arts. However, it has to be specialized. Venerable C calming threw a book to Lai Qing. Lai Qing caught it and read it carefully. Her eyes narrowed. That martial art was about cultivating murderous aura. Don't thank me. My principle is very simple. If you receive help, you just need to repay it in the future. Venerable C calming said again. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have an earth-rank saint body. From a certain point of view, you have a great chance of cultivating the profound of fire into an extreme martial art. There is also the profound of righteousness. When you reach the peak of the profound of righteousness, you can come to me. Lin Ling nodded. Venerable C calming chuckled and said, Your strength isn't very strong in Xianping province, but your talent is very good. You can enter the star-plucking purple mansion. Perhaps it will allow you to transform into a dragon. The star-plucking purple mansion is one of the 4 great nations of the ancient era. There are many secrets hidden inside. Not to mention even experts like us are interested in it, especially the 5 great inheritances. If we can obtain them, the throne of the human sovereign will be within reach. However, there will be countless experts in the star-plucking purple mansion this time. You have to be careful. Not only do you have to be wary of the people from the Kun Palace, you also have to be wary of the people from the Qian Palace. Although the people from the Qian Palace seem to be under the same banner, they are not united. Venerable C calming continued to speak, which made Lin Ling and the others nod. Obviously, the star-plucking purple mansion would welcome the arrival of the experts from Xianpeng province. Everyone wanted to explore the ancient secrets and be reborn. The days passed quietly. Venerable C calming would give pointers to Lin Ling and the others from time to time. At the same time, he helped Lin Ling to cure Ancestor Tin. Then he went into seclusion. Obviously, he didn't have much confidence in entering the star-plucking purple mansion with his strength. As my physical strength increases, my comprehension of the profound of righteousness also deepens. Chapter 1143. D. Shirtion's return. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the small world, the harder it was to upgrade, and more treasures were needed. Currently, I can release the 8th level of morality profound as I wish. The tyrannical song sword hid the peak of morality profound, but Lin Ling couldn't control it at any time. He could only continue to comprehend and train. Currently, he could only control the 8th level. As for the murderous profound, it was still at the 1st level. Unless he was lucky, it would be very difficult to upgrade it. Rumble. On this day, the water in the distant waters soared into the sky, and in the sky, 5 figures were chasing a young man. Run, let's see where you can run to. The 5 people sneered, like a cat catching a mouse. If you have the ability, fight one-on-one. Bullying others with numbers, what kind of hero are you? The young man in front held a white bone sword and said angrily to the people behind him. His gaze fell on the rainforest island, and after seeing the flag, he couldn't help but laugh. You're not as good as others, so why find excuses? The 5 people also saw the island in front and sneered. Are you trying to get reinforcements? Unfortunately, who can save you in this rural 7-star sanctuary? See how I destroy it. Another person slammed his palm, and a full 7 levels of profound martial arts turned into a giant flaming palm, covering the rainforest island. Rumble. It was as if the island was about to split apart. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That person was so rude, attacking their island without saying anything. Bastard. The young man who was running stopped and looked at the 5 people coldly. Hee, looks like you're related to that island. However, you came here to ask for reinforcements. Do you think the people here can save you? The 5 people also stopped and sneered at the young man. However, at this moment, the flames on the island became strange, as if they had met a real infernal god, and turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. At the same time, 3 figures stepped on the clouds and shot into the sky, causing many people on the island to laugh. Lin Ling came out. Big brother. A surprised voice was heard, and the people who came looked at the young man with smiles on their faces. "Ha, I finally found you." That youth also couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was Sakura. Obviously, he was the same as Lin Ling, possessing the male and female insects that could search for everyone in the rainforest. That was why he found this place. Sakura. Yuman Yun and Lai Qing also smiled. The 4 guardian deities of the 4 great holy lands had gathered. "Big brother, are you his younger brother? Looks like you guys are very unlucky. Of all the people you could be brothers with, you just had to be his brother." Those 5 indifferently looked at Lin Ling and the others. They had enmity with Sakura, so they chased him all the way here. However, they didn't expect that Sakura would finally escape here. However, what was the use of escaping here? It would only implicate more people. Also, who let you extinguish my fire? Who is it? Get out here. The person who had attacked earlier shouted coldly. "Big brother, who are these people?" Lin Ling's gaze also looked at those 5 people. "Just 5 bastards. I have no enmity with them, but they chased me all the way here because I blocked their way in the restaurant." Sakura said angrily. These people seemed to be disciples of some sect, but they were overbearing and rude as if their sect was the biggest in the world. "You dare to block the people of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect from the Qian Temple. Naturally, you have to die, and the 3 of you will also be punished. As for the ants on the island, as long as you kneel down, you can still live." Among the 5 people, one said coldly. They were the people of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect from the Qian Temple. They had a great reputation in the Qian Temple. It was fine if Sakura didn't bow when he saw them, but he actually blocked their way. If they didn't kill him, what else could they do? "Sir, why are you so aggressive? It's just a small conflict. How about we both compromise?" Lin Ling took a step forward and said indifferently. The other party was from the Qian Temple, so he gave them some face. "Compromise? You must be joking." The 5 of them revealed a smile on their faces. They felt that this was extremely laughable. They wanted to give in? "Then what do you want?" Lin Ling's face turned cold, but one of the 5 people said with a smile, "Didn't I say before? Of course, you can compromise if you want to, but you just have to defeat me. If you win, I will leave with my senior brothers immediately. Otherwise, you all have to die." "Okay, as you wish." Lin Ling took a step forward in the sky and finally nodded. The young man shrugged and said with a smile, "You can only send 2 people, not all 4. Otherwise, you will have the advantage." Tianyu is still so confident. 1 against 2. The other 4 people also laughed and were extremely proud and confident. "Second brother, I will go with you." Sakura couldn't stand the other party's arrogance and stepped forward. "No need. You have been rushing all the way here, so you must be tired. Let me do it." Lin Ling stopped him and looked at the 4 people. The person who was going to fight smiled disdainfully and said, "You plan to fight alone? Against you, 1 person is enough." Lin Ling didn't say anything else. His body was like a sword as he punched out. "You think too highly of yourself. If you want to die, your big brother will die too." The young man snorted and clapped his hands. 3 different colored spiritual sources were released and formed into a cone of light. It collided with Lin Ling's fist in the air. He had already seen that Lin Ling was only at the 1st level of Transcendent Realm. The strongest of the other 3 was only at the 2nd level of Transcendent Realm. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. One must know that the 5 of them were all at the 3rd level of Transcendent Realm. Killing the other party was extremely easy. Bang! A dull sound rang out and the young man's eyes changed. He felt that although the other party was only at the 1st level of Transcendent Realm, the strength of the fist was extremely terrifying. It was like a mountain. Kakaka! That young man's bones emitted a crisp sound as his body flew backwards, landing more than 10 meters away. His expression turned icy cold and the eyes of the 4 people beside him also hardened. In their first exchange, Tianyu was actually at a disadvantage. How was this possible? "You're so useless and you dare to be arrogant here?" Lin Ling floated in the air and looked at the young man with cold eyes. "I'm just looking down on you." The young man snorted and an even more powerful aura exploded out. Golden flames appeared on his body and he turned into a meteor as he flew towards Lin Ling. 7th level fire profound, 3rd elemental flame. The other 4 people sneered. Previously, Tianyu was just looking down on his opponent. Now, he was finally serious. Chi-chi-chi. Majestic flames accompanied the fist as it appeared in front of Lin Ling. These were the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human. They were no longer ordinary flames. Overwhelming righteousness. Lin Ling shouted softly and threw out a punch as well. Golden light appeared on his fist as the great righteous energy protected everything. Bang! Chapter 1144. Star-plucking violet palace opening. That's all? I only used 1 flame from the 3 primordial flames and you already used all your strength to block it. If I use all 3 of them, how will you block it? Golden light blossomed in front of him, but the young man ignored it and sneered, "You should be regretting it, you shouldn't have fought me alone." Scram! 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 However, just as he finished speaking, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The 8th level of the righteous profound exploded, golden light shone brightly, destroying everything in its path. My profound has leveled up again, I can now release it as I wish. Scram! Lai Qing's pupils constricted. She had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling couldn't control the righteous qi as he wished. But now he could. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was really fast. The 4 people's indifferent smiles froze at this moment. That 1st level Transcendent Junior actually had the 8th level of the Martial Profound. What kind of cultivation method was that? One must know that they were all in the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm, but they were only on par with Lin Ling's Profound. What? Scram! The young man's expression changed. He was once again sent flying by the enormous power. This was the 2nd time. One must know that he was from the 3 primordial Golden Dipper sect and was chasing after another young man. Then, Lin Ling came out to stop him. He originally wanted to show Lin Ling how strong he was and who he was stopping. However, Lin Ling showed him how weak he was. "You've angered me." Scram! An angry roar echoed out. 3 types of terrifying flames exploded and entangled with each other. The 3 primordial flames had completely appeared. Flame Meteor, Flame Luyun, Flame Luhen. 3 types of flames, one was like a meteor, one was like a flowing cloud, and the last one was the most mysterious. It flew across the sky and left a beautiful trail in the sky. These flames had officially entered the yellow rank. Rumble! The entire sky was occupied by the 3 types of flames, majestically surging towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura was somewhat nervous. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to use the Guardian God? 3rd stage Transcendent Realm. His spiritual source isn't as large as mine, but he has more spiritual source than me. Plus, he has a yellow class saint physique, so he's pretty strong. Lin Ling said calmly. He stretched out his right hand, and a tranquil and sacred blue flame appeared, dancing slowly. From the surface, it didn't look as big as the 3rd elemental flame, but Lin Ling held the blue flame in his hand and pounced forward. So he also plays with fire. Then the fire that Tianyu used to attack the island should have been extinguished by him. But playing with fire in front of Tianyu, he's still too inexperienced. The 4 of them were slightly startled, but they quickly sneered. Pung ping pung. Under everyone's gazes, the flames collided. In the sky, several types of flames tumbled like heavenly tribulation, forming a vast vortex. Everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the 4 patriarchs. At this moment, their faces were extremely nervous. Tianyu had a cold smile on his face. His opponent also played with fire, but could he compare to him? He sensed that his 3 flames were still as huge as ever, as if they were going to devour his opponent's flames. But this pride didn't last long. In the next moment, he sensed a terrifying roar of seawater. The seawater seemed to be released from the weak flames. How is this possible? Tianyu's eyes narrowed. And the most terrifying thing was that his flames had occupied the world before, but now they had all turned blue and were assimilated by the sea of fire. At the same time, the boundless ocean turned into a palm and slammed down heavily on him. In the sky, there were no longer 3 colored flames, but only the blue flames of the ocean. This change made the 4 of them suck in a breath of cold air. A first-stage transcendent actually suppressed a third-stage transcendent, and Tianyu wasn't weak in the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect. Even they had to bow down to him. Wait, I admit defeat. Surrender. At this moment, Tianyu kept retreating, watching the ocean's palm coming down on him. You should regret this, you shouldn't have fought me alone. Cold. However, a cold voice rang out, causing Tianyu's countenance to stiffen. He had thought that this was merely the 7-star sacred region, and the people here were like ants. Who would have thought that a random young man who appeared here would be stronger than him? I'm a disciple of the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect. Roar. Tianyu roared angrily again. You've already said it. Yes. However, Lin Ling's voice was still cold. The blue flames instantly drowned Tianyu, and finally turned him into ashes. Pop pop pop. The mighty ocean's flames were still floating in the air. Below the island, many people were excited. They knew Lin Ling was strong, but this was the first time they saw Lin Ling use blue flames. Especially Ancestor Yin, he was the most excited. The name, Yin, seemed to have risen in Xianping province. How terrifying! Yes. As for the 4 from the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect, they were still in a daze. Then, they realized that the flames were surging towards them like the ocean. Wait, we concede. Yes. The 4 of them shouted at the same time, causing the sea in the sky to stop for a moment. In the vast sea, Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. When these people were strong, they were domineering and dominating everything. Now that they saw that they were inferior to the other party, they immediately gave way? Conceded? You must be joking. Lin Ling's voice floated out. This was what the 4 of them had said before. The 4 of them turned deathly pale. We're from the Qian Hall. They knew that it was useless to use the 3rd elemental Golden Dipper sect, so they could only use the Qian Hall. Sorry, me too. The ocean, accompanied by a cold shout, drowned them in an instant, and the 5 of them were completely wiped out. Then, the vast ocean turned into a whirlpool, rolling towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling stepped in the sky, walking towards Sakura and the others step by step. Amazing! The 4 patriarchs were excited. To them, the 5 youths were incomparably strong. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they could have easily swept through all the islands. However, Lin Ling was alone, and the 5 of them were wiped out. Lin Ling was worthy of being the number 1 king of the rainforest. Second brother, when did you become so powerful? Among the crowd, the one who was the most surprised was Sakura. He thought that Lin Ling would have to use the ancient flame devil to win. Who knew that he would win with his own strength, and even surpass his realm? They aren't geniuses, they are just ordinary transcendent realm 3rd layer. Lin Ling smiled modestly. He thought of Lu Ruffing. That person had mastered an extreme martial art. It would be difficult to win against him. With your current strength, even the strongest transcendent realm 1st layer wouldn't be your opponent. Yes. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared. It was Venerable C. Calming and the others. Venerable C. Calming's expression turned serious. The opening of the star-seizing Violet Palace has been brought forward. Let's go. Opened? Let's go. Lin Ling and the others became serious. Then they smiled. With the opening of the secret realm, it was time for them to increase their strength again. My wife and Lingshan, as well as some generals, will stay on your island to protect your family. Therefore, you can do whatever you want. Yes. Chapter 1145. Gathering again after half a day of traveling, a huge vortex appeared in front of them. Endless amounts of water flowed into the vortex, and the rumbling sounds were deafening. It was as if this was the final destination of the water domain. The area around the vortex was densely packed with high-level transcendent realm cultivators and even saint realm cultivators. Their eyes were filled with greed. Everyone yearned for the ancient 4 great countries. There seems to be more people than before. Venerable C. Calming said lightly as he led Lin Ling and the others to a stop. Is that the Lin Ling who provoked the heavenly venerables? Don't let me see him in the purple mansion, or I'll kill him. Venerable Sea Calming is strong, but if heavenly venerable Void Star obtains an opportunity in the purple mansion, he'll definitely kill Venerable Sea Calming. In the distance, a large number of cold gazes were directed at them. They were from the Void Star Divine Palace, and heavenly venerable Void Star was among them. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Lin Ling, Yumun Yun, and the others looked over angrily, suppressing the murderous intent in their hearts. This was also Lin Ling's first time seeing Empyrean Void Star's true appearance. This person was around 40 years old and had a head of white hair. He wore a starry moon robe and seemed to disappear into space. His eyes were closed, and what was most shocking was that there were 2 eyes on his forehead. This was a strange person with 4 eyes. Thousand Era Ghost Sect, listen up. If you see them, kill them without mercy. The same goes for the Northern Dark Nether Territory. The 3 Era Ghost King and Northern Dark Demon God also shouted coldly. The 6 sacred regions were just ants, but they had failed to kill them several times, which made them lose face, so they had to kill them. The Kuan Temple is different from the Heaven Temple. They can kill us at any time, so you have to rely on yourselves in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Remember, kill those who are hostile. Venerable Sea Calming said indifferently. Lin Ling and the others nodded coldly. It's getting more and more interesting. Many people are planning to settle their personal grudges in the star-seizing Purple Mansion. Today, the Heaven Temple and Earth Temple will meet. Who knows how many masters and geniuses will fall and how many will rise again? The experts of the other forces spoke plainly. Inside the star-picking Violet Mansion, it could be said that a great battle had broken out. Those people are very weak. Since they offended the Void Star Divine Palace, they're dead for sure. Many experts from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and shook their heads in disdain. To them, Lin Ling and the others were not famous at all. They were like ants. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's better for you to die early. There's no need to implicate your family. A young man from the Qian Hall looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. His words caused the eyes of Lin Ling and the others to narrow. Although they were all under the Qian Hall, they weren't actually from the same sect. Thus, they didn't expect the other party to help them. However, if the other party didn't want to help them, then so be it. What nonsense are you talking about? Sakura coldly shouted, his words causing the young man to frown. This ant was shouting at him? He said indifferently, I'm just giving you a piece of advice. You're too bold. After saying that, a powerful aura burst out from the young man's body. He was a transcendent third realm expert. The crowd sneered. That was a disciple of the Black Tortoise War God sect. His strength was extremely strong. These nameless people actually dared to refute him? They were simply overestimating themselves. Lai Qing. Lin Ling's face was ice cold as he shouted in a low voice. Clang. Sword light flashed as Lai Qing's sword slashed out. A sword filled with killing intent slashed towards the young man, causing the latter's eyes to widen. What a terrifying sword! Bastard! An ancient expert from the Qian Hall shouted in anger. His powerful aura caused the void to fluctuate, causing Lai Qing's sword to distort. Although it didn't kill the young man, it still cut off a strand of his hair, causing his face to turn extremely pale. What a sharp sword! Many people were inwardly shocked. Previously, when the young man provoked Lin Ling's group, Lin Ling ordered one of his subordinates to attack. A single slash almost took the young man's life. Lin Ling's group wasn't some soft persimmon. Black Tortoise War God, why are you interfering in the matters of the younger generation? At this moment, Venerable Sea Calming's deep voice drifted out, causing the ancient expert to be enraged. However, he had nothing to say. Indeed, this was a matter of the younger generation. If he interfered, it would cause the Black Tortoise War God sect to lose face. Not to mention, the entire matter was caused by their disciple's big mouth. As for the young man from the Black Tortoise War God sect, he was extremely embarrassed. He had arrogantly warned Lin Ling's group, but in the end, his hair was cut off by Lai Qing, causing him to lose even more face. If you don't have the strength, then don't talk nonsense. However, while he was fuming, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over, causing him to gnash his teeth in anger. This subordinate of Venerable Sea Calming is really arrogant. Many ancient experts commented indifferently. However, they didn't care. Their goal was still the star-plucking Violet Palace. The Nine Heavens Maiden Palace has arrived. More experts arrived, instantly attracting the attention of countless people, especially a young girl among them. She was the next fairy of Nine Heavens, and she was the focus of everyone. She wore a long white dress and was devastatingly beautiful. Her indifferent eyes seemed to be unmoved by the world. How beautiful! Many people were secretly shocked. They knew that after the star-plucking Violet Palace opened, the Nine Heavens Maiden would definitely obtain great benefits. The unfettered Heavenly Palace of the Unfettered 10 Halls has arrived. More experts arrived. They were the famous forces of the Heavenly Kuan Palace. The Guidance Palace has arrived. Many people quieted down, because the forces that appeared were too powerful, and the experts were as numerous as clouds. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. The Heavenly Kuan Palace has arrived. In the end, an ancient force that surpassed the Heavenly Kuan Palace and the Heavenly Kuan Palace appeared. Everyone knew about the Heavenly Kuan Palace. It was the most famous auction in Xianpeng province, and it was said that its backer was related to the human sovereign. However, the people of the Heavenly Kuan Palace and the Heavenly Kuan Palace didn't expect that this ancient force would appear when the star-plucking Violet Palace opened. Hee, I'm just here to join in the fun. Everyone, don't pay attention to me. There were only 3 people. The leader was a woman in a long black robe. She had an exquisite figure and her laughter was as seductive as a fox's. Obviously, she was a peerless beauty, which formed a huge contrast with the Nine Heavens Maiden. Vixen. Compared to the Nine Heavens Maiden's aura that made people admire her, the fox-like beauty gave people a sense of masculinity, especially the long robe that revealed a pair of white jade-like legs, which made people's imaginations run wild. Sakura, Lai Qing, and the others looked at the experts around them and suddenly felt a strong pressure in their hearts. On the other hand, Lin Ling was extremely calm because he was already prepared. Therefore, after the shock, there was a strong desire to fight. Currently, Lin Ling's cultivation realm was the weakest, but his combat strength wasn't weak. If he could increase his cultivation realm, his strength would increase by several times. Alright, everyone gather. Let's open the star-plucking Violet Palace. An old man walked out and arranged the heaven and earth formation. Then, with the blood of the Yi Castle's fort master, he sprinkled it in the sky. Rumble. In front of them, the huge water pit fluctuated in the void. Then, a huge crack appeared, and an ancient aura drifted out from the crack. It was quiet and mysterious, and it made the greed in many people's eyes thicken. The 4 great countries that had passed away opened today. Swoosh. Swoosh. Chapter 1146. The Shattered Continent. Idiot, how dare you underestimate the power of the void? You're courting death. Those who remained motionless sneered. How terrifying. Sakura and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that many of those who had died earlier were in the transcendent realm. The 4 great nations that have passed away, how mighty were they in ancient times? Then, the fall of these great nations is unknown. Venerable Sea Calming sighed, ignoring those greedy people. Until now, no one knew how the great Emperor Zhai Xing's kingdom was destroyed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with curiosity. After all, the great Emperor Zhai Xing's kingdom must have been extremely powerful and dominated the ancient times. However, it still disappeared in the long river of history. This meant that there was someone who surpassed the great Emperor Zhai Xing in this world. Alright, let's go in. Remember, although the secret territory is dangerous, the human heart is the most terrifying. Venerable Sea Calming reminded and then shot into the crack in the void. At the same time, a large number of experts also shot into the crack. You guys go first, Lin Ling said to Sakura and the rest. He then took a step forward and headed towards the Lord of Yi Castle. At this moment, the Lord of Yi Castle didn't know that Lin Ling was coming to kill him. He was still lucky that he survived. You shouldn't have touched my grandfather. But at this moment, a cold voice drifted out and a sword slashed towards him. Swoosh! A sword mark appeared on the Lord of Yi Castle's neck. He stared at the young man who was leaving and wanted to say something, but nothing came out in the end. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone was rushing towards the crack. This world was so heartless. After using him, no one cared whether he lived or died. Remember, once you enter the Violet Palace realm, if you see Lin Ling, you must kill him. Many people stared at Lin Ling with evil intentions and then entered the crack. Yun Meng, hold my hand. Ignoring those people who were revealing their killing intent, Lin Ling shot towards Yuman Yun. In midair, he held onto Yuman Yun's hand. Yun quickly held onto Lai Qing's hand, and Sakura did the same. After all, the world inside was full of dangers. If the four of them took care of each other, their combat power would increase by several times. Rumble. After entering the void, sound, light, and time all seemed to be frozen. Everyone was sealed, except for Lin Ling. His eye of time was still looking ahead. It was as if he could see the river of time. He also saw that the great Emperor Zhai Xing's kingdom had fallen. The reason was very simple. It had been obliterated by a powerful expert. Lin Ling only saw this point, but it made him suck in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, all of them appeared in a starry sky. It was extremely dark here, and it was completely silent, causing them to be utterly unaccustomed to it. However, just as they stepped onto the ground, several ice-cold voices were heard. Clearly, these people had arrived here before Lin Ling and the rest, and had adapted to the surrounding darkness. And they were from the Dark North Territory. Level 9 Profound Meaning of Life and Death. One sword cleaves the sky. Sigh. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling and the rest had to adapt to the darkness, so they couldn't block their sneak attack. However, they didn't know that the darkness didn't affect Lin Ling at all. Even everything that was thousands of miles away could be seen clearly by Lin Ling. This was the newly awakened ability of his Eye of Time, which he called the Psychic Eye. Swish. With a slash of his sword, those people who were trying to sneak attack him were split into two. The remaining people's expressions changed, and they immediately fled. Lin Ling didn't chase after them. It was better to be careful in this mysterious place. Looking around, Lin Ling's expressions suddenly changed. This was a continent floating in the void. No, it should be a continent fragment. The former four kingdoms were now fragmented. Yuman Yun and the rest gradually adapted, and they all looked around in horror. It seems that the entire kingdom has shattered and is floating in the void. Lin Ling explained with a smile. Terrifying. I don't know who broke this continent and made it float in the void. Sakura sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of him was beyond his knowledge. That kind of expert isn't something we can understand. Let's go. Lin Ling led the group forward slowly. This continent revealed an ancient aura. Mottled city walls, broken ruins, and white bones could be seen everywhere. It seemed that the great battle that happened here back then had happened in an instant, causing many people to not be able to react in time. Where are Venerable Si Calming and the rest? Yuman Yun asked curiously. Although there were people around, they obviously weren't very strong. They should have gone to another continent. There are quite a lot of continents floating in the void. Lin Ling's pupils looked into the distance. The Eye of Time appeared, and he also saw the process of the continent's collapse. Second brother, it's as if this is your home. You even know all this. Sakura was extremely surprised. Lin Ling smiled but didn't explain further. Vitality Stone. At this moment, Lai Qing, who had been silent, suddenly shouted. On the ground in front of them, a dazzling stone was lying there. It was a Vitality Stone. Vitality Stones were more valuable than spirit crystals. They could also assist in cultivation. However, compared to the assistance of heaven and earth treasures and pills, they lacked some attributes. Vitality Stones contain the purest spiritual energy. It seems that the collapse of this country was too sudden. Many cultivators didn't have time to collect their treasures and then died. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled. Yuman Yun walked over with light steps. She wanted to collect the Vitality Stone with her small hands. However, at this moment, A murderous saber slashed at her. Lin Ling's face changed. He shot out and raised his sword in midair to block the saber slash, pushing him more than 10 meters away. If it weren't for his strong defense, he would have suffered a small loss even if he could block this sudden slash. As for Yumun Yun, she was powerful because of her guardian god. Without her guardian god, she was just an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator. Those who see the treasures of the sealed world have a share. This is the rule. In the darkness ahead, several figures slowly walked over. The person in the lead held a broadsword in his hand and rested it on his shoulder. His footsteps were steady, and they wore long green robes with 2 large words embroidered on their chests, broadsword. These people were the disciples of the great saber sect of the Heavenly Temple. They were also famous in Shenpeng province. You've gone too far. Even if those who see it have a share, you don't have to kill them all of a sudden. Di Shitian took a step forward and looked coldly at these people. The other party's previous attack was simply to kill Yumun Yun. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to speak to eldest senior brother? The few of them coldly cried out. However, the leader of the group, the young man with a large blade on his back, indifferently said, I was a little reckless previously. Allow me to apologize here. However, no one is injured, so this matter can be settled. However, the yuan stones from before must be split equally between everyone. You're lucky. Eldest senior brother is a righteous person and won't bicker with you. Now, everyone, take out the treasures and divide them with vitality stones. The others coldly snorted and didn't care about Di Shitian's words because they also saw that these people seemed to be from the Heavenly Temple. Sky-severing sword. At this moment, a dazzling sword slash broke through the air. The 9-fold life and death mysteries revealed their sharpness and cut through everything. Bastard. Chapter 1147. In the ancient temple. Clang. The young man raised his saber to block, but unfortunately, the sword was too sharp and came out without any warning, causing him to be unable to use his martial arts to block in time, causing his saber to split open instantly, and the sword cut off his head. You! The rest of the great saber sect's people narrowed their eyes. Their eldest senior brother was killed. Then, they looked ahead and saw the young man who blocked the saber earlier. He was holding his sword diagonally and walking over slowly. His cold face was like the awakening of a killing god. We are from the Qian Hall. You actually attacked your own people. The great saber sect's people felt a chill in their hearts. That black-robed young man was terrifying. Sky-severing sword. However, what answered them was a sword that revealed its sharpness. They killed people earlier and acted as if it had nothing to do with them. They even wanted to split the treasures. This kind of mentality was too shameless. Most importantly, if it wasn't for Lin Ling's timely reaction, Yumun Yun would have died. People like this should be killed without mercy. Righteousness? Qianhao? Kill them all. Wherever the sword passed, the 9 levels of the life and death quintessence bloomed. The heads of those people flew up, and only one person ran away crazily. You're dead. You attacked people from the Qian Hall. I'm going to tell all the experts. You don't have a chance. Lin Ling held his sword diagonally and stomped on the ground. The earth split open, and 500,000 small worlds exploded, causing him to shoot towards that person like a cannonball. Then, the sword light flashed and separated life and death. That person was killed by a sword. The great saber sect's disciples were all dead. Sakura couldn't help but shout. People from the same alliance? Bullshit. When they wanted treasures, they killed people. When they failed, they wanted to use the alliance's righteousness to bind everyone. People like this should be killed to their heart's content. In the distance, Lin Ling carried the tyrant's song sword and slowly walked back. The people from the Kun Hall don't get along with us, but we have to be more careful of the people from the Qian Hall. We only trust the 4 of us. Everyone nodded. In the star-plucking Violet Mansion, no one cared about which hall you were from. They only cared about strength and treasures. As long as the treasures could move people, even brothers would help each other. The group continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered many people from the Qian Hall and Kun Hall. However, they were all wary of each other. Hence, they did not attack each other. Clearly, everyone was focused on obtaining the treasures. This way, Lin Ling's spiritual eyes could see very far, so he led the group in one of the directions. Obviously, no one had walked in that direction yet. Therefore, not long after, an ancient temple appeared in front of them. The temple emitted a faint light, like a bright lamp in the void. This place is rather mysterious. Sakura and the others were all excited. No one has discovered this place yet. Let's go in first. Lin Ling also smiled. The few of them followed the hill and arrived at the bottom of the temple. Instantly, they discovered that there were 5 stone statues outside the temple's main entrance, emitting a sacred and inviolable aura. I'm afraid these stone sculptures are extraordinary. Sakura's face was filled with joy. He came to the front of one of the stone statues and hugged it with both hands. At the same time, the stone statue swayed slightly and turned into dust. This made everyone's pupils constrict. Previously, they also saw that the stone statue's aura was enormous. However, who would have thought that in the long river of time, all of the spirit chi had disappeared? 5 stone statues. Could it be that all of them are like this? Sakura was stunned for a moment. He walked to another stone statue and hugged it with both hands. This stone statue did not turn into dust, but the stone statue's eyes emitted light. Lin Ling frowned slightly and subconsciously shouted, "Big brother, don't touch it." However, this reminder was too late. The stone statue erupted with light that soared into the sky. The sound was deafening. Even if it was thousands of miles away, it could be seen. Obviously, this stone statue was a warning and was responsible for guarding the temple. Now that the stone statue was emitting light, it undoubtedly attracted more people. At that time, it would naturally be troublesome. Search quickly. Don't miss out on any valuable treasures. Hurry. Sakura smiled awkwardly. He then angrily looked at the remaining stone statues and hugged them one by one. Among the stone statues, 2 of them turned into dust upon contact. Only one stone statue remained unscathed. Moreover, this stone statue had the outline of a pillar. The front corner was damaged. Lin Ling used the tyrant song to slash at it, but the stone statue remained unscathed. This is a treasure. Ha! Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura was even more delighted. He held the stone pillar-like sculpture with one hand and brandished it with vigor. And when he brandished it to the limit, an ancient Buddha appeared, as though it wanted to suppress everything, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Amazing! With this treasure, I dare to smash a Transcendent Realm 3rd layer expert to death. Sakura was even more excited. Lin Ling and the rest laughed. They hurriedly entered the temple. Inside the temple, it was mottled and ancient. Dust was everywhere. Those Buddha statues had all disappeared in the long river of time. Everyone spread out and searched around. After all, this place was similar to a temple. There shouldn't be anything terrifying happening here. This temple should be an extremely sacred place in the past. Lin Ling slowly walked along the temple. In front of him, there was an ancient oil lamp sitting on the ground. It seemed to be an incense lamp, a place for believers to offer incense. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. His right hand pointed forward. That millstone-sized oil lamp suddenly ignited and an illusion appeared. Kill! Great calamity of heaven and earth, the descent of gods and demons, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The oil lamp recorded the scene before the fall of the star-picking country. At that moment, Lin Ling saw the descent of the demon race. It turned out that the fall of the star-picking country was due to the massacre of the demon race and the demon race. And in that scene, Lin Ling saw a familiar scene. Those demon race were very similar to the yen he saw in the ancient tomb. Obviously, that race had existed since ancient times. They were similar to the people of the demon race. The incense oil quickly disappeared. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. However, in that huge oil lamp, there was a string of ancient Buddha beads quietly lying there. If the oil lamp didn't run out, Lin Ling wouldn't have noticed it. Buddha beads! Lin Ling frowned. He picked it up and used the Eye of Time to check it. This Buddha bead was called the Shadow Buddha Incense Bead. It carried millions of incense, allowing Buddha to save all living beings. Its effect was to transform into all living beings. It had the powerful ability to conceal one's presence and aura. It's even more powerful than the Three Realms cloak. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He put on the Buddha beads and poured his spiritual yuan into it. Suddenly, he found himself disappearing from the world. One had to know that the Three Realms cloak could also do this, but it couldn't block the prying eyes of Saint Realm Masters. It was only effective against transcendence. However, this string of Buddha beads could. It carried millions of incense and could transform into all living beings. This treasure is priceless. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He continued moving forward. At this time, a golden light shot out from the pillar in front of him. Lin Ling's whole body was in pain. The ancient Buddha light seemed to want to baptize him, but he couldn't move. He could only let the light baptize him. Chapter 1148. Swastika word. Lin Ling, what's wrong? At this moment, Lai Qing sensed something amiss and hurried over. Don't come over. Lin Ling immediately shouted coldly. He finally knew what the golden light was. It was a swastika word that could wash away the killing intent in one's body. If one's killing intent was too dense, they would be killed by the swastika word. Fortunately, Lin Ling's overwhelming righteousness was powerful, which allowed the swastika to recognize him. However, Lai Qing couldn't. Lai Qing's killing intent was even denser than Lin Ling's. If she was illuminated by the golden light, she would definitely die. Lin Ling hurriedly explained his thoughts, causing Lai Qing's expression to change drastically. Sure enough, in the land of Buddha, people with strong killing intent couldn't approach. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Lin Ling said again. He sensed that the killing intent in his body had completely disappeared. On the contrary, his overwhelming righteousness had reached an unprecedented peak. He even felt that he could freely control 10 layers of the righteousness profound from the tyrannical song sword. This meant that Lin Ling's killing intent had disappeared, and his righteousness profound had reached the Great Circle realm. If there was an extreme martial art, he might even be able to comprehend it. This swastika word is so powerful. It can kill people with strong killing intent. Only when the pressure disappeared did Lin Ling slowly walk forward. On the pillar, there was an ancient swastika word. However, as time passed, the golden paint had already fallen off. However, Lin Ling still carefully dug out the swastika word. This word was obviously left behind by an almighty expert. It could suppress demons and ghosts. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, and its power was about to dissipate at any time. After that, Lin Ling walked around again. Seeing that there was nothing special, he slowly walked towards Yun and the others. Lin Ling, what treasure is this? Sakura carried a plaque on his back as he walked over while laughing. This made Lin Ling speechless for a while. This seemed to be the plaque of a temple. Is this guy going to tear down other people's house? This treasure is very powerful. It is compatible with the stone pillars from before. They are both great treasures. After that, Lin Ling checked the plaque. The plaque had the words, Great Strength Hall, written on it. Although it was mottled and ancient, it had an inviolable majesty. The defense of this treasure was very strong. After all, the signboard of the temple had the power of protection. The stone pillar from before can be big or small. If you use the guardian deity, it will also be a rare weapon. Lin Ling said again. You seem to know everything. Sakura was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew these ancient treasures. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It wasn't that he knew them, but it was the eyes of time that saw them. After his eyes of time transformed, his insight and replication ability became stronger. Moreover, there was a large amount of memories that didn't belong to him. It was as if a long time ago, this pair of eyes had seen through all the treasures in the world. Then what about this? Yun also took out a treasure. It was a sparkling and translucent red bead. Saraira! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes of time, this was a treasure left behind by an ancient almighty expert. The Saraira could protect its owner, and its defensive ability was even more terrifying than Sakura's plaque. After all, that plaque also had offensive ability, while the Saraira had pure defensive ability. Buddha's light could protect one's body. Yumun, this Saraira can withstand many attacks from experts, but there is also a limit to the number of times it can be used. Hang it around your neck. Lin Ling said with a smile, making Yumun immediately nod her head. I didn't find any treasure. How about this? Lai Qing also walked over. Her murderous aura was too strong, so she felt uncomfortable all over in the temple. She could only find a tattered praying mat. This treasure is used by senior monks. They recite Buddha's meditation every day, and it is equipped with a very dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you cultivate on the praying mat, you will get twice the result with half the effort. However, the spiritual energy is ultimately limited. After it is used up, the praying mat will turn into ashes. Lin Ling looked at it and said, making the few of them open their mouths wide. Lin Ling's eyes were really mysterious. There was simply nothing that he didn't know. It's enough. Lai Qing smiled. She was very satisfied. All right, let's leave this place. Most of the treasures here can no longer be used. It's our luck to be able to find a few. Lin Ling also smiled. He had obtained even more treasures. The Buddha beads that could conceal his aura, the mysterious swastika symbol, and his nature energy had reached the perfect realm. On the way, he had also passed the 3 realms cloak to Sakura. Originally, he wanted to give it to Yumun, but Yumun had the Saraira to protect her body. Her defense was strong, so there was no need for it. Just as the few of them were about to leave the temple, the mottled door was pushed open, and a few figures walked in. The person in the lead was a woman who was about 20 years old. After seeing the few of them, her face instantly turned cold, but her gaze finally landed on Yumun. She said in surprise, Sister Mengyun? Sister Nan. Yumun was also incomparably surprised, but Lin Ling and the others didn't know these people at all. Yumun hurriedly introduced them. They are the disciples of the South Pole Celestial Peng, which is a 6-star sacred region. Although it isn't big, they are very powerful. Most importantly, the South Pole Celestial Peng's island master and Venerable Si Kaming address each other as brothers, so when Madame Yuqin and I left Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture, we went there as guests. Sister Nan Ping treated me very well. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The last time he went to Dong Fu's old man's place, Yumun and Venerable Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture were out. They must have known each other at that time. Why are you all here? Nan Ping's gaze looked at everyone and finally landed on Yumun. She smiled at Yumun like an elder sister. The people behind her looked at the temple, and their eyes revealed a strange light. Someone gently pushed Nan Ping. Nan Ping reacted and immediately asked, You all came here faster than us. Did you find any treasures? When she said this, the expressions of Lin Ling and the others changed slightly. Normal people shouldn't ask this kind of question, because this was other people's privacy. Hee, we are close friends with Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture, so you all don't have to be so vigilant. What's more, this temple is only because you all are close to it, that's why you all came here first. But if you obtained any treasures, that's also your opportunity. Nan Ping said with an extremely magnanimous smile, as if she was the big sister next door. Her cultivation was Transcendent Realm 3rd stage, so she was indeed qualified to be everyone's senior sister. Lin Ling thought in his heart, we are close to the temple, so we came here first. But is that really the case? If it wasn't for Di Shirtian accidentally touching that stone sculpture, perhaps these people from the South Pole Celestial Canopy might not know about this place. We indeed obtained some treasures. Yes. Yumun didn't think as much as Lin Ling and said frankly. The eyes of Nan Ping and the others flickered, and one of them asked curiously, What treasures are there? Yes. Hey, we've answered your question, but don't go overboard. Di Shirtian couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but open his mouth. The other party first asked if they obtained any treasures, then asked what treasures they obtained. What was the difference between this and asking about other people's martial arts? This was a taboo. From another point of view, Di Shirtian was embarrassed to ask what treasures they obtained, because this would affect their friendship. What does it have to do with you? Beside Nan Ping, a youth shouted coldly, This is a matter between our South Pole Celestial Canopy and Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture. We are close friends, and our island master and your venerable are brothers. What qualifications do you have to speak? Chapter 1149. Discussion. Although Yumun Yun felt a little awkward, Madame Yuqin treated her very well and had a good relationship with the Madam of the South Pole Celestial Peng. Therefore, she said bluntly, I obtained a Saraira. It said that its defense is very strong and can protect the body with Buddha's light. They sucked in a breath of cold air and one of them said with a smile, Why don't you take it out and let us see? Sister Mengyun, treasures can move people's hearts. Be careful not to let others snatch it away. His gaze was fixed on Sakura and Lai Qing. It was obvious that he was talking about them. However, his words made it even more difficult for Yumun Yun. The other party wanted to see her Saraira, but how could she easily hand this treasure over to others? However, if she didn't take it out, the South Pole Celestial Peng would think that they were stingy and lose face. After all, the Island Master and Lord Venerable were brothers. The treasure is on Yumun Yun's neck. Because it's strung together, it's not easy to take it off. If you want to see it, go ahead. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. He took out the Saraira from Yumun Yun's neck and showed it to them. However, he didn't hand it over for them to see. A strange look appeared in their eyes, but they still smiled. Nanping's gaze was still flickering. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Sister Ming, your cultivation is only at Transcendent Realm. Why don't I help you keep this treasure? No need. This treasure is going to be handed over to Lord Venerable. Therefore, Yumun Yun can't hand it over. She also doesn't have the right. Lin Ling immediately said. Nanping's face revealed disappointment, but she secretly glared at Lin Ling. This brat had ruined her plans. Sister Nanping, the strongest among them, is only at Transcendent Realm. Moreover, there are only 2 of them. How about it? One of them secretly transmitted his voice with spiritual source. Nanping hesitated in her heart, but in the end, she shook her head and replied, It's fine if it's others, but Venerable C. Calming's people will be difficult. If the Island Master knows about this, he will also blame us. Chi. Hearing this, that person felt helpless in his heart. Shio. At this moment, a large number of figures shot in from outside the temple. Clearly, the light of the temple had attracted many experts. Nanping and the others' expressions changed. They looked over and saw many people. There were people from the Qian Hall and the Kuan Hall. Since there is a temple here, there must be treasures. I was the one who discovered this place first. According to the rules, the treasures belong to me. We came here at the same time, the treasures should be divided equally. A large number of voices rang out. None of them were willing to submit to the other party, and the atmosphere was tense. Wait, there's already someone there. But at this time, everyone looked at the door of the temple. They found Lin Ling and the others. For you. Someone shouted coldly, his eyes full of greed. You came to the temple first. Did you find anything? Nanping and the others had unsightly expressions on their faces because these people thought that they'd obtained a treasure. Nanping was just about to speak when Lin Ling's light voice drifted out. No, we just arrived as well. If that's the case, get lost. A large number of people rushed in as if they were going to tear down the temple. They kept searching but found nothing. Lin Ling and the others slowly left the temple. There were too many people gathered here, so if they didn't leave now, when would they? What's more, there were no treasures in the temple. However, as soon as they walked out of the temple, a cold shout rang out. One of the young men from the 4 Symbols Coiling Dragon Mansion shouted coldly, The temple is empty, so I suspect that you didn't just arrive. Instead, you entered the temple a step earlier and stole all the treasures. Stole? Lin Ling and the others narrowed their eyes. The temple was an ownerless object, so the treasures naturally belonged to whoever came first. But according to these people, they were the ones who stole? Moreover, these people were accidentally attracted by Sakura, so they were the ones who stole. However, that person's reminder caused everyone to look at Lin Ling and the others. Everyone harbored malicious intentions. We didn't get any treasures. Sakura immediately explained. As long as they insisted that they didn't get any treasures, these people wouldn't be able to do anything about it. They did get some treasures, and one of them is a relic. However, as soon as Sakura finished speaking, Nanping spoke. Her indifferent look made Yun at a loss. She remembered the first time she went to the South Pole Celestial Pung. It was Nanping who entertained her. At that time, Nanping treated her like a younger sister and was extremely polite. The two of them hit it off at first sight, and their relationship was very good. Therefore, Yun satisfied Nanping's excessive request because she believed in Sister Nanping. However, Yun didn't expect that Nanping would betray her at the crucial moment. Relic. Many people's eyes were filled with excitement. Except for the relic, each of them got a treasure. A young man beside Lan Ping said indifferently. Because of the relationship between Venerable Si Kaming and their island master, they couldn't snatch the treasures, but they could borrow others' hands. After all, Yun was so weak, so how could she get the treasures? Sister Nan. Yun looked at Nanping in disbelief. Nanping smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, we're from the Qian Hall after all. From a righteous point of view, we shouldn't hide the treasures from them. Sister Mengyun, you should hand over the treasures and let everyone share the harvest. After all, we're under the same banner. Her attitude was righteous, as if she was thinking for everyone. Many people nodded, but Lin Ling and the others had cold expressions. Yes, we're all from the Qian Hall, but Senior Sister Nanping, don't forget that there are a lot of people from the Kuan Hall here. Lin Ling said word by word, causing Nanping's expression to instantly turn ugly. She wanted to set up a righteous plaque for herself, but Lin Ling exposed her hypocrisy. Since she was thinking for the Qian Hall, why did Nanping announce the news of the treasures when there were people from the Kuan Hall here? Shut up. Nanping was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She angrily shouted at Lin Ling, then looked at the crowd. I guess there are about 4 treasures. 1 for each of them. The problem now is how to divide them. However, we, the South Pole Celestial Canopy, want 1. The Kuan Hall and the Tiger Fang Mansion also want 1. If they don't give it to us, we'll kill them. The Qian Hall and the Zhongnan Mountain also want 1. Although we're all from the Qian Hall, the people who stole the treasures have angered everyone. This time, we won't help them. If they don't hand it over, we'll kill them without mercy. The crowd shouted angrily, as if they were dividing the treasures. They completely ignored the existence of Lin Ling and the others, treating Lin Ling and the others as prey. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing everyone to fall silent. When they looked over, they realized that the person who spoke was actually the black-robed young man who had obtained the treasures. This guy was really bold. Everyone was talking about serious matters, and he actually dared to interrupt them. Chapter 1150. What happens when you have a bad mouth? You've discussed enough, but you seem to have forgotten that you should ask me, the owner of this treasure. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely cold. These people were treating them as prey and were planning to kill them without handing over their treasures. This made him furious. Then, he raised the Tyrant Song sword in his hand and slashed out fiercely. The golden sword light turned into a huge sword light beam and broke through the air. Level 10 Morality Profound. The old man's pupils constricted. Clearly, he did not expect Lin Ling to dare to make a move. Just as he was about to say something, his head was already chopped off. However, he was still standing in the same place, his hands still playing with the 2 steel balls. He did not expect this place to be his taboo. As for those cultivators who were discussing how to divide the treasures, their eyes were wide open at this moment. Brother Long. An angry roar rang out. Another old man stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Ling in midair. This person was the Tiger Leg of the Dragon Fist and Tiger Leg. The 2 brothers had moved unhindered in Shenpeng province for many years, and their fierce reputation was illustrious. Both of them were extremely powerful. In the Rainforest Holy Land, they were existences that surpassed the Bodhi Holy Palace's Holy King. Hu Kunlun. The kick stirred the wind and clouds, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Above the earth, Qi erupted, and the enormous soul of the foot rumbled towards Lin Ling. Die! At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He held the sword with both hands as if he was holding an axe and fiercely slashed out. The golden light turned into a crescent moon slash that met the huge foot. As if it was cutting tofu, it actually split the huge foot into two. Rumble. The voice shook everyone's hearts, causing the surrounding people's mouths to open wide. The dragon fist and tiger leg were actually killed? What's the use of you people if you don't die? After killing the old man with a single slash, Lin Ling took a step forward and slashed out with the sword in his hand. His morality profound, which had reached the great perfection stage, was unleashed, causing the entire space to be filled with dazzling sword rays. Clang, clang. Wherever the righteous chi passed, the heads of the greedy swordsmen flew up and blood gushed out. The people of the Kuan Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The strength of this young man was so powerful that those swords could not stop him. Kill! Lai Qing had been waiting for Lin Ling to make his move. Now that Lin Ling had made his move, she naturally unsheathed her sword of killing intent. Didn't you want to steal our treasures? Now, I'll show you what treasures we've obtained. At the same time, Sakura took a step forward and an ancient stone pillar appeared in his left hand while a huge signboard appeared in his right hand. As he waved it, it was as if he was controlling an ancient power. The strength of the three of them wasn't weak. Lai Qing was only a little weaker than Lin Ling, and after Sakura obtained the treasure, his strength increased greatly. His defense and attack had reached the pinnacle level. Although there were transcendent realm experts among the surrounding cultivators, they weren't exotic martial cultivators and were unable to withstand the trio's attacks. A large number of martial artists in the Kuan Hall let out miserable cries as they were slaughtered. Those who were still alive were frantically running away. These three people were too terrifying. Share my treasures. Lin Ling's sword of killing intent shone brightly. He had two spiritual sources, 500,000 small worlds in his body, and a perfect mastery of profound. Who could stop him? Good kill. The Qian Hall's people couldn't help but shout. The Kuan Hall's people wanted to share the treasures with them, they were simply courting death. You too. However, Lin Ling's eyes turned and landed on the Qian Hall's people. He also slashed out his sword of righteousness. Compared to the Kuan Hall's people, the Qian Hall's people were even more disgusting. After all, they were under the same banner, but they wanted to steal his treasures. This kind of people was even more hypocritical. You're crazy attacking us. Kill! The Qian Hall's people's faces stiffened. This young man was too much, he actually attacked his own people. Previously, all of you said that we had stolen your treasures. Even though we are all members of the Qian Hall, you would not help us and would still kill us. Now, why should we treat all of you as one of us? Our treasures, the Qian Hall wants one and the Kuan Hall wants one. You're too naive, I can take your lives. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a sharp light. His sword was like the sea, dazzling and colorful. Previously, he didn't want to cause any trouble, but these people blocked them and wanted to share their treasures. Since they were blocked and stayed behind, he would kill them all. An even more terrifying sword of righteousness broke through the air and slashed through the void, killing everything in its path. The Qian Hall's people's eyes narrowed. How could they still care about the treasures? They were already worried for their own lives. That sword of righteousness was too sharp. It cut through all evil hearts. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound. Some transcendental realm experts sucked in a breath of cold air. Perfect mastery of the righteousness profound was very rare, only outstanding talents would have it. After all, it was already qualified to practice extreme pattern martial arts. They never thought that this young man would be so strong. The funniest thing was that they were discussing how to share the treasures and didn't even look at the young man. Swoosh! Wherever the sword of righteousness passed, life and death were separated. A large number of Qian Hall's people were cut into two. Little Sister Mengyun. The South Pole Celestial Canopy's people anxiously shouted. Lin Ling's sword of righteousness had already killed two of them. One of them begged for mercy. South Pole Celestial Canopy and Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture are close friends. However, Yuman Yun's expression turned cold. Previously, she trusted the other party and told him everything. However, The other party betrayed them. That friendship had also disappeared. When you betrayed us, you weren't close friends. Moreover, you actually colluded with the Kuan-Hall. For the sake of righteousness, I will kill you all. Lin Ling slashed out again, cutting the South Pole Celestial Canopy's people in two. Previously, these people's words were pleasant to hear. Everything was for the sake of righteousness. Now, Lin Ling returned the favor and killed them for the sake of righteousness. Let's see who was more shameless and hypocritical. You. Even if the South Pole Celestial Canopy's people weren't killed, they would be angered to death by Lin Ling's words. Killing them was actually for the sake of righteousness? The more you know, the faster you die. Previously, you shamelessly asked us about our harvest, which led to your deaths. This is the consequence of having a cheap mouth. Lin Ling's eyes were still emotionless. It was as though he had returned to the sacred ground of the rainforest. Then he slashed out and killed those people. And this was the consequence of having a cheap mouth. That Nanping ran away. After killing those people, Lin Ling looked carefully and realized that senior sister Nanping had disappeared. That woman was very sinister. After bewitching everyone, she immediately ran away when she saw that the situation wasn't right. That woman used them as scapegoats. Sakura still wasn't satisfied. If that woman didn't betray them, the tragedy before their eyes wouldn't have happened. Forget it. This kind of person won't live long. Lin Ling didn't care. Then he looked around again. There was no one around. Those who wanted to share the treasures had all been killed. Those who were still alive were hiding far away. Who are these people? Could they be heroes? What terrifying strength. Fortunately, we came late. Sigh. Chapter 1151. Please discipline me. Lin Ling looked at the people in the distance and pointed at the ground. If you're not afraid of death, then come and take the treasure. His expression was extremely frivolous and domineering because Lin Ling knew that only by displaying his domineering aura would he be able to intimidate these people. The people in the distance remained silent, not daring to speak as they endured Lin Ling's arrogant attitude. I heard that there are treasures here. However, at this moment, in the dusky sky, a meteor streaked across the ground and landed heavily on the ground. A handsome young man appeared, his entire body glowing with 5 different colors as if he was a celestial being. There was a jade token hanging on his waist that flickered from time to time, extremely dazzling. Are all of you dead? That's great, it saves me a lot of effort. Who obtained the treasure, hand it over. The young man walked as he looked around, ignoring everyone. The people in the distance frowned. Who was this person? However, when their gazes landed on the jade token, their expressions changed instantly. Although this person was only at the first level of Transcendent Realm, he was someone they had to respect. 100 Barbarian Mountains Yi Su. Many people secretly exclaimed. Did you all obtain the treasure? Not bad, too bad you killed too many people. It's fine if you killed the Kuan-Hall's people, but you even killed the Qian-Hall's people. That's too much. Hand over the treasure, I'll hand it over to the Qian-Hall. As for the people you killed, I'm in a good mood so I'll help you hide it. The young man looked at Lin Ling and the other 3 and said indifferently. He was somewhat satisfied in his heart. These 4 people had killed the Kuan and Qian-Hall's cultivators. In this way, the debt of death would fall on their heads. Not only could he obtain the treasure, he also wouldn't offend anyone. Lin Ling and the other 3 were also looking at the young man. Although the young man was only at the first level of the Transcendent Realm, the 5 colored lights surrounding his body gave them an immense pressure. Especially Sakura and Lai Qing, they felt the greatest pressure. On the contrary, Lin Ling's expression was calm. Through his eye of time, he could vaguely see that this young man was much stronger than the previous group. However, this wasn't the first time Lin Ling had met someone with such strength. Lu Ruffing was the same as well. At that time, Lu Ruffing was also a transcendent first realm cultivator, but according to Lin Ling's estimation, his battle with Lu Ruffing would at most end in a draw. This draw wasn't due to Lu Ruffing's strength, but rather, it was due to Lu Ruffing's 72 demon gods. This was the reason why Lin Ling was apprehensive. As for the person in front of him, he did not have a demon god and was only strong. In terms of strength, Lin Ling did not need to fear him. Are you here to deliver your head again? Lin Ling coldly snorted. How could he not know what Qin Wenyan was thinking? Impudent! Do you know who I am? I am one of the heroes of Qianhao, the king of heroes. That young man was stunned for a moment before he shouted angrily. The jade token at his waist emitted a dazzling light. That was the hero token. The hero token represented endless glory in Qianhao. It was a unique existence among millions of experts. In Xianpeng province, it could be called the king of any place. In some ancient cities and countries, it even had rare privileges. Heroes had to be assessed by Qianhao, and that jade token was a symbol. It was no wonder that those people were so respectful. Hero? I don't know. As for the king, you think too highly of yourself. I'll give you a choice. Scram. 2. Hand over your head. Lin Ling did not know what a hero was. He was fearless and arrogant. He was very clear that in star-picking nation, strength was everything. Status and Qianhao were just a joke. Furthermore, who didn't fight for treasures based on strength? Who didn't have blood on their hands? What an arrogant junior. Which sect are you from? Don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of your sect master. That young man's voice was low. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After he spoke, the 5-colored aura around his body became even thicker. It was obvious that he was only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he was also a unique martial cultivator like Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He kept his tyrant song and shot towards the young man like a shooting star. In midair, ancient flames appeared in his palm, sacred and tranquil. Crazy! Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack. Did he know what a hero was? One must know that those who could become a hero were definitely not people who were just there to make up the numbers. Their strength had to be recognized by Qianhao. Then, everyone looked towards that hero. As expected, that hero was furious. Insolent! I don't care whose disciple you are, I'll kill you. 2 flood dragons appeared on the young man's shoulders. They were violent and crazy, causing his arms to look like 2 flood dragons. He also shot towards Lin Ling like 2 flood dragons emerging from the sea. Then I'll ask Senior Hero to give me a few pointers. Lin Ling was unrestrained. The flame in his right hand blossomed with blue light. His aura instantly became vast, causing Lin Ling to feel as if he was holding the eye of the sea. Vast and mighty seawater gushed out. Moreover, it wasn't water but fire. Obviously, Lin Ling also knew that this person wasn't weak. He had to use a stronger method. That terrifying aura finally made the young man's expression turn serious. He had fought in the north and south. Not to mention First Realm, he had even killed Fourth Realm experts. That was why he was incomparably confident. However, because of his rich battle experience, he also realized that the flame in Lin Ling's hand was very terrifying. It wasn't a supreme martial art, nor was it a perfect profound. It was a powerful innate saint physique that was at least earth rank. Radiance intertwined. The flood dragon collided with the sea. The flood dragon rolled endlessly in the sea. The flood dragon that was invincible in the past seemed lifeless at this moment. Looking carefully, the ancient flood dragon's body was wrapped in flames. The most terrifying thing was that it couldn't even make a sound. This person has the strength of a hero. The young man's expression changed drastically. He frantically retreated. He never thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be weaker than him even though he didn't have a hero card. However, was it just that he wasn't weaker than him? The title of hero is indeed not undeserved. Please teach me more. Seeing the young man retreating, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted out. Controlling the flame of the sea, he took advantage of the young man's weakened aura and ruthlessly suppressed him. 5 flood dragons emerged from the sea. The young man's expression changed again. Regret filled his heart. He frantically pushed out his palms as if he wanted to destroy the sky. However, after encountering the flame of the sea, the 5 flood dragons were drowned again. Although the flood dragons were ferocious, could they escape the might of the sea? Hero, is that all? Floating in the vast sea, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. The endless sea turned into a whirlpool and once again condensed into a blue flame. He then sneered and slapped out his palm. Boundless sea. There was no need for any complicated martial art. This earth-rank flame represented everything. When the flame blasted out, it was like an endless wave surging towards the hero. The hero roared and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was enveloped in the flame of the sea and burned into ashes. Only the dazzling jade token fell to the ground. It was incomparably ironic. Hero card. Chapter 1152. The Path of Departure, Hero? Lin Ling floated down and sucked the jade token from the ground over. He was secretly amazed. He didn't know what material this jade token was made of, but even the sea heart flame couldn't burn it. It seemed that the title of hero was indeed extraordinary. Hero killed, too terrifying. Let's go. Let's go. The people in the distance put away their greed and finally turned around to leave. When the hero came, they wanted to try their luck, but now they had completely given up. Provoking that young man was tantamount to sending themselves to death. Let's go too. Lin Ling looked around and then said softly. Lai Qing collected the treasures of the dead people and made a small fortune. The four of them stepped on the dark ground and continued forward. This was just a broken continent, and the area wasn't very big. As time passed, Lin Ling and the others had almost searched the entire continent. No one knew how many continents there were like this. This was also unexpected. There were also experts on other continents, especially the continent that Sea-Calming Celestial Lord and the others went to. It was probably the largest and oldest continent. And after experiencing the previous incident, the four of them were confident in their strength. They knew that it was useless to be patient here. They could only fight with the strong. Especially Sakura, he was the most excited at this moment. It was as if he had returned to the rainforest with Lin Ling, openly killing everything. However, they also had to leave this continent. Lin Ling stood quietly on a hill and used the psychic eye to look into the distance. Then his eyes lit up. He found the way out. Follow me. Lin Ling smiled and led Sakura and the others forward. In a moment, they came to the edge of the continent. In the distance, there was an endless void, and astral winds were rolling in. That's the way out. Lin Ling stared at the astral winds and smiled. One had to know that although this continent had been broken down, it was once a piece of the continent. Therefore, there was still a gravitational force between it and the other continents, forming a strange astral wind that connected the two continents. These astral winds were formed by the gravitational force. If used, they could leave. Big brother, those gravitational astral winds are approaching. We must stop them, Lin Ling said again, which made Sakura nod his head with a smile. Although he didn't know the reason, he believed in Lin Ling. Rumble. The gravitational astral wind was getting closer and closer. On the surface, it seemed to be covering the sky and the sun. It was so terrifying, and Sakura borrowed the power of the plaque to block off the onslaught of the astral wind. He also used that ancient pillar to support the gravitational astral wind. What are they doing? In the distance, many people also saw the gravitational squall. In fact, they had long been aware of this unusual storm, but they didn't know how strong it was, so they didn't dare to approach it. But now, when they saw Lin Ling approaching, they suddenly became curious. Could it be the way out? Many people strode towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Sakura borrowed the treasure in his hand to support the gravitational squall, preventing the wind from blowing too far. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the Eye of Time appeared. That insight and analysis ability was constantly changing. He wanted to find the flaw of the gravitational squall and so on. The gravitational squall was actually one of the rare treasures in the world. It was just that ordinary people couldn't collect it. But as long as it was a treasure, Lin Ling could see the flaw. Are these people crazy? They are forcing the gravitational squall to stay. Be careful not to cause the collapse of the continent. In the distance, a middle-aged man who looked like a prince said indifferently. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He was an outstanding person, and with his hands behind his back, he had an indescribable majesty. Prince, these people are trying to find the way out. A guard said respectfully to him. Nonsense. If those astral winds could leave, we would have already gone to another continent. These people are simply overestimating their capabilities. That prince shouted coldly, and his majesty became even stronger. The surrounding people didn't dare to be disrespectful to him. Some of them recognized that prince. He seemed to be someone from Qian Palace's Jade Void Emperor Palace. This palace was very famous, and it was said that it was under one of the 7 emperors, Emperor Luo. Prince Su, you are young but you like to do things that are difficult. Only when you suffer will you learn how to be cautious. At this time, a large number of experts walked over. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade tablet on his waist. He and that prince were both at Transcendent Realm 2nd layer, but they were clearly different cultivators. They could easily fight against ordinary Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivators. They saw that Lin Ling and the others didn't have a jade tablet, so they didn't take it to heart. After guessing Lin Ling's purpose, they laughed in disdain. The gravitational squall was extremely terrifying. Even they didn't dare to approach it for too long. These people actually wanted to use the squall to leave the continent. They were courting death. Elders of Triple Elemental Golden Dipper Sect. These people are from Dinghai Heavenly Palace, right? That old bastard Dinghai Heavenly Palace is really blind. He even dared to recruit such stupid subordinates. That prince obviously knew that middle-aged man. Although he and Dinghai Heavenly Palace were under the same banner, they didn't have a good relationship. The experts of the two forces discussed animatedly, but Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to them. He was still looking ahead. These people are crazy. Since they think that our efforts are useless, they should leave on their own. They want to watch and criticize us. If they aren't crazy, then what are they? Yuman Yun muttered softly. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, their mouths are on their bodies. They can say whatever they want. Lin Ling didn't care. He continued to look at the gravitational squall in the distance, trying to find the rules within. How dare you? What nonsense are you spouting in front of people from Jade Void Emperor Palace? A guard next to the prince shouted angrily. The Heaven Temple was all-encompassing. It had forces from 9-star Saint Domain to 4-star Saint Domain. Since when did the people from Dinghai Heavenly Palace have the right to speak? Although Dinghai Heavenly Palace was ranked in the 6-star Saint Domain, they were only afraid of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. They didn't care about the subordinates of Dinghai Heavenly Palace. Men Luo, why bother with these juniors? They will suffer for themselves. The prince waved his hand to stop his subordinate from saying anything unnecessary. For these masters, there were countless masters in heaven and earth temples, and those at the transcendent 3rd stage and above were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, but not every transcendent needed to be wary of them. Only those with talents, heroes, and legends tokens, as well as legendary great heroes were worthy of their attention. Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. At this moment he was thinking about how to leave this place. Lin Ling, how do we enter the gravitational squall? The squall is very strong. It is formed by gravity and world energy. Even if I have the plaque, I won't be able to hold on for long. Sakura was still resisting the squall. If it weren't for his treasures, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Those 2 treasures were obviously one of the reasons why so many people stayed here. However, his question was very important. How do we enter the gravitational squall? Idiot question. In the distance, many people laughed disdainfully. Was the gravitational squall so easy to get close to? You're young and ignorant. The elder from 3 Elements Golden Dipper Sect also mocked. Lin Ling still ignored them and said indifferently, although the squall is strong, there is a place where it is the weakest. That place is the eye of the squall. As long as we reach the eye of the squall, the pressure we face will be much less. Chapter 1153. The ancient battlefield. Ordinary people thought that the astral wind was powerful and couldn't be approached, but they didn't know that the pressure was the least at the eye of the wind. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's reminder, they wouldn't have known about this. Instantly, the faces of the Wangya and the elder turned ugly. They had seen a lot and were highly respected, so they had been pointing and gossiping among themselves. However, Lin Ling's words were like a silent slap to their faces, making them dizzy and disoriented. However, the slap wasn't over yet. Alright, the time is just right. Follow me. Follow me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He leaped into the air and shot towards the eye of the gravitational astral wind. Soon after, the pressure came. However, Lin Ling could still barely withstand this kind of pressure. Is this enough? Follow me. Yuman Yun's face lit up. She followed Lin Ling and leaped into the astral wind. Then, Sakura and the other two followed suit. These guys, what are they trying to do? Follow me. Many people looked at Lin Ling and the other three standing in the center of the astral wind, and their faces changed. Rumble. Without Sakura's resistance, the gravitational astral wind began to slowly leave the edge of the continent. At first, the speed wasn't fast, but it still let people know Lin Ling's purpose. These guys really wanted to borrow the gravitational astral wind to leave this continent. Is it really possible? Follow me. Everyone's hearts were shaken. Wait for this, prince. Follow me. The prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace shouted. His face was filled with joy. He had long wanted to leave this continent. Only by going to a bigger continent could he obtain more benefits. Didn't you say that we're doing useless work? Why are you in such a hurry to follow us? Follow me. Stepping on the astral wind, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back. His long robe fluttered as he looked down at everyone in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the face of the prince of the Jade Void Royal Palace turned as dark as the bottom of a nest. Previously, they were watching a good show, but now, they couldn't wait to follow. This made him unable to display his prestige as a prince. And you, people of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect, you are very proud. If you have the ability, don't follow me. I forgot to tell you that the strong gravity wind will only appear after 98 hours. This means that you will be trapped on this continent for 98 hours. When you can go to another continent, I think that any treasure will have nothing to do with you. Lin Ling chuckled again. He had heard of the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper sect. Not long ago, he had killed people from this sect in the sky above the rainforest island. Bastard! The elders of the 3 Elements Golden Dipper sect roared. They also stepped out and shot toward Lin Ling. It's too late for you to come over now. Lin Ling's smile remained unchanged. He slashed out with the tyrannical song sword in his hand. At the same time, Lai Qing and Sakura also made their moves. Even if they couldn't defeat the other party, it was enough as long as they could buy time, because the strong gravity wind was slowly leaving the continent. Rumble. When the 3 of them made their moves, the prince and the elders' expressions changed again. They thought that Lin Ling and the others didn't have any hero cards, and their strength was only SOSO. However, after they made their moves, they realized that these people were ridiculously strong. Although they weren't afraid of the other party, Lin Ling and the others delayed them. Wait for me. Those people in the distance ran over anxiously, but they were all stopped by the attacks of Lin Ling and the others. A bunch of idiots. Sakura was very pleased. Those people who had laughed at his misfortune earlier were now regretting it. That kind of expression was too beautiful. Rumble. The strong gravity wind was getting farther and farther away from the continent. In the end, the people on the continent were still too slow. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others left. Juniors of the Sea Calming Heavenly Prefecture. The prince roared angrily. Don't worry, they're going to die too. As far as I know, after the strong gravity wind leaves the continent, the wind force will be even more terrifying. Even if they stand in the eye of the wind, they'll be crushed to pieces. The elder of the Triple Element Golden Dipper sect said coldly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the Buddhist light in front of them shone and enveloped Lin Ling and the others, blocking the strong gravity wind. It was Yuman Yun's Saraira. Sorry to disappoint you again. See you next time. Goodbye. Within the Buddhist light, Lin Ling waved his hand at the people on the continent. That look made everyone almost vomit blood. Damn it. To them, they were from the various powerful forces of the Qian Temple, and Lin Ling and the others were like ants. They were not famous at all, and they didn't have any hero cards. However, such a person dared to make fun of them. Haha, awesome. In the strong gravity wind, Sakura laughed loudly. Moreover, it felt very strange. He was stepping on the strong gravity wind, but he didn't feel any wind. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling in his life. Of course, what surprised him the most was that Lin Ling seemed to have planned everything long ago and had made sufficient preparations. In fact, Lin Ling didn't plan it long ago. Instead, he had assessed it in his heart after constantly observing through the eye of time. After the awakening of the eye of time, Lin Ling was calmer than usual. His insight and analytical ability had also become stronger. Of course, without Yumun Yun's Saraira, Lin Ling wouldn't have dared to be so bold. The defense of this Buddhist Saraira was indeed terrifying. However, we seem to have offended a powerful force. Yumun Yun smiled and said with some worry, "What will come will come. Even if we don't offend them, as long as we can leave the continent, they will still attack us. So, we just have to face it calmly." Lin Ling was not afraid at all. This was a treasure land. It was either you die or I live. There was no mercy. Previously, I also saw the trajectory of the gravitational astral wind. I'm guessing that we will reach the second largest continent next. Lin Ling looked into the distance. In the void, there were countless continents. Many of them had cultivators staying there and obtained great benefits. However, the one with the most benefits should be the largest continent. Of course, if they could find the star-plucking royal court, they might be able to touch the most powerful inheritance. Rumble. After the gravitational astral wind arrived in the void, its speed became even faster. It drew a mysterious trajectory across the void. 2 hours later, a vast and boundless continent appeared in front of them. This continent was the second largest in the entire country. It could be said to be the battlefield of an ancient country. Lin Ling and the others jumped down from the gravitational astral wind. The gravitational astral wind was attracted by the gravity of the other continents and slowly left. As soon as they landed, Lin Ling and the others saw a battle in the distance. It was a battle between the Qian Hall and the Qian Hall. Clearly, they were fighting for the treasures. The atmosphere here is very uncomfortable. Ignoring the battle in the distance, Lin Ling looked to the other side. This continent was even darker and gloomier. A gloomy and cold air pervaded the air, making people feel as if they were in the underworld. "Looks like we have to be more careful." Yumun Yun nodded. The few of them walked along the hills of different heights. Looking into the distance, they saw a huge monster sitting on the ground like a demon god, looking down at the world. On the other side, they saw a huge dragon lying dormant, glaring at them covetously in the darkness. Because of the oppressive aura, the mountains in the distance became strange. So many bones. Chapter 1154. The Battle of Tong Valley. "There's a spear over there." Lai Qing pointed to a mountain peak in the distance. Countless armors and bones were piled up there, and among them, a red tasseled spear was blooming with ripples. It was extremely majestic, as if it was the weapon of a general. I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here, to encounter a peerless divine weapon so casually. Indra laughed out loud and ran over in large strides. Lin Ling, on the other hand, shook his head. His eyes of time had been staring at the front. As long as it was a dead object, he could see one or two things, so he knew that the spear was useless. Sure enough, as soon as Indra pulled out the spear turned into endless crystal light and disappeared. After so many years, even a divine weapon couldn't withstand the erosion of time and had long been annihilated. Lin Ling laughed, while Sakura shook his head helplessly. The four of them continued to move forward, and a huge empty city appeared in front of them. This city was lying on the ground, like an ancient qilin, but when they got closer, they realized that it was indeed a qilin, but it was just the skeleton of a qilin. This discovery made everyone gasp. After that, they saw the skeleton of a giant as huge as the Yaksha king, but it had a horn on its head, and they didn't know which demon it was. The ground was full of potholes, and many places were full of bones. Obviously, it was a burial mound. Walking further ahead, an ancient stone tablet towering into the clouds appeared. There were 4 large red words engraved on it, as if they were written with blood. However, with the passage of time, the blood words had already dimmed, but one could still vaguely make out what was written. The Battle of Tong Valley. This was indeed an ancient battlefield, the place where the star-picking nation and the demon god fought. No wonder there were ancient corpses everywhere. There are many people there, follow me. Lin Ling's vision was much further than Yu Mengyun and the others. He could see things that were thousands of miles away. Therefore, he saw a large number of people gathered in front of him. Those people were standing there quietly, as if they were trying to comprehend something. After a long time, Lin Ling brought the three of them to that place. Looking around, it was a vast valley, and there were many sword marks, footprints, and fists. These fists, footprints, and other relics were incomparably large, as if they were the fists of giants. That sword mark. Lai Qing carefully looked at the sword on the wall of the valley. Her pupils suddenly constricted. She could feel an endless killing intent from that sword. It made her killing intent become restless, and it showed signs of advancing towards a supreme martial art. The profoundness of martial arts allowed one to control the power of heaven and earth. As for extreme martial arts, it allowed one to retain the essence of the power they controlled to form the momentum of heaven and earth. It was also known as extreme momentum. What Lai Qing sensed was the killing intent. Lin Ling, I'll go first. After Lai Qing said this, she immediately walked to the bottom of the cliff and slowly began to comprehend. Everyone here is trying to comprehend ancient martial arts. Find something that suits you and quickly comprehend it. After all, these martial arts relics have existed for too long. No one can guarantee when they will disappear. Lin Ling looked at Yu Mengyun and said. A large number of people around them were also comprehending. They minded their own business. All right. Yu Mengyun and Lai Qing both walked away. Lin Ling continued forward. Currently, he wanted to comprehend two things. First, he needed to comprehend overwhelming righteousness. It would be best if he could comprehend the momentum of righteousness. Second, he needed to comprehend flames. What is that? He continued forward, ignoring the people around him. A moment later, in a corner of the huge valley, Lin Ling discovered a towering fire rising from the ground. It looked like an ordinary fire, but it gave him an indescribable feeling of shock. It had to be known that it had been tens of millions of years since the Battle of Tong Valley, but the fire was still burning. Therefore, even if it had turned into an ordinary fire, it still showed how glorious it was in ancient times. The flames formed a huge fist that was about 100 meters wide. It looked like an ancient expert had punched down from the sky. Undying Fire King's fist. Fire. Within the flames, there were scattered figures sitting cross-legged. These people were clearly fire attribute martial artists, and they were using this opportunity to comprehend something. Undying Fire King? Huh. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forward and walked towards the Fire Fist ruins. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people in the Fire Fist ruins, old and young. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, they sneered and wanted to watch a good show. This was because there had been fire attribute martial artists who had overestimated themselves and wanted to comprehend the Fire Fist ruins, but in the end, they had played with fire and burned to death. These flames looked like ordinary fire, but in fact, they were the momentum of fire. And this young man was so confident. He did not comprehend from afar, but directly entered the Fire Fist ruins. He was simply courting death. However, they were surprised. Lin Ling took a step forward and slowly walked into the flames. This caused many fire attribute martial artists to frown. Another person had successfully entered the Fire Fist ruins. In this way, this person would have to share their resources. One had to know that these flames could be extinguished at any time. The more people comprehended, the faster the flames would be extinguished. Speed up the comprehension. Yes. Many people secretly said. Fire was the most young, mighty, and domineering. Fire attribute martial artists were also like fire. They were born with a fighting spirit that refused to admit defeat. They did not want to be surpassed by latecomers. These flames are so powerful. Wow! Just as Lin Ling stepped into the Fire Fist ruins, he immediately felt his entire body heat up. Through the eyes of time, he could even see the trajectory of the ancient undying Fire King's fist. In that fist, 10,000 flames condensed into a single fist, exploding into the earth. These movements seemed simple, but they carried with them a taste of the momentum of the world. Lin Ling was shocked. The simplest martial arts could also be the most complex martial arts. Like this, he calmly stood there. Lin Ling's sea heart flame gushed out from his body, causing the blue flames around him to seethe. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow had actually relied on his own flames to resist the ancient fire fist. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than theirs. This was because not only had Lin Ling comprehended the Fire Fist ruins, but he had also personally witnessed the ancient Fire King's fist. The Undying Fire King was one of the 10 great generals under the command of the great emperor. His flames were eternally inextinguishable, and he was even fiercer than the Undying Phoenix. However, he had still perished. It was unknown just what secret was hidden behind this transcendent fist. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He took a step forwards and the raging flames around his body became even thicker. At this time, his fire profound was crazily growing like a rising sea. So hot. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists' pupils shrank. They could feel the heat. But what surprised them was that this heat didn't come from the Fire Fist ruins, but from the flames around Lin Ling's body. These flames were like a boiling sea. At this time, they were boiling over. Who is this fellow? His fire attribute comprehension is too fierce. Many fire attribute martial artists withdrew from the Fire Fist ruins. As for Lin Ling, he had already entered into a wonderful state of comprehension. He slowly walked forwards, his eyes looking towards the skies. There, the Undying Fire King's fist constantly reappeared. Moreover, after Lin Ling's eyes of time had transformed, he could clearly see the birth and attack of the fist from every angle. Chapter 1155. Undying Fire King's Fire Fist Ruins. It's getting hotter and hotter. Look, the surrounding flames have turned blue. More people retreated from the Fire Fist ruins, staring at Lin Ling. Why was this guy's comprehension so abnormal? Time passed quietly, and the ordinary flames disappeared. The blue flames occupied the entire Fire Fist ruins, and there was no one left in the Fire Fist ruins. Those people lingered outside the Fire Fist ruins with ugly expressions. They could feel that Lin Ling's fire attribute comprehension had reached the pinnacle, and they couldn't even get close. Bastard, what qualifications do you have to have a deeper comprehension than us? A red-robed old man shouted angrily. Fire attribute martial artists were the most unyielding. He didn't understand why Lin Ling's comprehension was deeper than his, but he was unhappy. 5 elements Sky Demon Flame. Red flames erupted from the old man's body, turning into an ancient sky demon. This sky demon didn't have a lower body, but the upper body had a ferocious expression. It was actually formed by flames. Then, it charged towards Lin Ling, and its fist was filled with raging flames. Outstanding talent, 5 elements Fire Elder. The surrounding fire attribute martial artists' pupils shrank. They recognized this old man. It was said that he was a fire demon that cultivated in 5 Elements Mountain. After cultivating for 50 years, he absorbed all the flames in 5 Elements Mountain for his own use, allowing his innate saint body to reach the rare mystic level. And the power of that fist was naturally terrifying, reaching the great perfection profound meaning. 5 Elements Fire Elder is interrupting him. Many people secretly sneered. Of course, they didn't like to see the latecomer gain more. Chi. The heavenly demon charged into the Fire Fist relic with a magnificent aura. There were no longer any ordinary flames in the Fire Fist relic. Instead, the flames were burning fiercely like the ocean. However, they gradually disappeared and Lin Ling's figure appeared. His eyes, which were looking at the sky, slowly looked up and reached out with one hand. Bang! It looked like a calm palm, but it made the 5 Elements Sky Demon roar as it was annihilated. Powerful! The crowd's expression changed drastically. They couldn't see how Lin Ling blocked that attack. The 5 Elements Fire Elder frowned slightly, then laughed and turned to leave. Although his attack didn't injure Lin Ling, it at least interrupted Lin Ling's comprehension. Extreme pattern martial arts, the heaven and earth grand momentum, is also known as extreme momentum. It's divided into 4 stages: small stage, large stage, peak, and extraordinary. At this moment, a low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the 5 elders to stop in their tracks. "What are you saying?" "Fist stage fist." At the same time, the surging blue fire fist was overbearing and majestic. The 5 elements fire elder's pupils constricted. He could feel an innate flame pressure enveloping his body, causing his expression to change drastically. There was only a terrifying voice in his heart. Extreme pattern martial arts, extreme momentum was born. This was extremely terrifying. After all, even though his attainments in the fire element couldn't be considered to be at the top in Blackping region, it was renowned as well. However, an unfamiliar young man that had entered the Fire Fist ruins as a latecomer had comprehended extreme force in the fire element, the grand force of the flames of the heavens and the earth. Retreat! The 5 elements fire elder frantically retreated and shouted at the same time, "You can't touch me. I'm a founding elder of the 5 elements mountain. That place belongs to the Lu Wangfu." Unfortunately, if he told others about the Lu Wangfu, they would be afraid and stop. However, if he told Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the Qianhal's power, so he would still kill him. Boom! The blue fire fist was like a siege engine. Upon closer inspection, the fist wasn't just filled with flames, it was also formed by the sea. It swept across the 5 elements fire elders and finally smashed heavily on the valley's rock wall, leaving a huge fire fist mark on the valley's rock wall. The mark was burning with blue flames and was exactly the same as the undying Fire Emperor's fist. Of course, due to the difference in cultivation realm, it naturally couldn't be preserved for 10,000 years like the undying Fire Emperor. Sneak attack! Waving his arm, Lin Ling muttered to himself. He moved his feet slightly and slowly walked out of the Fire Fist ruins. Terrifying! The surrounding fire attribute martial artists were all silent. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the undying Fire King walking towards them. It wasn't until Lin Ling disappeared into the distance that they began to discuss amongst themselves. What surprised them was that this mysterious youth was so strong, but he didn't have a hero card. It had to be known that with such strength, he might even have obtained a hero card. Looks like we can't underestimate a martial artist without a hero card. Many people secretly said. The hero card was a division of strength. With this card, ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare to casually provoke them and would have to respectfully salute them. This was also a benefit of the hero card, the pride of the strong. I wonder where Meng Yun and the others are. Lin Ling slowly walked forward. Previously, with the help of the Eye of Time, his fire element comprehension had reached a new level. If he hadn't come to this ancient battlefield, he didn't know how much time he would have spent on this comprehension. This kind of comprehension was also called extreme force. Currently, Lin Ling had barely comprehended it to the small success stage. And this stage also allowed Lin Ling's strength to increase by 30%. As for the newly comprehended martial art, Lin Ling also named it Blazing Sea Flame. Because his sea heart flame was the flame of the sea, but it also contained fire, so the sea accompanied it. Moreover, this fist had become one of Lin Ling's strongest trump cards. Currently, Lin Ling had a lot of trump cards. Not to mention a first-stage Transcendent Realm hero, even a second-stage Transcendent Realm hero could be killed by him. Hee little girl, you're quite pretty. Are you alone? Arriving at a dense grassy forest in the valley, Lin Ling saw 2 men standing in front of Yumun Yun. These 2 men both had hero cards hanging on their waists. However, the colors were different. It seemed like they didn't come from the same palace. This place is like the underworld. There's actually a grassy land. It seems like in the ancient times, there was a strong martial artist who used a powerful martial art here, causing this place to be filled with vitality. Meng Yun is probably comprehending her own martial art path here. Lin Ling secretly thought. He continued to walk forward slowly. Although the 2 men were heroes, he didn't put them in his eyes. Comprehend it yourself. Why bother me? If my husband finds out, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Yumun Yun looked at the 2 men with disgust. Previously, she was comprehending, but they suddenly came and roared, almost causing her to go berserk. These people were despicable. Your husband? You have a husband at such a young age? The two men laughed disdainfully. That's me. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Yuman Yun couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling came at the right time. She turned her head and instantly realized that Lin Ling seemed to be different from before. In his aura, the will of fire was thicker, as if he would never admit defeat like fire. Only she could feel it because she was too familiar with Lin Ling. However, others didn't have such a feeling. Instead, they felt that Lin Ling was very arrogant. Aren't Qian Palace and Kuan Palace opposing each other? The two of you are walking together. Aren't you afraid of angering the public? Lin Ling's footsteps were steady and powerful. He came to Yuman Yun's side and said calmly. His expression was relaxed and fearless.